Jeremy's done a really good job.
And also significant here is Nick Tandy is still behind that 52 PC car, where he's been since the race restarted.
Yes, that's probably a goodly part of that reason, perhaps, why he hasn't been able to pull away. Good point.
A couple of PC cars, in fact, are directly ahead.
Number 8 car with the now signature damage to the rear, as restyled by the Delta Wing.
Ah, yes.
Frustrating this will be for Nick Tandy, because he'll want to get past that 52 car, but it just pulls away get onto the banking, and look at it, just streaks away, what, 10, 12, 15, maybe 20 car lengths now, and they were pretty much nose to tail when they went onto the banking. Another good lap there by Scott Pruitt, by the way, 140.7.
Oh, yeah.
So an hour 140.9 for our race leader to come to us to complete that 339.
And Max Angelelli did a 40.999 and now a 40.975. The absolute model of consistency.
And behind both of them, another 140.9 from Pipo Derani.
Yep.
So 2.5 seconds separate 1, 2, 3. Further second for Simon Pagenaud, back in 4th.
Bit of a battle going on at the head of GTD at the moment, the number 51 Ferrari.
On that, beg your pardon. Duran just passed Pagenaud on that lap, good point.
Oh yeah, he did, yeah. And a battle going on at the head of GTD. The number 51, Matteo Cressoni, has Matt Bell in the 6 Audi right up his tailpipes. Now let's see if we can pick those up for you and give you an idea of where they are on the circuit.
Which must mean that Jeff Siegel's just pitted.
Yes, that's correct. And dropped right out of contention, of course, as soon as they do that.
Off the lead lap for the moment.
Yeah, that's all just changed, amazingly enough.
63.
Okay, I'm very confused now. Matteo Cressoni now has the 23 of Alex Riberas behind him, and Jörg Bergmeister.
Because the 30 car's also pitted.
Ah, there you go. The Fricatelli car has indeed pitted. Shea Adam?
I didn't see Jeff Siegel's car pit, and I'm down that end of pit lane, so maybe he went to the garage?
No, he's, well, according to this, in and out. It's now in his lap 327. He last pitted 325.
So he was using his cloak of invisibility.
4. Very strange.
23 Porsche on the back straight. At the moment, being driven by Alex Riberas. And he's right in behind Matteo Cressoni. That is the battle for GTD. Nicely done, Ray. Thank you.
Yeah, we've got that battle for the leaders developing now, because Durrani is closing right in on those 2 DP cars ahead of him. It's Scott Pruitt who still leads.
Flashing lights from Riberas.
Yeah.
That'll make him go quicker, you know. It does. And behind them, is that Jörg Bergmeister coming up on them as well? It is. First, second and third in GTD.
And Matt Bell behind those.
Go underneath us. Matt Bell's not that far away in the Audi. We're going to have 16 wheels of glorious GTD action.
They're the 4.
Wow. Well, all of a sudden, that's just starting to come to the boil as well. Into the International Horseshoe for their 328th time, and a little bit of a mistake was there from the leader. Cressoni just going wide. Riberas pinching the exit of that corner, trying to get a better exit.
Do we get a change of lead there in GTLM?
No, still Nick Tandy.
Yeah, still Nick Tandy. Over the line at least, but they're very close.
Okay.
Here comes Matt Bell. And at the lead, he's in 4th at the moment, and the lead of GTD, Alex Riberas, is moving around, gets to the inside. The Ferrari and the Porsche will be side by side on the bankings, and in 3rd place, and that means Jörg Bergmeister will get a huge draft from these two. The Porsche down on the bottom of the racetrack has the advantage. It's got the shorter run, but the Ferrari has got the power, and here comes Bergmeister now picking up the toe. It's almost going to be 3 wide as they come down into braking for the bus stop. Bergmeister backs out of it. Cressoni holds on to his position, and Riberas is still second. 51, 23 and 73, and Matt Bell is hoving into view behind them, Graham.
older Ferrari has the pace, I'm afraid, on the newer Porsche in straight line speed at least, certainly in those conditions. And Matteo Guasoni, after, well, an unfortunate finish to his last 24-hour race earlier this month, is having a better day at the moment today. Was leading that race, of course, when the incident happened in Dubai.
Extraordinary decision, or lack of judgment, shall we say. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, let's hope lessons learned, and certainly he's driving this one clean as a whistle.
Bergmeister is now licking his chops in third place in
Looking around
GTD.
the outside, perhaps here, over and under here, not quite close enough.
Porsche's punching out of the slower corners, of course, with their usual added traction, with the engine sitting at the back of the car. Very interesting to hear what Dave Engelman had to say earlier on about future product and the way the Cayman GT4 Club Sported street car are being positioned.
Well, just seems, John, from the point of view of someone who crunches the odd press release now and again, every week that passes we hear of another car, or 2 cars or 3 cars joining championships all around the world. We'll see to it Bathurst next weekend.
Yeah.
And here again, head to head, 23 Porsche to the left, 51 Ferrari to the right. Again, pulling ahead. Is it going to be enough this time? It is. He'll take the line for the bus stop, and no, this time under braking.
Fantastic manoeuvre by the number 23, Alex Riberas. Braked, rolled off the brakes, got to the apex, and then stood on the middle pedal again.
And this time, Jörg Bergmeister much, much closer to the 51. He might get the drag as they come down. Yep, Jörg's flashing the lights.
Yeah, that'll make a gain. That will make at least 5 or 10 horsepower difference if the lights go off and on.
And he is going to take a look where
through the, it looks like through the
here he goes.
tri-oval, and the
Beautifully
Ferrari
done.
left the door open.
Oh dear me, with a
Conrad.
slow, a 21 car.
Well,
And
straight
Matt
line
Bell-
speed differential there, huh?
Well, it was odd that when they were side by side, Jeremy, the Ferrari has the best of the Porsche, but when there's a draft, the Porsche did very, very well indeed.
Yeah.
Well, it's all
I
going.
love this track for that. I do. That is one thing I love about this track. It is a different type of challenge.
So Riberas now from Jörg Bergmeister. Matteo Cressoni drops to third.
Having led at this point on the track last time around.
And Alex Riberas, he celebrated his 22nd birthday earlier this week, just a couple of days ago, 27th. So happy birthday to him. Certainly doing a nice job here for himself and that number 23 team.
In the meantime, Peter Durrani's into second place and closing down on Scott Pruitt.
Yep.
So we'll pick up that battle as it goes through. That GTD battle for the moment seems to have been resolved. There are headlights coming across the start-finish line.
So nose-to-tail battles in just 3 of the 4 classes then.
Yes, I know. We're not really trying hard enough, are we?
Still, Tommy Milner looking for a way to force an error. The 50 car is off on the outside of turn 1, the exit of turn 1, facing the wrong way.
And with no engine power or electrical power at the moment, the headlights are off. Where is our
some
leader?
electrical power.
Where is our leader? That is the question.
Yes,
Scott
I'm coming
Bruce.
around the banking maybe over there.
Let's get the
Turn
binoculars
4,
coming out of turn
think.
4.
Is it?
Yes. No.
no, there's
no,
only
yeah,
one.
yeah, behind them.
Here
Behind
they
this little
come.
gaggle of
It's the
cars.
3. These are the 3-0.
Just picking them up here, and there's the flashing lights. Nicely done by Rooftop Ray, and that is the battle for first and second in the motor race with 11 hours and 40 minutes to go. Through turn 1, Luis Felipe Durrani in second place. What a comeback for the ESM car, which had a good first portion of the race, Graham, and then took that big penalty for blowing the pit lane red light, Jeremy. That's, you know,
Stop
full
all
course
caution.
caution. Had to come. And if you weren't with us a wee while ago, Bob Barfield running us through the procedure talking to the team, talking to the course marshals.
Should mention, by the way, in GTLM, a change, the 62 car up to 3rd position, splitting the Corvette, so 9, 11, 4, 62 and 3, the top 4.
Yeah, Bob Barfield just taking us through the procedure, trying to keep the grace green as long as possible. Talking to the team, to the marshals, getting a report from the driver where they can through the team.
Still trying to restart that car, but to no avail, I'm afraid.
It'll start the moment that the vehicle at the motorway pulls up.
Of course it will.
Joe Bradley is in the highway to help pit. Any news from the team as to what's happened there, Joe?
No, I think, I'm not going to interrupt what's happening here. They're communicating with their driver, and as you can see with the position lights keep flashing on and off, they're just basically switching everything down and resetting everything and going through, looking for cockpit trips that can be reset by the driver within arm's reach of the driver. And right now, that doesn't seem to be rectifying any issue.
It's the 14th full course yellow of the 54th running of the Daytona, the Rolex Daytona 24 hours, Rolex 24 at Daytona, excuse me. Well, hashtag Rolex24 at IMSA Radio. First round of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship and the IMSA Patrón Endurance Cup.
Can I offer a kind of slightly controversial talking point?
Controversy?
Well, we're about halfway through the race. We had a 13-car prototype grid.
Yeah.
How many have we got at the top?
6.
Good point.
GT car to win overall. Is that where you go?
Carl Larson's only, seven laps off the lead now in the 02 car. Let's not forget that.
Let's not forget that. That means only 2 laps off the GTLM lead.
And Nick Tandy's only 5 laps off the overall lead.
Correct.
Right. And you were saying we had no snow battles in 3 of the 4 classes. Well, in PC now, we thought that was all spread out, didn't we? Now look at the scoring charts.
Ah, yes, Johnny
Nick
Mullen.
Boulay, Johnny Mullen actually wasn't making much ground on Nick Boulay latterly, but the guy who was making up all the ground was Stephen Simpson, who's got the number 85 car back on the lead lap. So we've got 3 cars on the lead lap out in the PC class. There's 52, the number 20, and the number 85.
Actually, I think that Johnny Morlam has been split from it. No, he hasn't. No, he's just gone through 40 seconds behind. He's just lost a little bit of time.
Yeah, he was about 45 seconds back after his spin. He really didn't make up much after that, which was surprising.
It's a full season drive, of course, for Johnny Morlam with that car, isn't it?
I believe so. It's and Molam as well. We'll be seeing it Le Mans this year in a GT3 car in the sport race.
Oh, really?
He's doing the Michelin GT3 Cup.
Of course he is, yes, with a Ferrari.
In a 488. The car, the Stricken Highway to Help, 50 Plus Racing Riley BMW under tow. Course vehicles back to their muster stations.
Johnny Morlam has promised to join us by telephone for our discussion of GT racing on the sister service Radio Le Mans, which will be in a couple of weeks' time, the Wednesday after our Bathurst coverage, which is next weekend. Many of the journalists, drivers and even some team members are making the trip down to Sydney and up to Mount Panorama. I'm delighted to say that part of the IMSA radio crew will be part of the Channel 7 broadcast, which you'll also be able to pick up on the internet in sound and vision via the series website and radiolemans.com.
It's a chore, but we've got to do it.
Well, there'll be some names that you will recognise from this IMSA WeatherTech Championship throughout the season. A couple of guys who will have done the 3 major events at the start, endurance events at the start of the season,
Renger
with
van der
Renger van
Zande.
der Zande and Maro Engel.
Yes, indeed.
Both having done the Dubai 24, the Rolex 24 and the Bathurst 12.
Sadly, we don't get to see Ollie Gavin, do we, this year at
No.
Bathurst? But we do get to see Shane van Gisbergen. He'll be doing 2 of the 3.
SVG. Shall we have a quick rundown before we open the pits?
Go from the top. The lead of the race, Scott Pruitt's in the number 5 Action Express Corvette DP. 345 laps completed by the number 5 car. And with Pipo Derani in the number 2 Tequila Patrón ESM Ligier Nissan.
And the lead pair are staying out of the pit lane, having only pitted 15 laps ago. So the first car to come in is Max Angelelli. Pagano stays out in the 31.
We'll go third.
Ryan DL has come in and Alex Wirtz have come in. 2 our Continental Tire pit lane reporters. Shea Adam.
Max Angelelli will be staying behind the wheel for yet another stint. They have Contis on the pit wall, but they will not be using them, sending him back out on already warm tires, just putting fuel in the car and changing something up by the ECU, it looks like, but he's good to go for another stint.
And down at my end, I've got Johnny Morland bringing in the number 20. Distinctive purple lights, distinguishing it from its sister car. Johnny's getting out of the car, handing over to someone I can't quite see and don't recognise the helmet, but fuel, tyres, full service then for the number 20 PC runner. And we'll get a word with Johnny Morland. Hopefully he's not quite as fired up as he was after we spoke to him very early in the race. In fact, he started the race and he was very fired up after that first stint. Back up to Shea while we finish off here.
The 85 has made it into the pit lane, and something that's interesting that they're doing that a lot of other teams aren't, they actually have a water bottle that they have been bringing to the drivers to rehydrate. They do not have a built-in system for their cars. And as you probably just heard behind me, he's already back out on the pit lane. No driver change here.
And the third place PC car gets out. That's the 85 car. The number 20 still on pit road. They're taking their time. It's came in second place. I think it's going to leave in third. And that's the PC runners pretty much done and dusted. We've got the number 50 car. That's the cause of the red flag. Red flag. The yellow, the full course caution. So that number 50, the highway to help car, is back on pit road for it to receive some kind of attention. The team now goes to work on that. It seems to be some kind of an electrical malady.
Thank you, Joe and Shea. And from Marshall Pruitt, Mazda reporting that the engine problem for 55, quote, looks terminal, unquote. And this from Lee Driggers. Evening, Lee, or morning, Lee. Thank you for this. It is 8 hours and 26 minutes of green, 3 hours and 13 minutes of full course yellow. That was up until a few moments ago. Obviously, the yellow is still counting at the moment. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to fire something into us at Twitter, as many hundreds of thousands of you have. It's been
staggering numbers.
I think we may have broken social media this evening, and we had hashtag Rolex24 trending in the UK where there's not even a terrestrial or satellite TV broadcast, quite remarkably. So at IMSA Radio, use the hashtag Rolex24. In fact, actually, yes, it is just hashtag Rolex24. Also, don't forget IMSA Live, at IMSA Live, giving you up-to-date tweets of the action on the circuit. And we can take down, we can go back down to our pit lane reporters. First of all, highway to help, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, the car, as we saw, the car came to a halt and the battery just didn't have enough strength to turn the engine over. What he was able to do was get a bit of a bump start off the tow truck. That's why we've seen him continue. Let's just hope the car doesn't roll to a halt again.
Paul Miller himself springing into action. He grabbed the pit board because the crew was still in the garage. The car rolled out onto the pit lane. It looks like Brian Sellers has been reinstalled into the 48 Lamborghini. But now he's handling the fueling as well. There is a fuel man in a full-fledged fire suit, but it is Paul who is handling the on-off switch, and the flurry of headlights has started to come down the pit lane. 007 coming in. Looks like we might get the 911 and the 912 as the yellow attack comes in, the 4 before the 3. Interestingly enough, usually they try and swap that out on track, but obviously with the safety car situation, wouldn't have that opportunity. They are doing new Michelins on each of the Corvettes, and looks like they did a driver change on the 4. I'll have to look and see who did get in behind the wheel. Missed that one. And up to Joe.
Yeah, we've got 51, we've got 6, and we've got the 28 Lamborghini. That's the Conrad car just coming to a halt at my feet. The 911, number 911 has just gone by, and just trickling in, almost missing his box, is the 21 Conrad, the other Conrad car. Very hard to see your box, I would imagine, with such activity down here. The number 4 Corvette rolls by. That's done. Car 540 is also in. The Porsche is also in for a full service. Don't see many drivers getting out. Certainly not the Conrad car or the 540. Back to shape.
25 had a full service done as well. The 4th stop looked a bit slow to me. I wonder if that was just because of the driver change. I can see Tommy Milner putting away his helmet and gear, which means that Marcel Fessler should have been getting behind the wheel due to their rotations. That's the sound of the Lamborghini going back out to the track, several laps down now, of course, as we still have one car stuck all the way down on the far end of pit lane. Looks like it might be a Ford GT, but I'm going to go look. Oh, no, it's a Ferrari. I'm going to go look closer. Scuderia course.
I've still got about 4 cars with me down at pit out. I've got the 72 car and the 2 Conrad Porsches, Conrad Lamborghinis, I should say. That's car 28 and 21. What we do find is when we pit under a full course caution, that gives the teams a little bit more time, a little bit less hurried is the process, and doing a little bit of servicing. A little bit of servicing also going on the 540. They're taking the advantage of the full course caution to replace front discs and pads. So that's, while that goes on, I'll hand back up to Shea. I think it's all quiet up there though now, is it?
Yeah, the last straggler that was here was a 63. Christina Nielsen now behind the wheel of that car. And I can still see ones down your end, Joe, but my end is completely calm and peaceful. This is nice.
Yeah, we're going to have a soundbite of the number 21 Conrad Lamborghini, and now we're about to, whilst behind me the 540 Porsche continues with that brake job. The 28 Lamborghini, let's have a listen, still on its jacks, about to be let down as the team are still, they're having some kind of, again, just taking the advantage of servicing it under full course caution. Front, yeah, they took the front bodywork off. They've now putting it back on. It seems to be not going on the way that they like it, and now the driver's getting frustrated. He sort of shrugs his hands. He's got no readout on his dash. I don't know if that's significant. Doesn't seem to be. And there is something to the right-hand side of the car, some kind of ducting that they've. No, this now what that is a brake disc and pads. Now we've got no dash. That is significant. I can see into the cockpit, and all you've got is a Bosch, the Bosch sign. As we go green, I'll leave you down here in the Continental pit lane.
Oh, marvellous sound to hear the full field going by, and Scott Pruitt once again has traffic to deal with as we go back to green flag racing. And let's check turn number 1. The pits are now open for anyone to drop out. There's a couple of cars who got off kilter there, did a very late pit stop, and now trying to make their way back round 5 and 2. Pruitt and Durrani, they're back at it again. Jeremy heading down towards the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, they certainly are. And meanwhile, there's number 73 Porsche. That has just rejoined now, but after a lengthy stop, that lost it at least a lap, I think. And the Rolfin Eichen car number 28 for Conrad Motorsports, and maybe that is back underway again finally, Joe. So those stops pretty costly.
Graham?
GTLM, the 68 Scuderia Corsa cars cycled through to the lead. That's because it didn't stop in that pit cycle. But keep an eye out down pit lane. I have a feeling I spotted one of the 2 factory Porsches having passed a red light at the end of the pit lane, stopped just beyond that before restarting, just at the end of that pit cycle. There was certainly either a very slow or a stopped factory Porsche just beyond the pit blend line at the end.
Oops.
And there have been a rather too many little faux-bars, haven't there?
Meantime, Lucas Luhr now aboard the number 100 BMW, up to third position. But this...
Leader's coming towards us, Graham, and it's as close as it has been. Durrani.
No, Durrani's through.
Excuse me, Durrani's gone through.
This is
now
Simon
the battle for
Pagenaud.
second and third and fourth.
This is the family battle at Action Express for second position. So Pipo Durrani has gone through into the lead in the number 2 Tequila Patrón ESM Ligier.
Simon Pagenaud now the man most likely. Top 3 together through the international horseshoe and heading towards the kink. So Durrani did make the move and made a decisive one, as once again we have the Tequila Patrón, the ESM car, black and green.
A lot more green on this car than we've seen before. The nose section, that's a slow prototype, that's the 37 I think.
Durrani had to stop.
It's the 37, struggling.
But I tell you what, that was smart moves by Durrani, because he could have easily stuck his nose in there and had that car turn into him at turn number 6. They're on the banking now in turns 1 and 2 on the speedway. Equidistant, some 10 or 12 cars lengths between first and second, and about the same between second and third. Durrani from Pruitt from Pagenaud. ESM from Action Express 5 from Action Express 31. Max Angelelli another 4 seconds behind in third position for Wayne Taylor Racing. Then it's Ryan DL in the blue Visit Florida sponsored prototype. He's right on the tailpipes of Angelelli. And making up the top 6 prototypes, Lance Stroll is now behind the wheel of the 01. In GTLM, Alessandro Perguidi leads from Nick Tandy in the 911, 68, 911 and 912. Fred Macavecchi in third position from Antonio Garcia, in fourth in the 3 Corvette, and then the number 100 BMW of Lucas Luhr. And the change of position, Graham.
Not a change of position, apologies, I misread that one. Max Angelelli with Ryan DL looking for a way by, but Lance Stroll catching both of these in the 01 car.
This is
4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah, 10, 90 and 01, just going out of the international horseshoe.
Meantime, the number 100 car's fallen back in GTLM from third position at the restart down to 5th now. So it's the 68 Scuderia Corsa car. The 488 Ferrari leads the way from the 2 Porsches, 911 from 912, Nick Tandy from Fred Macco. Then it's the number 3 Corvette, then Lucas Luhr.
Battling GTLM is mind-blowing. Back towards the international hairpin. Marcel Fessler is the Corvette with the bright yellow lights, and just in front of him the Porsches of Fred Macavecchi and Nick Tandy. Antonio Garcia in there as well, the teammate to Fessler. Antonio Garcia on the banking now in the number 3 car. The Porsche's back together again and circulating at speed. 47.5 from Tandy, 47.8 from Macavecchi, and 47 flat from Alessandro Perguidi in the 68.
No shortage of speed from that 488. We've had periods of this race in GTLM.
How interesting is that, Graham, as we look at the Porsches on the banking over to our left?
That's the GTD car ahead.
The GTD car is holding up the GTLM cars, and Nick Tandy has tried 3 times to use the draft to get by. He's in the tri-oval now. He'll go to the high side, use the superior braking of the GTLM car, but that was not easy at all to get past the GT car, the GT Daytona car that shuts out Macavecchi. Now, who is that at the moment?
That's 23, that's Alex
23,
Riberas.
it's Riberas, it's the leader of GT Daytona.
Factory driver.
Yeah, it could be an interesting next training session, couldn't it?
He is, of course, leading his class, isn't he, in GTD?
He is.
He's
in fact, Riberas has just been dropped, hasn't he, as a
Is he the junior?
The junior driver, yeah.
Up the inside of the Corvette there.
It's not going to stick.
It's not. Oh, is it? Oh,
No.
that was.
That is Marcel Fesler and Lucas Luhr battling. Sorry, Lucas Luhr and Antonio Garcia battling together.
We've now got Stephen Simpson up to second place in PC and right behind Nick Boulay. So that battle is heating up, and the number 20 car has it made a pit stop lately? I guess it has.
No driver showed on that car. That was the lengthy stop that Shea Adam, I think it was describing a little wee while ago for Johnny Molan. No, it was Joe Bradley, wasn't it? Looking to have a catch up with Johnny Molan. That car has been in recently.
SMP Ferrari may have an issue. 72 car. Joe
There
Bradley.
is a battle for the lead side by side in PC going down to turn one. Nick Boulay had the inside line, but Stephen Simpson drives around the outside. Thank you very much, Ray Renzel, as he gets that move completed in turn one. So Stephen Simpson, who led the early stages in this race, absolutely brilliant opening stint, back at the wheel of this car, and what does he do? He takes it back into the lead, and it's now the number 85 car for JDC Miller Motorsports that back in the lead of PC. Nick Boulay for PR1 Matheson Motorsports had to be content with second place at the moment.
So we've had just on 8 minutes of green flag in this session as we have gone through the half distance mark of the 2016 Rolex 24 at Daytona. Louis-Philippe Derani, Pippa Derani, leads by 1.8 seconds for the number 2 ESM Patrón squad. In GTLM, Alessandro Perguidi for the 68 team in 7th position overall, with the 2 Porsches in close attendance behind. In PC, a new leader, Nick Boulay for the 52 PR1 Matheson squad in 17th position, leads Prototype Challenge, and Alex Riberas is in the 23 Porsche and leading GTD. It's live from Daytona, IMSA Radio and TV together for 2016's season opener for the IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
Well, into the second half of this race then, we have less to do than we've already done. Can we get the same amount of action and drama? Well, you wouldn't bet against it, would you? I'm John Hindorf. Jeremy Shaw and Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, are alongside me in the booth. Down in the pit lane, our Continental Tires pit lane reporters are Joe Bradley and Shea Adams. Something I haven't asked about for a wee while. Joe Bradley, what is the temperature like down in the pit lane? It was getting chilly when I came back onto shift an hour or so ago, but in fairness, I was on a golf cart and inappropriately dressed. What's it like down there at the moment?
Yeah, you know what? It's not as cold as it has been before when I've been to Daytona for the 24 hours. I think you'll get a completely different opinion from Shea. I think she's got about 17 layers on, whereas I've just got my fire suit. It's quite mild, I would say. It's definitely cooler, but I wouldn't say it was cold. There are a lot of people down here with woolly hats and scarves, but I'm from the northeast of England, so for me this is like the height of summer.
Yeah, we're talking Florida here.
Yeah, exactly. I was the wrong person who asked that one, I think.
No, that's why I asked you.
Yes, exactly.
Yet again, with one of the battles for GTLM just ahead and providing something of a moving roadblock, I'm afraid it's a number 50 car. Every single time I've looked at these battles over the last several hours, the Highway to Help car has been providing, well, it has to be said, assistance to close this battle up again, because they're struggling to get by it. As soon as it gets to the high banks, the 50 car just blasts away, but cannot live with the GTLMs on the infield.
Alan Prosser, among others, asking about the rules for headlights. There are 1 or 2 cars out there that are monocular in terms of their headlights, including the LMP2 car.
It's the 26 car.
The 26 car with its right-hand indicator flasher on as well. Shea Adam, you know the rules.
If you have 1 headlight and or 1 tail light, you're okay. If you don't have either of those, then you must pit to fix it. but they give you some leniency. If you start with only one headlight, then you're in a little bit more trouble. But if it gets knocked off or if circumstances happen on track, they'll let you away with it. They're not going to penalize you for somebody else trying to ruin your race, ultimately. And John, do you want the fair answer on the weather?
Yeah, come on, you're going to tell me how cold it is, aren't you?
No, actually, it is more mild than it has been in recent years, but I'm still not warm.
Just degrees of coldness then. Jeremy Shaw at the head of the field. It's now Pepper Durrani's time to shine, and he is taking that opportunity with spades. Doing a cracking job at the head of the field.
Yes, indeed. Down below the 1 minute 40 bracket last time around, so charging along the leader race. He's extending his lead now over Scott Pruitt to almost 5 seconds. Pruitt, meanwhile, has his hands full with Simon Pagenaud right there in third place as well in number 31, Whelan Engineering Action Express Coyote Corvette. Max Angelelli is about another 7 seconds back in the fourth position, along just ahead of Ryan DeYell. Lance Stroll falling back just a little bit in the 0-1 car, but still, once again, for Ford Chip Ganassi Racing, they'll be just thrilled to bits with the way that car has been running. They're very much on an agenda. They know what sort of pace they want to run. And at this stage, I'm sure they're very comfortable.
That car only in for this race, of course, in the WeatherTech Championship. Yeah. The team will focus all of its energies on the new GT car, and as well it might.
And those two DPs will be retired with Heritage Ganassi liveries.
Will they?
They will. Back to the,
where are the four GTs at the moment? Because they have been
37th and 41st.
But they are still running.
Oh,
now,
yes.
So they are getting some valuable competitive mileage.
Yes, absolutely. And have been reasonably competitive in terms of lap times since those early race woes for both cars.
Yeah, unfortunately, took them out of the battle early on, little niggles.
20 and 30 laps down, respectively, I'm afraid, the 67 and the 66 cars, which is doubly a shame because of the pretty ironclad reliability from the rest of the GTLM field.
It's been extraordinary, really has. Simon Pagenaud has Scott Pruitt in his sights again as they go through turn number 1 and head to the International Horseshoe for their 357th time.
These two cars welded together, as indeed the pair behind, the number 10, the 90, Max Angelelli in the Wayne Teller racing car, and Ryan DeYell in the number 90 Visit Florida racing car. Tenths apart, these two pairs. Significant places to be made here, all defended.
Just wonder how this battle will play out when they get into traffic, which they are about to do. Black Swan Racing Porsche just ahead of them. No, that's not. That's a Ferrari. My apologies.
That's the 51 car, I think.
It is, yeah. Yep. I saw the grid and thought it was a reflection on the very pretty wrap. Down into the pit lane with very little lighting on the side, to the point where I can't see the car. This is the 26 LMP car.
PC
yep. Car, should I say. Joe Bradley is there, and I don't think that's a scheduled stop, Joe.
Did you say you think it's scheduled then?
I don't think it is, no.
No, you're right. It certainly isn't. You know what I find down here in the pit awnings is everyone's just sat around calm and still, as you can imagine at this time of the day, and then all of a sudden consternation and everybody bursts into life, puts their helmets on and their balaclavas and go out and sort out the car. Lead change for the 93 Viper, I think, has just took place out on track, but for now this 26 Bar 1 Motorsports PC, currently in 11th place in class, I think, has got a problem, and that problem seems to be somewhere in the cockpit, because that's all that they are doing at the moment, some kind of maybe electronic problem with the dash. Seems to be hitting a few cars, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's fourth place in the class, that number 26 car. They're fair, we're about 7 laps off the, no, a bit more than that, aren't they? 13 laps off the pace of the leaders in PC, but they are still running in 4th place for Bar 1 Motorsports. The 3rd and 4th are 2 Bar 1 cars. Number 20, Tommy Dreesy, having taken over from Johnny Molam, is running in 3rd place. He's just a lap, not quite a lap behind the first 2.
Problems for the 93 Viper.
Ooh.
Was the message I was trying to get across to Joe. It looks like they were trying to do a brake change, but the whole of the engine cover has come off that car, and that's a sizable piece for 2 men to lift. Joe, any idea what's going on that 93 car?
Not at the moment, but I'll have a dodge next door, because that's that garage for the Riley Motorsports Dodge Viper team is just next door to Bar 1. And let me see if I can squeeze in there and have a peek round the corner.
Joe, I think they've had a brake change, and that was probably fairly routine, but just at the end of that it seemed as though they had a further problem, unless they were just having to add more fluid and bleed the brakes. Not sure about that. Maybe you can let us know. Thank you, Joe.
And the battle we were describing a little while ago, John, for 4th position, the number 10 car being tracked by the number 90 Visit Florida car, that pair being hunted down now to recover one of the lost laps with a 0-2. Chip Ganassi Racing, Riley, Scott Dixon, 16th position overall, beginning to get onto terms with the GTLMs ahead before in any way can start to think about the top 6 prototype cars, as 7 laps to make up on the leaders.
Top GTLM car now in 7th position, still the 68 of Alessandro Perguidi.
But in green flag running, that car will have to pit before the remainder of the pack. Did not pit under the last caution.
No, the top 3 elected not to pit, didn't they, under the last caution?
No, the
well, or rather, 3 cars did and 3 cars didn't. It was the top
prototype.
2. Yeah, sorry. Were you talking about GTLM?
I was talking about GTLM. Sorry, apologies. And we've got 2 cars side by side, and it's the 2 Action Express cars
in the pits together. Scott Pruitt just gets to his pit stall first, and that's at the end that Shea Adam is looking after at the moment for our Continental Tire Pit Lane reports.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty routine stop for both cars, as it appears to be that time when everybody is starting to wake up again, because more pit stops are going to be taking place up and down the pit lane as the 5 is down. I can see that. Not yet away. 31 actually beats it back out. 31 has a great pit stop. Brake change for the 5. No, it can't be, because the 5 is now away. Plate change it was, and 31 with a good lead over the 5.
Yeah, change of position then in the pits, and between the 2 Action Express cars. Now, what was the difference there? Did one take one side of tyres and the other take both sides of tyres? We'll leave Shea to find out that piece of information whilst we get an update on that 93 Viper from Joe Bradley.
Yes, John, you were kind of right. They did have to bleed the brakes, but the reason for the bleed of the brakes was not because of a scheduled service brake change of calipers, etc., etc. A caliper actually failed, so they had to replace the caliper and then bleed the system. So you were right, but it wasn't a scheduled service kind of change. It was because of a problem, a failure.
Left front, I think, for that.
Yes, you're right.
Not mistaken. 23. Alex Job Racing, Porsche into the pit lane, and all of a sudden we've got a flurry of GTs in the pit lane for green flag stops. Is that a drive-through from the Aston? Oh no, he goes all the way to the end and then stops at his pit. It's the 98 car coming in.
Meantime, John, we talked about the Action Express car stopping, but the leader pitted at that point too. Pippo Durrani brought the number 2 car down for what looked like a routine stop, got out just ahead of the 31. So the top 3 all pitted at that point, which I think was the point you were making, Jeremy, when we were talking about GT11s and prototypes.
Yeah, indeed so. And we've got two little groups of 3 cars, both on different alternating strategies now. So we can expect the number 10, the number 90, and number 01 to stay out for another 10 laps or so before they'll need service.
It won't be the quickest stop in the world for the 23 as they are doing a brake change. Wolf Hensler will be taking over the car from Alex Riveras. The team electing to do this stop under green flag, saying it's better to do it now and stick to strategy.
Okay. And they don't want to run out of brakes either, I would think.
Another significant stopper in that last round was the GTM LM leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, bringing the 68 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari in, which cycles the 911 Porsche of Nick Tandy back up into the lead with teammates in the 912, Fred Makovic.
3 seconds behind. Conrad Lamborghini, number 21, is back into the pit lane as well. It only seems a couple of minutes since he was there, but clearly it is longer than that. As we're into a decent bit of green flag running here, dare I say it.
It's been
What, sort of 15 minutes?
Yeah, not much more than that. We went green at 2:33, 20 odd minutes, so 22, 23 minutes. Yeah, not bad.
Coming up to 3 o'clock in the morning here. Angelelli by a second. The 10 from the 90 of Ryan DL. Lance Stroll in the Chip Ganassi racing car, the Ford with the EcoBoost engine. He's another 5 seconds further back. Patrón, the last or the latest of the pit stoppers, along with Joao Barbosa, now in the 5 car. Well, there was the Simon Pagenaud in the 31. All of those cars having stopped on lap 3, 5 and 9. In GTD, Frank Stippler back to the lead for Fricadelli by 2.5 seconds over the 007 of James Davison. This is just ebbing and flowing with who takes the pit stops. Jesse Krohn in the 97 is in 4th behind Mac Bell in 3rd. So it's 30, 007. That's Porsche, Aston, and then Audi. In GTLM, Graham.
In GTLM, another great battler here. It's for 3rd position. The 3rd position has gone just on this last lap to the number 100 BMW, but Antonio Garcia not happy with that and is therefore going for to grab the position back from the big new M6 GTLM. Porsches aren't so much further ahead either. The top 5 cars separated by less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, and the top 6 by just on 7, with Olivier Beretta actually closing in on the 3 or 4 cars ahead of him.
All of them ahead of him.
Yeah, in the 62 car. His best lap was on lap 3:33 for that car. Oh, the number 100, Lucas Luhr, has Fred Makovic, and Fred will not be able to hold back the BMW. They're on the banking on the eastern side of the circuit. They've got one of the Vipers, the GTD Vipers, ahead of him.
93 car.
Very nice move by Fred Makovic as he tries to just ease past the Viper and leave the Viper where the number 100 of Lucas Luhr wants to be, and pretty much did that perfectly, Graham. That was very clever driving.
That was beautiful stuff from Fred Makovic. It looked at as they came through the bus stop, didn't it? So there would be no chance whatsoever that could hold him back, but that was just great positional play by the Porsche driver. Lucas Luhr's got it all to do again.
Do you think he plays a bit of snooker in his spare time? Because that was
Billiards,
lovely.
I think.
That was a great safety from Fred Makovic. Lucas Luhr will be trying to make sure he sets up the overtaking, the clean overtaking manoeuvre. Won't want to take a long pot at it to continue the snooker analogy, which I'll stop immediately because I've now run out of things that I know are snooker terms. at IMSA Radio, FM 107.9 around the circuit on the IMSA app, and with XM Sirius here in the US, around the world on IMSA.com and RadioLeMans.com. IMSA Radio and TV together right through, uninterrupted to the end of the race. Thank you for all your messages, questions. Social media has been especially busy this weekend.
Two leaders going out on the banking now, I think, through NASCAR 1 and 2 onto the back straight. And nothing between those two. Max Angelelli still leads, but Ryan Dalziel hanging with him now. And the number 90 car was sort of playing it pretty cool, it seemed, in the early stages of the race. But Ryan Dalziel, just a couple of laps ago, turned that car's best lap of the race at 140.9, which is still half a second away than the best number 10 car has done. But at this stage in the race, they're running pretty much in lockstep, those two.
Porsche, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, BMW, Ferrari, the top 8 in GTLM. Antonio Garcia and Marcel Fesler pretty close together out on the circuit.
And as this shot comes out, it'll be the two Porsches ahead, but not by much. Nick Tandy leads GTLM, the number 911 Porsche, just about 0.6 of a second ahead of teammate Fred Macievecchi. And Lucas Luhr rounds out the top 3 in the brand new number 100 BMW M6 GTLM. Ultimate Evo, and is there any vehicle on the planet that's been evolved more than a Porsche 911?
No, probably not. The Land Rover Defender went out of production this week. Quite a remarkable run for that production vehicle, not, of course, with the race pedigree of a 911, but nonetheless, tremendously important vehicle. And finally, the grandstands have emptied out. Are there still a few hardy souls in front of us? No, there. Oh, yes, there are. 2 hours left. Still 2 or 3. But I tell you what, this is 3 o'clock in the morning here, and there was a goodly crowd, Graham, right into darkness in these stands.
Well into darkness, well into the.
Can't wait for
late
tomorrow
evening.
morning. Can't wait for tomorrow morning when that comes back in. So the leader now on lap 366, and Max Angelelli has not been able to shake the attentions of the number 90 of Ryan Dalziel, who has got target acquired. 42.5 for Dalziel, just a 1/10 of a second quicker. Turned his fastest lap just 5 laps ago in that number 90 car.
Indeed, we heard one of the drivers say a while ago that they reckon they were losing a bit on traction, weren't they, to some of the other contenders in the class. And you're just watching them there coming out of turn 3 out of the East Horseshoe, and it certainly seemed to be the case there. The number 10 car leapt off the corner with a good bit more alacrity than did the number 90 car. But in terms of lap times, not much to choose between them.
But they both have been holding off the attempt by Scott Dixon to unlap himself from both those cars. He's not been able to get past them either. So Max Angelelli still leads in the number 10 car. Ryan Dalziel second. Lance Stroll 8 seconds back now in third, but on a different pit strategy to the 2, 31 and 5 cars sitting in 4th, 5th and 6th positions.
Down here in the Continental pit lane, I've got Johnny Mullum. You had a heck of a run for the pole, but it's been a bit of a rocky 12 hours so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can say that again, Jim. I'm really, really annoyed with myself at the moment. The car isn't necessarily to our liking, but it's still running, running really strongly. And I think as the track's rubbering in, that funnily enough, the balance for our car seems to be going in the opposite direction. But nevertheless, we managed to get back onto the lead lap with a couple of way-bys. Pete, my engineer, has done a fantastic job with the strategy, and I actually took the lead on that restart and then lost the rear literally about 100 feet after I'd taken the lead, and just lost it. And so annoyed with myself. Just these cars, you just get into the power just a little bit too much. You've got no traction control or anything, and just got away from a stupid mistake. And I haven't had the best of restarts today, I have to say. Normally I manage to thread my way through quite nicely on restarts, but I've had three restarts today, and I've been absolutely rubbish in all of them. So I need to, hopefully that's them all out of the way now and I can carry on. But we're still in the hunt. I got back on track, only lost about 35 seconds. So hopefully that won't be a critical 35 seconds at the end of the race. But we're still running strong. I think we're second at the moment. The Steven Simpson car, way too quick for us at the moment. I think we got the pace for everyone else. But I flat spotted my tyres very early on in that stint, Jim, and they were like 50 pence pieces after that, so that wasn't helping. But yeah, well, it's a long way to go. It doesn't feel like it, does it? But it's sort of, we're only halfway through.
Now, John has pointed out a couple of times, we have another full course caution for, looks like a piece of a bonnet from one of the BMWs is on the racetrack, that the driving standards have been a little bit reckless so far. Guys really kind of pushing a little bit harder than they might under caution. How's have you had trouble in traffic, or is everybody kind of behaving themselves out there?
I'll tell you what, there's not trouble in traffic, with the exception of one car, which I won't mention again, who did the same again in that stint. I seem to find him every single stint. But what it is because the GTD cars have now become full GT3s, they are so quick in a straight line. So the problem is we've gone back about 12 months, 18 months back to a situation where all the classes are going at the same speed on the straights. In fact, if anything, the prototype challenge cars, we're back to being pretty much the slowest car in a straight line. And because we don't have a huge amount of downforce and we're on a hard tyre that's very difficult to warm up, especially on restarts, it puts us at a huge disadvantage. I think also we're running still 6 degrees of rear wing, and judging by the way the other PCs are coming past on the straights, I think everyone else is on 4, but that means you're hitting the rev limiter, so that's probably something maybe to do with the engine problem that Core had. You can't be banging into the rev limiter all the time. But I think what's happened is the GTDs have stepped up massively. The GTEs have stepped up a little bit, so they're obviously a little bit quicker, but I don't really feel the difference between me and the GTEs is that different to last year. But the GTDs, like last year I could easily pass a GTD. Like the Lamborghinis, I mean, they've got to be 15 mile an hour quicker than us in a straight line. I mean, it's just incredibly quick in a straight line. I don't quite know what the balance of performance is in GTD, and I'm not going to get involved, but if anyone's listening, honestly, the Lamborghini is without a shadow of a doubt the fastest GT car out there, including LMGT, by a mile.
Wow. Well, this is our 15th caution. Let's go back up to the guys in the booth and figure out what the situation is. Thanks to Johnny Molam.
Keep it going, J-Mo. Good work. And a very potentially serious incident has just occurred down into turn 1. BMW.
It's number 100.
It is the 100 car of Lucas Lurt. Lucas is out of the car. Let me tell you that straight away. He got out of the car himself. The car is onto the high banking on the exit of turn number 6, having gone straight through from turn number 1. And it's scraped down the wall on the right-hand side. It has lost a wheel assembly and part of the suspension
and the
whole of the front, the engine cover. He's gone into the wall, clearly at some speed, under braking, and just a little bit of flame
or
underneath the tyre.
Yeah, or even maybe just as he hit the brakes, or even before it, because he's gone. You've not made any attempt at all to make the corner to the left.
It looks like he's gone straight on. I don't know what he's done there. Did he do that to avoid going through at full speed? He's gone into the wall on the right-hand side, John. He's gone through, hit the wall, and then carried on.
what I would say is...
Well, I mean, you obviously hit the wall
before the turning point.
Yeah.
I'd say he's had an issue either under braking or on the down change and lost the rear end of the car. Now, what I can't see is whether the rear wing is still on that car. It's just in the lee, if you will, of the
Rear wing.
Yes, the
is
rear
on the
wing
car.
is still on the car. I wondered if he'd lost the rear wing. I'd say that he's on the braking and down change. He's lost the back end of that car. It's nose to the right, hit the wall hard. I am guessing that that is the right front wheel assembly that is lying in the middle of the runoff area at turn 1. My worry is that car has gone straight through and potentially into a situation, and we saw this with one of the Ferraris in the wet sessions earlier the week, potentially into a situation that puts it into conflict with cars coming back on to the circuit from the infield. Now, I know it's a while ago, and I know I'm an old fogey now, but I am certain that I remember a tyre wall right the way across that area, and several sets of tyres right the way across that area. Ray clearly remembers that as well. I know it's a few years ago, but these cars are so quick now, even these GT cars. 1,300 kilos is a very heavy car to get stopped.
A lot of stopping.
And the Ferrari, we were very lucky with the Ferrari because that's when it spun into the short stack of tyres. But that fire underneath the wheel assembly is continuing. That's remarkable. That's
very strange.
That would suggest to me that that's just been a locked tyre, and that is heat underneath that building up. And in fact, it's, if anything, that is growing. This
It's absolutely, it's catching
lick
light.
of flame underneath that Michelin tyre. And the Toyota Tundra safety vehicle pulls up in front of it. Put that fire out, sir. Nicely done. Well, what a bizarre accident. The safety team on point. And
I think that car, I think, John, has hit that wall at least twice.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It's hit the wall and just scraped all the way down it, Graham. It's been a relatively gentle angle that it's gone into, something like 25, 30 degrees. But it's been enough to take off the front right wheel assembly. And
the front bodywork.
Well, yes, the engine cover at least. No view as we sit here at the moment of the actual front of the car. But Lucas Luhr, that would have been a fairly scary ride as the field are behind the Huracan pace car now. Very nice if you're the safety car driver. You get to drive a lot of nice cars. Let's head down to Jim Roller in the pit lane. Jim?
Yeah, standing by, waiting for the GT cars to make their appearance on pit road. And I think that problem that we had, John, is cured now.
Thank you, Jim. As the BMW, or the remnants of the number 100 BMW, is lifted onto the rollback. This is the
huge
GTLM
damage
car.
to the rear of the car.
No, but there is some damage to the rear of the car on the left-hand side. I wonder if he's been hit. Up the tailpipes.
But I mean, this potentially now is the first retirement, isn't it, for a GTLM car? Because we had sort of two problems for the Fords, but they were able to continue, albeit 20 or 30 laps down. But I can't see the BMW being able to rejoin the race, certainly. In the meantime, though, we've had some pit stops. I think did everybody come into the pits? Yeah, everybody did come into the pit lane during this last stop.
Now we get the opportunity to have a look at the front end of the car, and the right-hand side is going to be the side with the damage on. I don't think we're going to get a proper look at that, but quite clearly the front of the BMW, well, cosmetic, oh no, not cosmetic, right-hand side is where the wheel was missing. We were right there. And the whole of the bonnet area has been ripped away, and that sort of goes into the top of the wings on that M6, the top of the fenders.
It's almost like a clamshell, isn't it?
Looks it turns sharp right, doesn't it? It would appear, for some reason.
Well,
and then slap the rear as well.
Very low-mounted engine in that car.
Yeah. Here at GT, we've just seen the.
There we go.
Was that the accident?
That was the accident. It was in front of one of the.
Running right ahead of the BMW, of the number 3 car, I should say.
It was. There was a DP ahead of it.
Let's head down to the pit lane, Jim Roller.
Corvettes come in nose to stern. The entire GT field seems like it has come on pit road. We've got the 22 car. And what an outstanding battle. The last time I looked, we had 7 cars still on the lead lap. And we are just past halfway. 9:12 goes by. The 4 car is out. And he sees the 68, so that was not as close as it looked. 3 car is out. So 9:12 with a great pit stop there, guys. And this is one of the best GT battles I've ever seen. And John, you know how many good GT battles you and I have watched together.
Absolutely right, Jim. Great work by the tape operators, which I know isn't tape anymore, but that's still what they prefer to be called. Finding the onboard with a little bit of a shot of that BMW.
If there was contact, looking here,
I think there's contact. I think he's nailed from the rear.
No, he's not nailed from the rear because
or has something broken already.
I think something's broken under braking.
I agree.
If there's been contact at all, it's the BMW on the rear of the car ahead, and that wasn't serious contact because that car has continued. We've got debris flying all over the place. Something broke on that BMW, without a shadow of a doubt.
Right. From on board the number 3 Chevy Corvette, it looked very scary indeed.
And they brought in the
25 car
for brakes immediately.
Yeah. Then, in which case, that was an exploding disc. And exploding disc.
There was a big chunk of something hit that Corvette. If we get a chance to see that again, after the car disappears, stage right, look for the piece of debris.
Brand new calipers. Brand new disc.
Absolutely.
The whole assembly has been taken off the left front of that car, and presumably the right front as well. Pump the brakes.
Yep.
And off they go. Jim Roller?
Yeah, complete brake change, complete front brake change, both sides. Calipers, discs. Oh, this is interesting. They came off as one entire modular assembly. Aren't these guys slick?
Oh, yes. Very, very clever.
Again, in terms of what I think I saw, big plume of smoke, car disappears stage right, and then a big chunk of debris hits the front of the Corvette.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was either the bodywork or the wheel, I suppose, but
could have been a fender liner, a wheel
Well, we saw
liner.
that big piece of bodywork, didn't we? Sort of stuck in the middle of the track.
But watch here again. Car starts to, the big plume of smoke.
Kaboom, there it goes.
Car starts to turn right immediately, and then there's a big chunk of debris comes through there.
Exit stage right for the BMW.
Here.
And then a lump of something that's
a disc.
I think that was the disc. I think that was the brake disc.
So what's that car? Which car's?
That's a Corvette DP, isn't it?
Maybe that's why they did
the
quick
car.
change on the 25.
Jesse Krohn comes in from second place in GTD as the BMW is offloaded. Let's go down to Jim Roller for a Continental Tire pit lane report.
Yeah, I would, if Joe Bradley were here, he'd call that a clue, guys. That's probably why they did the quick change on the 25. If there was that kind of comprehensive brake failure. You can remember what happened to Johnny O'Connell at Sebring a few years ago when his left front brake exploded, and that pitched him into the wall at 17.
I remember that very well.
Yeah, that's a brake assembly going up. You go from driver to passenger, that's it, as KK Rosberg used to say.
Jib Roller down there in the pit lane. John Hindhaugh with Graham Goodwin and Jeremy Shaw. A mere 11 hours and 21 minutes to go as the BMW is offloaded at its garage. Some BMW Motorsport employees there knowing that they've got a long, long night in prospect.
So this one further back this time. There's the BMW on the outside. Cuts to the inside, and it all goes horribly wrong from there.
It's on the transition and on the brakes. Set of pit stops. And in comes the 0-2 from action on the circuit.
73 cars also in. That's the Park Place Porsche. It's been quite competitive in the GT category. Was running in the top 3. And this is just going to be another routine stop, no driver change. The 4 Continental tires have been changed, waiting for the fueler to finish. And off he goes.
To complete the thought there, as the 73 car leaves the pits, Jeremy, if there was contact, it wasn't the defining factor of that incident.
No, I agree. A few driver changes there amongst the prototypes. Joao Barbosa, I don't think didn't come in. He's the only one of the leaders not to come in. Car number 5 will lead this race. That's the 41st lead change by my reckoning. Simon Pagenaud in 2nd place now in car number 31. Car number 01 in 4th. They'd only pitted the number 2, the number 5, number 31. They'd pitted only 10 laps previously. Number 5 elected not to come in. The other 2 did come in for a splash of fuel. So Pagenaud, because it was just a short splash of fuel, he was able to resume in 2nd place behind Barbosa, who did not stop. Lance Stroll now up into 3rd place in 01. And then full service for the number 90 car. Mark Goossens has relieved
Was it Randiel in that car?
Randiel. Number 2 car, Ed Brown, is driving that car for the very first time, I believe, during this race. And he is now in the 5th place in car number 2. Rubens Barrichello has taken over finally from Max Angelelli, who drove almost 3 hours, did Max, before handing over number 10 car to Rubens Barrichello.
And just to remind listeners that may have forgotten it, or to just appraise viewers and listeners who maybe didn't hear it earlier, we don't expect to see Jordan Taylor back in the number 10 car. Jordan recovering from some kind of virus, we think, and finding it tough going after the single stint he did in the early part of the race. We're going back to green. Joao Barbosa leads away from Simon Pagenaud. The 2 Action Express cars again in line astern. 5 from 31. With Lance Stroll fending off at the moment Mark Goossens, but for how much longer I'm not sure, because Goossens looking racy, as is Simon Pagenaud. He's taken the lead. He's taken the lead out of the horseshoe into and big block up from Stroll behind. So it's Pagenaud from Barbosa, Stroll and Goossens, with Barrichello also right on the terms with the lead 4. Barrichello gone by Ed Brown.
Yeah, so Simon Pagenaud, perhaps they're taking advantage of the fresh tyres on number 31 car, able to make a move on Joao Barbosa, his teammate, of course, at Action Express Racing.
Look at the speed of these GTLM Porsches on the high banks. As Barrichello looks for a safe way by, finds it by one of them, but not the other before we get to the bus stop.
Number 31 car was last in the lead on lap 105 when Dane Cameron brought that car into the pits. We're now on lap 372. The lead is coming off NASCAR 4 right now towards the short chute and the start-finish line. Across the line goes Simon Simon Pagenaud, so that's another leader. 42nd lead change.
The challenge here for second position GTLM, and it's going to be coming from Alessandro Guidi on Earl Bamber, the Scuderia Corsa man.
Yeah,
a fine run.
It is, isn't it? And all the GTLM leaders did come in during that round of pit stops, but Pierre Guidi, he had stopped much more recently than anybody else, so much shorter fuel stop than the other guys. So he comes out there in the third place behind the two Porsches.
So it's two Porsches, then it's two Ferraris, because fourth position is Olivier Beretta in the number 62 Risi Competizione car. Then it's the two Corvettes, 3 and 4, followed by the surviving 25 Bill Oberlin pedalled BMW.
Yeah, he's got, so Beretta got past both of the Corvettes on that restart lap.
So all change.
Again.
Barrichello took almost a full lap to get by Kevin Estre, now aboard the 911. So 31 from 5, 0, 1, 90, 10 and 2 are the top 6. Then we get into the GTLMs with 911, 912, 68, 62, 3 and 4. And missing, of course, from that top 6 in GTLM, the number 100 BMW after a dramatic failure, or what looked like a failure. Going by the 62 car on the banking is the number 3, Antonio Garcia. Goes up the inside of Olivier Beretta and spoils our lovely symmetrical GTLM order. What can we say, John, about this GTLM battle?
Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. This puts me in mind of an IMSA race at Laguna Seca a few years ago when we had, I think, the top 6 GTLM cars, and the only thing that's missing from this is an Aston Martin. We had Aston Martins in those days in the top category of IMSA racing.
Where's Ed Brown? Has Ed had a spin, perhaps? Because
he's just had a 223.
Yeah,
I think
he's just had a pit stop.
Yes, but on the restart lap, I don't think he must have had a problem. I think on that restart lap.
He's pitted now.
He's pitting again now, is he?
He's just come out after lap 372.
Yeah, no, that's his out lap.
Oh, okay, well maybe that was a drive-through or something then, because yeah, okay, fine.
He pitted on lap 372. We're on lap 372.
Yeah, he also pitted on lap 368. That was his proper pit stop, so I think that must have been a drive-through on lap 372.
Drive-through.
Another drive-through for that car. Yes.
Yes, they have. They're not going to win the Fair Play Award, are they? And whilst that sounds like a fatuous thing to say, in the GT Le Mans Cup by Michelin in Europe this year, there is a cash prize for those people who have the least penalties.
Well, there you go. What a no points in your licence, mate. Prizes. There's the number 68 car looking for a way by Bamber again.
Yeah, Earl Bamber's going to stick to the middle of the road and make sure he leaves no gaps at all. Coming up towards the 85 prototype challenge car with Chris Miller on board. And Earl Bamber gets the punch out of turn 1 through the chicane at
brilliant traction for that car.
Oh, it's extraordinary, this new car.
Goes up. Full course yellow again.
I just saw the light go on in race control alongside us, caught my attention.
It's a car off on the run between turn 1 and turn 6.
Exactly where we saw the BMW going off. And it is... Is the SMP prototype still running?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's it.
No,
then.
it's not.
No, it's not. Now, what I can't see is if there's any damage to that car. I don't think there is.
And lights ablaze again.
Yeah, number 16, caution number 16. It's time for car 37.
Now, who's aboard that car at the moment? That's
just 6 minutes of green flag running since the last one.
Yeah, so and it looks like, by the way, it looks like Johannes van Overbeek has now shown that we're the car number 2. So maybe they took maybe that wasn't a drive. So maybe they just took the opportunity to change back from Ed Brown after he did just a couple of laps to hand over to Johannes van Overbeek. That's a bit strange. But I think, has he fallen off the lead lap? Where is the car?
Might have thought it was a reasonable idea to get Ed in if there was going to be a long caution, and then realising it wasn't going to be as long a caution.
Yeah, but this is costly though if he's fallen off the lead lap in any case, because it would have taken a long time for them to catch.
Let's have a look where he's in the train.
Ed Brown.
As the cars go by us.
It's damage to the back end of that car. Nick Manassi and his waved away assistance.
31 from the 5:01 90 10.
I think that
then
car's...
the 2, it's lost the lead.
Yeah,
it's off the lead lap, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Nick Manassian, by the way, has just waved away assistance. And
thinks he can recycle the car. He certainly...
I don't think that car's got any damage to it. I think that is just Son power.
Well, after setting the fastest prototype time, and obviously starting from overall pole position, GT cars were quicker because of the deteriorating conditions in qualifying, rapidly deteriorating conditions in qualifying. And unfortunately, this car lost its race engine in the final free practice session, which left the team to go with their available spare, which was an engine of somewhat more racing heritage.
Yeah, it's still been a magnificent effort by this team all the way through the week. They've been fast all week, and put the car on the pole. Not that was terribly representative, but hey, you've still got to do it.
You've got to do it.
And the car has been fast, certainly, and certainly shown, the team has rebounded from various disappointments. A lot of positives to take from this week.
Let's head down to the pit lane for a Continental Tire pit lane report as we wait for the pits to be opened.
Yeah, this is that quiet time of the night when you're just trying to stay in contact. The crews, this is the time when you always see the video tomorrow morning when the Fox guys come back on the air with the guys sleeping and catching some, some rest and that sort of stuff. People just trying to stay comfortable. The temperatures have gone down, so people are kind of huddled up. They've got their jackets on. But out on the racetrack, these guys continue to race really hard. And it didn't used to be that way in the night. You just tried to survive the night. Not anymore. Now you race the night. And you race the night to win. And it has really changed the complexion of this race. Unlike probably any other, even Le Mans. We always talk about Le Mans being a 24-hour sprint now. Well, a 24-hour sprint here with the density of traffic and the banking really makes this a pretty difficult test. And over the next 3 hours, 4 hours, as we finish out the night and before we get the dawn, this traditionally is when this race is won and lost. So it'll be interesting to see if this race stays to pattern or if we'll see this thing go down to the wire. I'm betting on the wire this year.
Yeah. Jim Rowland down in the pit lane. I'm going to find it hard to disagree. It's a Lamborghini Huracan that is pacing the field at the moment, and the safety car lights are out. In behind it is the race leader. They're further back. No, that is the race leader. Yes, I was right the first time.
Yeah, just a short yellow because it's only been just a few minutes since the previous full course caution.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 59 seconds, the last green flag. Oh, somebody's getting a right flyer down the outside. It is, I believe, was that Lance Stroll coming around the outside?
It shouldn't be. He was there.
No, Scott Dixon.
It was Scott Dixon. Lap himself.
Yeah, Scott Dixon made a huge jump as they came down towards the start-finish line.
Has taken the opportunity to overtake much of the GTLM field. Goes up the inside now Well, they're around the outside of the 68 Scuderia course.
Oh,
there's
touch.
contact there. And that was between the 62 car and the 3. And there was a Ford GT almost spun in avoidance.
Antonio Garcia in the 3 has got the Corvette in the right direction. That was right in the middle of the international horseshoe. Looked to me like the Ferrari got it slightly wrong, Graham. That would have been Olivier Beretta. Not the first time that Mr. Beretta's been involved in an incident in his career.
Yeah, unfortunately, Beretta caused a revolver.
Very good. It was an automatic reaction, was it?
It was, I'm afraid.
Barely 9mm between them.
Wow.
It's that time of night, Jim, sorry. So the leader, Simon Pagenaud, trying to make good his escape, whilst the man at the moment on the move is 7th in class, Scott Dixon, and he is absolutely flying through the field. He is 6 laps off the lead, but as we said earlier on, the 93 Viper made up 5 laps in 3 hours.
Yeah, and onto a lap which will get him back onto terms with the GTLM pack, which would vault him up from, 15th position up to 7th when he gets onto terms. It's much the quicker car, of course, the 02 DP.
Well, when you say much the quicker,
5 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, in perfect conditions, yes, correct. Off has gone the 62 car again, this time at the exit of turn 1. Now, is there an issue with that car? Perhaps a tyre going down. The pace is not there in the 62 car for a moment at least.
Well, that looked to be...
Oh yeah, that's very squirrely on acceleration, and another car that does not have both its numbers on either side lit up. And I'm very surprised actually that hasn't been pulled so far. I suppose that the lighting is so good here that perhaps they can let the cars get away with it.
We didn't see the car go into that corner, but I think he had a bit of a dig at the number 4 Corvette into turn 1 and ran wide.
I don't think that car's handling correctly. He's losing time.
He was ahead of the number 4 car.
Yeah, he was. He was already ahead of the 4 car. I think he's having problems, Beretta. Now, cause or effect is the question, but the back end looks very loose indeed. When he tries to accelerate, it looks a bit tippity-tappity. Again, this could be a broken toe link, could be a tyre going down.
Quick enough in a straight line, but under braking, the BMW closes up. Now, what about the traction out the corner?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Simply running very similar speeds on the stretch. Maybe the Ferrari's just a little bit quicker there coming off the banking at that point. Not by a lot though.
Well,
and again, squirrely in that corner.
It doesn't like
Definitely
that corner
doesn't
at
like
all,
that corner
does
at all. There's something there. You're right, John.
Right rear, I think, maybe. Maybe they've got a right rear problem.
The BMW looking for a way by. Let's Beretta know he's there. And again, it squirrels underloaded the corner. Something not happy about that car.
Well, it was a touch on the opposite side, but you would have thought it would have been left-hand side of the Ferrari if there was an issue on it. Flashing of the lights.
Bill Oberlin.
And he gets up the inside of Beretta. Oh, this could get very nasty as they get very close indeed. The 25 BMW with Bill Oberlin at the wheel is going for 5th position. Olivier Beretta on the high side of turns 1 and 2, getting a little bit of intimidation. They're both easing down on each other, closing the gap absolutely together as they go into the braking zone for the bus stop, and Bill Oberlin nips through, gets the BMW slowed down. Well, that was all about positioning early on.
Yep.
Because that Ferrari is mighty quick in a straight line without
Isn't it
any
just?
aero help.
Yeah, but they were pretty much matching each other, weren't they, towards the end of the straight there? And then it was just under braking that Bill, on the inside preferred line, was able to brake a little bit deeper and take away that position. So that would be now 5th place to Bill Oberlin in car number 25.
Scott Dixon, meanwhile, going quicker in that recovery drive for the 02 car, 15th position overall and 7th in prototype, behind this gaggle of GTLM cars, but now, what, a minute and a half behind them to start picking up places, but not class positions.
To run you through the places, actually, now that we've got back to race conditions, Simon Pagenaud in the 31 Action Express car leads by almost 2 seconds from Joao Barbosa in the number 5 machine. Second of the Action Express cars. The 01 is the Targa Chip Ganassi Ford. Lance Stroll, Mark Goosens in the visitflorida.com car, excuse me. Rubens Barrichello in the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 car is in 5th position. He's only 8.5 seconds back, you know, from the leader. And then the first car off the lead lap at the head of the field is the number 2 Patrón ESM racing car, Johannes van Overbeek.
It is, and I think Johannes just unlapped himself, at least on Rubens Barrichello, a lap or 2 ago. So I think Rubens is split from the other top contenders. Here they come across the line to complete lap 380. Number 31, number 5, number 01. There goes number 90 with the number 2, which is down lap, and number 10. Well, those 3 cars pretty much nose to tail there.
In GTLM, it's Kevin Estre, former Super Cup and Porsche Carrera Cup France competitor, was Rookie of the Year in the Super Cup in his first season out. Very, very talented Porsche driver in the 911. He leads it by just 0.3 of a second from Alessandro Perguidi. So there's a great battle, 68 and 911, with Earl Bamber now, the affable Kiwi New Zealand driver, just another 1.3 seconds further back. Marcel Fessler is right with Bamber in the number 4. And then Bill Oberlin 4 or 5 seconds further back from that after that issue in the 11th position overall and 5th in class. Just for the sake of probity, I'll tell you that Olivier Beretta, the 62 car that we saw causing that incident, is still, or at least as a part of that incident, is still on the lead lap, as is Antonio Garcia in the 3 Corvette and Andrea Bertolini in the 8 car.
It cost Garcia, what, I'd say a good 10 seconds. Took a little while to recover.
Yeah, it's clawed back a few of them.
So,
Jim Roller down in the pits.
Yeah, John, action's pretty sporadic down here on the Continental Tire pit lane, but right now the number 6 Audi has come in, and they're taking a look at something in the right rear. I'm not sure if it's brakes. They're only looking at the right rear, so that would tell me they're not doing a brake change, because they'd be doing it on both sides. And now that I'm here, it looks like they may be taking off part of the rear bodywork on the right-hand fender. There seems to be some damage to the right rear, right behind where the tire was. The aerodynamic piece that's behind the tire is gone. That piece of the car that has the aerodynamic slots in it, the winglets, if you will, that connect to the bodywork from the side of the fender. And so that's what they're working on here, and that's going to be a big blow for this car, who was very competitive. And Matt Bell told me that this car is very light on its tires, and that is one of the things they were hoping to play to their advantage, but this kind of thing will take all that advantage away.
Thanks, Jim. Frank Stibler's just gone past Pedro Lamy and into second place. The Fricatelli Porsche into second in GT Daytona. Great pick-up by Rear 8 on the rooftop rear.
We've got a battle for the lead on again also in PC, with Nick Boulay now coming under pressure from Chris Miller, who took over from Stephen Simpson a little while ago during the previous caution, I think that was, not the last one, but the one before that.
Alessandro Guidi, meanwhile, has gone through into second place in GTLM and is now just a tenth of a second back from the leader, with the third place 912 Porsche now under real pressure from Marcel Fessler behind. And here comes Pierre Guidi on the banking and looking for the right line to attack.
I think he's looking for the draft, is what he's doing, Graham. Just dipping back into the draft because he hasn't got the ponies to pull up alongside and make that pass cleanly going down into turn one.
It's two pair of GTLMs in their own battles for first and third position. Great fight back by that 68 car. And meantime, Marcel Fessler, returning rookie, if you like, the Corvette team.
Okay, Olivia Brenner has just stopped in the number 62 Ferrari.
And we can go to Jim Roller for a report.
Yeah, update on the 6 car. The assembly that was taken off the rear of the car was actually attached to what is the carbon fiber piece that it, for all intents and purposes, makes up the wheel well. And when that rear assembly got knocked off the car, it meant the wheel well was floating and rubbing up against the right rear tire. So the pit stop was to remove the carbon fiber assembly that is the wheel well. So they've got that done and the car's gone.
Thanks, Jim. There is a bit of an abiding smell of burning actually up here in the tower. I noticed it a few moments ago. Not sure that it's anything in here. We have got aircon working, but just the odd smell of burning rubber, perhaps. Certainly not clutch or brake related.
Right now, I'm smelling that wonderful campfire smell that you smell here and at the Nürburgring, and when the air gets heavy and the campfire smoke doesn't rise. The 37 car has made another call to the pits. Going to be a driver change. They've already fueled the car. No tire change, just driver change and fuel.
Thank you, Jim. Two pairs of battles at the head of the GTLM field. In 7th position overall and leading class, Kevin Estre has Alessandro Perghidi right alongside him. And just behind there, there's about to be a change. Is there? For third place is Earl Bamber. Has to give best to Marcel Fessler through the kink. Yes, he does. Bamber in the number 912. Slipped a little bit wide on the International Horseshoe. That allowed the very experienced Marcel Fessler, Audi factory driver of course, to stick the nose of the Corvette exactly where it needed to be.
Showing that he's not lost any of his ability behind the wheel of a Corvette, Marcel Fessler, after many years away from the factory team and into LMP1.
What did we say it was, 7 years since?
I think it's 7 years. I think it was GT1s, wasn't it? He last drove. It was in the last year or so of the GT1 program. Alessandro Guidi is still right in the wheel tracks of Kevin Estre.
I have no idea how these guys do this at this time of night. Doesn't matter how much rest you've had, you're going to be tired when you go through into 4 o'clock in the morning. This is the worst time, everybody will tell you, just before the dawn.
Yeah, I think the dawn's probably the worst bit, but you know, the old adrenaline, it's an amazing drug, isn't it? It just keeps you pumped up. The problem is when you get out of the car, that's when it really hits you. You've done all this hard work, or you've been charging along, running on that adrenaline. When you get out of the car, all of a sudden it drains from you, and I can well remember that from these long distance races, and you know, all of a sudden you feel very lightheaded indeed.
Astonishingly, yet again, the lead battle in GTLM has a couple of prototypes ahead. There's been just no respite, no clear track for the GTM leaders throughout this race.
In GTD, we have at least 8 cars on the lead lap, and I think possibly 9 of them. Yes, it is indeed. Tristan Vautier in 9th place in the number 9. In the 97, Marcus Baltala. Then in 7th rather, Christina Nielsen.
Tell you what, Stevenson Motorsports done a heck of a job to get that car back onto the lead lap again. Number 9 car. That was a car that lost 2 laps right at the very beginning of the race. It then made those back up again, and it lost at least one with a lengthy penalty.
It did.
Yeah. But now back on the lead lap again, so hats off to that number 9 team of Stevenson Motorsports.
I should say, by the way, the 2 prototypes ahead of this GTLM battle, it's the lead battle in PC.
Yeah, which is a great
Chris
battle.
Miller going up the inside of the 52 car to take the lead. Well picked up by Ray there.
They've been nose to tail for the last half a dozen laps, and finally the number 85 car there of Chris Miller gets that pass made.
Looking to see whether or not he can take advantage as well. No way by there. Per Greedy looking up the inside. It has been marvellous stuff in this GTLM class, almost from the very off.
Oh yeah, yeah, agreed. So Christina Nilsson in 7th, 6th Gunnar Jeanette in the number 22. Norbert Seidler, 73, Porsche in 5th place. Marco Ciocci in the 51 Ferrari. Then in 3rd position in GTD, Pedro Lamy. 2nd is Wolf Hensler in the 23 car, and leading it, at the moment at least, Frank Stippler for the number 30 Fricatelli Porsche squad. That's GTD. PC, Chris Miller, Nick Boulay, and Tommy Dreesy, 85, 52 and 20, on respectively 380, 388, 388.
So less than a tenth of a second as they pass the line between the top 2 cars in PC. 45 seconds back to Tommy Dreesy in the number 20 BR1 car.
Yeah, it's amazing that's all come back together again, isn't it? Because they were laps apart, all the PC guys. Number 52 car had a 2-lap lead not that long ago, a couple of hours or so I suppose ago now. Here's this battle for GTLM.
He's the lead.
Turn one more time. 7th and 8th places overall.
Absolutely right. And, meantime, by the way, that continuing charge back by Scott Dixon, now under 10 seconds back from Olivier Beretta in 14th position, and will start to make rapid progress up the order thereafter until he gets up to this battle.
So number 4 Corvette, Marcel Fessler, has managed to find a way past Earl Bamber. That,
yeah, we saw that in the horseshoe.
Oh, do we? Okay, right.
We did. Yeah, up the inside and powering by.
The old switchback.
Absolutely.
Ah, yes.
But he's not making much of an impression on this pair. A 10th here, a 10th there. 2.5 seconds back from the battling Porsche Ferrari duo. GTD, meanwhile, Pedro Lamy, that's good at his loins, is now back to 1.1 seconds back from Frank Stippler. Porsche from Aston Martin, from Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, common theme here, Porsche and Ferrari. Before we get to the 97 BMW, been a quiet race for the Turner Motorsport cars.
Yeah, they've had a few little niggles, haven't they? But they kept the car.
And at least one pretty serious biff by the sound of it, which we didn't see. But Shea Adam actually described the aftermath. Not kind of clean race, you're absolutely right, Jeremy. Simon Pagenaud is
bit of traffic on that last lap allowed Joe Barbosa to close in again. The gap was around about a second or so. It's now less than that, or it was less than that when they started this lap. Lance Stroll, he's about another 4.5 seconds back in third place. Mark Goossens maybe 3 seconds behind him in car number 90. Then Rubens Barrichello, he's pretty much holding pace now, about 3 seconds behind Goossens.
And the two Ganassi Riley Ford EcoBoosts together on track. And that is Scott Dixon goes by Lance Stroll in third. The car that's second on the road in this shot is the third position car overall. 02 car, the car ahead there, laps down in 14th position, has just gone by Olivier Beretta, making way back up the field, picking up time as quickly as he possibly can. And still, this GTLM battle, two-car battle, goes on.
Yeah, without the impedance of the PC cars now, they managed to work their way clear of that traffic, and so these two just ahead, a straight-up battle between the number 911 Porsche with Kevin Estre at the wheel, the Frenchman, and the Italian Alessandro Perguidi in car number 68 for Scuderia Corsa. Great debut in GTLM for Scuderia Corsa, certainly.
Yes. Absolutely. And great debut as well. It's quite his first outing, but his first outing as an official full season factory driver for Porsche, for Kevin Estre. Raced, of course, in the Spa WC race and support last year.
He was a factory McLaren driver last year as well, wasn't he? That was his primary focus last year, but switched across to the Porsche factory for 2016 on a full-time basis, and they're certainly making full use of him. Very talented young man.
He is indeed. Very nice guy too. Always a pleasure to chat to pit lane or paddock. Kevin Estre.
Number 5 car is in on the pit lane, out of second place.
That's
on schedule because that car did not pit under the previous round of pit stops.
And that, for the moment, puts Lance Stroll up into second position.
The car is down and gone, by the way.
That 01 car has led, has it not?
Yes.
Into the pits there is the number 5 car. Barbosa rejoins in 5th position.
Yes, so he pretty what 10 laps before we can expect the leaders another 10 laps or so before we expect the leaders to see Simon Pagenaud on pit lane. The gap between himself and Lance Stroll now out to 8 or 9 seconds, or a little bit more.
10.8.
Yeah.
So yeah, pulling away.
And number 90 car there, Mark Goossens, is closing in on Lance Stroll now as well.
Battle for the lead in GTLM is hotted up, with Alessandro Perguidi in the 68 Ferrari with the blue illuminated stripes over the top of the window, chasing down the leader in GTLM, Kevin Estre. He's on the banking of stock car 3 and 4 at the moment. Well, they both are. There's probably about 5 or 6 cars lengths between them, Graham, but at the moment that looks very well balanced. Now into the pit lane.
That's a prototype coming in. And which one is it?
I don't think.
It's the second better place PC car, 52.
Yeah, Chris Miller had been edging away a little bit from Nick Boulet, but Nick certainly holding his own there in second place in that car number 52. Hasn't driven much the last few years. Did some F2000 a few years ago, and a few bits and pieces, but certainly hasn't raced regularly. At least not on a sort of national basis. I think he's done some PCA events, perhaps Porsche Club of America or something like that.
Been reasonably consistent though.
Yeah,
in this car.
no, he's done well. Took a little bit of time to get into the swing of it, which is quite understandable for somebody who hasn't been racing regularly. But since then, as you say, yeah, very fine job. Doing exactly what that PR1 Matheson Motorsports team needs of him.
Jim Roller.
Yes.
That was. I see what happened. We went to an on-port and I got a little more effect. Sorry, I thought that was you opening your mic.
President?
Yes, just checking. 107.9 FM around Daytona, around the world on the IMSA app and syndicated through our broadcast partners on the World Wide Web and beyond, with XM and Sirius taking live flag-to-flag coverage of the 54th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Hello there. Early hours of the morning here. It's 4 o'clock Eastern in the United States of America. Broadcasting live from our brand new booth overlooking the start-finish line here in the stadium area of Daytona International Speedway. Jeremy Shaw, Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com. Jim Rowley, you've just heard, as our Continental Tire pit lane reporter in this overnight swing shift. I'm John Hindhoff, and we will be pushing this all the way to the end as the battle in GTLM, the lead still goes on. Let me give you the other situations. Simon Pagenaud for Action Express leads the motor race from Lance Stroll in second place for the Chip Ganassi Racing Team. Then this battle, Kevin Estre and Alessandro Perguidi, with Estre in the 911 Porsche. Big lock up in front of him by one of the cars that's just heading up onto the banking now. It's the 37 again. What a disappointment for those guys capturing pole position, but being unable to turn that into any kind of run. Here comes Perguidi. Here comes the Ferrari. Now, got to dive down the inside now if you're going to do it. He pulls out, and the moment he pulls out, loses the draft. He loses the ability to hang on to the back of the Porsche that Kevin Estre just flicks through the bus stop chicane with just impunity, really, didn't he?
Yeah, just can't quite get close enough, can he, Perguidi? He can get right onto the tail of the Porsche, but he hasn't got enough under braking to be able to make a pass on him.
We did see just a lap or two ago the number 3 Corvette passing the 25, the surviving BMW M6 GT LM, after the number 100 car in the hands of Lucas Luhr seemed to suffer pretty dramatic failure. And heavy damage to the front of that car. I think it would be a very large surprise to see that car back out again, Jeremy.
Alessandro Perguidi, he was part of the GTD winning team last year, wasn't he?
You might be right.
Yeah, for Ferrari. He's been a long-time factory driver. He is. So he's raced here once before and got the victory. There's a lock-up there for Kevin Estre. That's down at the West Horseshoe, I think. Perguidi not quite close enough to be able to take advantage of that little slip. Super battle between these two. It's been ongoing now, for the last, since we went back to green, which was just over half an hour ago. Actually, about as much of a gap there. There's probably 10, 12 car lengths between them to come onto the banking. That's the most has been pretty much through this whole stint.
Right. Absolutely right. It's the 911 from the 68, then the 4 Corvettes of Marcel Fessler, still about 2.5 seconds back from this pair, and not making a lot of inroads there. Fessler, after the last caution, managed to get the Corvette by Earl Bamber's 912 Porsche. He's a further just over half a second back. Then a bigger gap to Antonio Garcia in the number 3 Corvette. 12 seconds off this battle. Before we get to the 25 BMW.
Did you say Antonio Garcia had moved ahead of Bill Auberlen? Did you say that?
He did, yeah.
Just the last couple of laps?
Would have been about 3-4 laps ago.
Yep. A couple laps ago.
Interesting flashes on the Turner car, flashing alternate headlamps.
So like a police car coming up behind
Very
you.
much.
Yep.
That and the blue light, just blue flashing light in the windscreen. It does
just triggers something.
Yes, that metallic taste in your mouth normally, isn't it? It's my working class guilt coming through. Kenton Cook just saying that he'll be getting back in within the next hour for the sunrise stint.
So he drew the short straw, huh?
4 o'clock onwards, it's the worst time. It's when the military plan their attacks. You're at your lowest ebb. Concentration is at its worst. What's
There
it
you
you
go,
think
there's
about
those
the
flashes again.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Well, we are right into the meat of this race now, aren't we? With 10.5 hours still to run here at Daytona for the 54th Rolex 24. Frank Stippler back at the head of the field of GTD in the Fricadelli car. Now, that car has been up and down through the field with pit stops, but has pretty much sorted its pit strategy out now. And in fact, first, second, third, fourth, and first, second, third, and fourth all pitted on lap 355, 356 for Norbert Seidler, 358 for Gunnar Jeanette.
Leading the pits, and that puts Lance Stroll to the lead of the race.
Yeah. Well, what an honour for that young man. I've had some very good reports about Stroll. He's been a little bit inconsistent in his early career, but I have been told that he's the real deal, and he certainly has the pace. 1:41.2 last time around would sort of underline that. He's got half a second on Mark Goosens in the number 90. So 0-1 Ford from the 90. Corvette from the 10. Corvette. Rubens Barrichello. Yes, that Rubens Barrichello. Then the 31 in the pit lane at the moment.
And he's back out.
Ferrari.
Ah, thank you, Jim.
Ferrari going up the inside.
And this is the battle.
And this is a real go at it, but didn't quite work there.
It's a GTLM lead that Graham's talking about there, coming across the line and down towards turn number 1. And that is Kevin Estre and Alessandro Berghidi, who are still at it with tongs and hammer of large variety into the International Horseshoe, and they've got traffic ahead of them, Graham. Now this might be an opportunity for Berghidi, Alessandro Berghidi, to perhaps force a fumble in some way, shape or form.
I think that is the game. It's a matter of just finding opportunity. Lots of traffic now. The Porsche takes the outside line. Blocked again by a PC car.
Excuse me, there's a marathon stint by Simon Pagenaud there in the number 31 car.
Now this is going to be pick the right lane here with 3 cars wide going onto the banking, and again Kevin Estre gets it done. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
No, marathon stint by Simon Pagenaud in car number 31. Almost 4 hours at the wheel of that car, not far short. He got behind the wheel at a little bit past midnight, and it's now little bit past 4 o'clock.
Well, I think it's 3 hours in any. Was it 3 hours?
4 hours.
4 hours in any 6. Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
So he's going to have a well-deserved rest. Excellent stint by Simon Pagenaud. Lance Stroll also brought that car into the pit lane, so that means we have another change of lead.
Mark Goosen goes through, and we can head down to Jim Roller.
Pit stops are cycling through. The 10 car has come in. It was routine until right at the end when one of the poor crew guys just tripped and fell. No harm, no foul. Probably the only thing hurt is his pride at this point. But the car was gone. The 01 has been in, and now the 02 is coming in, and it looks like we might have the 5 coming in as well. So these prototypes are cycling through for their pit stops at this juncture of the race.
Thanks, Jim. Jim Roller down there in the pit lane. Has Graham Goodwin found the donuts? That's the big question.
I found the biscuits.
Oh.
I was actually looking for the stamina, but I can't find that at all.
Is that the Carol Brink biscuits?
I'm afraid they are the Carol Brink biscuits. She's a very bad woman.
Thank you, Carol. They have been kept for this time of the night. More pit stops cycling through. Let's get back down to Jim Roller, who's working this swing shift on his own, so he can give us an overview at least of what's going on, Jim.
Yeah, the 02 has now been in and had their stop. In fact, all the Fords have been in. The 67, the 66, they're on the same schedule as the prototypes, I think, at this point. And I'm trying to work my way down to the Action Express, folks, and see if we can find out what's going on down there. Also, we should be seeing, as now we're starting to see some of the GT cars come to the pits, including the Porsche. You're up high, guys. I'm working my way down there. The 68 Ferrari is in. Driver change there. It's the 911 that's in. Tear-off comes off the 911. No driver change there. Just fuel and tires. Driver change on the 68 car.
And this is the battle for the lead in Class 2. They've been at it on the banking, and now they're at it in the pit lane.
It was the 912, not the 911, my apologies. And going out in 5th position is the number 68. The 7th place car, the number 72, SMP Ferrari, the red, white, and blue, and heads down to its pit box for service. And now we're waiting for the 911 to come in.
If that was indeed the 912, and that got past the 68 car, so that is a change of position.
It was, and it did.
72 is in. That's Andrea Bertolini bringing the car in, and he is out of the car. And a wheel nut goes for its bid for freedom down the pit lane. A lug nut, the central locking nut, has gone at least 2 or 3 pits further down than it needs to be. Not an issue of putting the wheel on. They'll have a spare one on their belt, but the IMSA officials probably won't like that too much.
Great pickup from Rooftop Ray again.
The man has the eyes of a hawk. A hawk with binoculars. 72 SMP car is down and away.
Here comes the 911. Hits his marks perfectly. And again, no driver change here. This will just be fuel and tires. That battle continues in GT, guys. I've remarked before, the 25 comes in 4th place in GT. The BMW, again, no driver change here. Double and triple stinting for the drivers in the night. The 63 car is in out of the GTD category. The 911 is away very quickly. Goes out, back out on the racetrack. I think he came in 2nd place. BMW service is finishing up. Tires are done, waiting for the fuel. Now they've got a PC car right in front of them. It's the 52 car, and so they've got to pull the BMW backwards, get the tires out of the way, warn the crew in front of them, and then and then head out. That's a very safe release and very good sportsmanship by the BMW guys, because the man who waved the car out made sure that he protected the crew guys working on the 54 car, or I'm sorry, the 52 car, who's had to take the rear deck off the back of the car. So that was a nice bit. Everybody's a family down here.
Yeah, when it comes to safety, that's pretty good stuff. Mike Rockenfeller being installed in his car as it went out there back into the Freya Jim Roller down there in the pit lane. Jeremy Shaw and John Hindhoff up in the booth. Still very dark outside. 4:15, 4:15 in the morning here, as in comes another couple of contenders. And all of these GT cars pretty much are contenders, Jeremy. There's very few who are lots of laps down. 67 Ferrari in, and the second place GTD car in as well. That's Norbert Siedler in the 73. In has come the Corvette.
Corvette guys go to work. They are some of the stars on this Continental pit lane. They annually compete very well in the pit stop competitions when we have them. And Danny Binks told me that in the off season they drilled more than 100 pit stops. That's a lot of practice.
And that's why they say good. There's a gym in Pratt and Miller where they can work out, get their fitness up. In comes the number 2 car. Johannes van Overbeek has brought the Patrón car in from 6th position.
He has, John, and he was hoping that we actually stopped a couple of laps sooner than I had anticipated, but he'd got himself back on the lead lap with the other leaders in prototype making their pit stops just a couple of 3 or 4 laps ago, but he wasn't able to stay out there for much longer, so he will now go back down 1 lap to the overall race leaders. But car number 2, they're still running in 6th place. Really nicely, Johannes van Overbeek will make that pit stop and rejoin.
Yeah, 33 car has come on to pit road, and I said earlier when Jerome Bleekemolen took that car out, women and children get away from the fence, because they've turned him loose in a Viper. And boy, he didn't make a liar out of me. He made up 4 laps during his stint. He went from 10 laps down to 6 laps down. Not sure where they are now, but that was a heck of a performance.
Drama in PC is the 3rd place car, Jose Gutierrez.
Yes.
In the 52 car, that's going to go behind the wall, Jeremy.
And that was, they were running 2nd. They'd been overtaken by the number 85 car of JDC Miller Motorsports. Chris Miller at the wheel of that car right now, but it was Jose Gutierrez who was driving the car at the moment, and that car goes, at least it's going under its own power behind the wall.
That's interesting. Well, obviously couldn't reverse up the pit lane. That's very naughty. So
But
that's a bit of an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's been an excellent performance. Oops.
And now it's stopped. I think he's overshot his garage area. 10-seater barriers need to be moved in that pit area.
Yeah, the team hustling back as fast as they can. That's not easy at this time in the morning at 13.5 hours into the race.
The sprint fan zone back there in the garage area, very, very busy for the autograph session. We've mentioned the audience, the crowds here a couple of times. We haven't had an official figure for the attendance yet. I expect we'll get that sometime tomorrow morning. Sound of a Chevrolet Corvette going down the gearbox under the auspices of Mike Rockenfeller, who is looking forward to Memo Rojas in the 68 Ferrari. Jim Roller down in the pits.
Got a Viper moment for you guys. The 33 car has been in for a while, and they are having to replace the left side door. The driver's door is being replaced on the 33. The 93 has just come in. That's the air guns you hear behind me, and that's a driver change going on in that car. Try to look, see if I can see who got in. still struggling with the door on the 33. There you heard the slam, and 33 and 93 back out on the racetrack.
The 33 is now just 3 laps down. That's a remarkable run back for that car. And here comes Rockenfeller trying to take away a position from Memo Rojas. This is the battle for 4th position. They're coming underneath us now. Yellow headlights to my left. Here they come across the start-finish line, and now in the braking area, Rockenfeller goes to the high side, gets his nose ahead at the start-finish line, and cuts across in front of Rojas and takes 4th position. So Rockenfeller promotes the number 3 Corvette to 4th behind his teammate Marcel Fesler, the number 4 car in 3rd, Earl Bamber in the number 912 GTLM Porsche in 2nd, Kevin Estre still leading that category in 7th position in the 911. That was impressive performance, Jeremy Shaw, as off right in front of that has gone. Now that is the 20 car again, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh dear, more drama. This is 2nd and 3rd. In the last few, in fact, both cars were in 2nd when the dramas occurred. Ricardo Vera in the bar 1 car has gone straight on at the West hairpin, and he's bringing that car back through the infield under its own steam. It looked like broken suspension or a tyre problem at the back. The back end was skew width, and Rocky is on an absolute mission. Going to make up 11 seconds to get on the back of his teammate. Yeah. Confirmation from Ray. Thank you, Rooftop Ray. So something has broken on that car. It's low down to the right front. The bright green number 2 on the side confirming it was in 2nd position when the issue struck. And that's 2 PC cars in the space of a lap or 2, Jeremy, that have been in 2nd position and have struck trouble.
Indeed it is. Number 52 car is still behind the wall in the garage area. They're working on that. The number 20 car we were watching just then, that was the number 20 car of Jose Gutierrez, forgive me. Jose Gutierrez is working his way back to the pit lane via the access roads on the infield of the racetrack. So that was going to leave Chris Miller now with a pretty handy advantage. All of a sudden,
who's the next PC car in line? It must be down a bit. It'll be Ryan Lewis, is it?
Yeah, they're still going. They've had all sorts of dramas on number 26 car, the 2nd of the Bar 1 Motorsports machines, but it's still going there in the 4th position. Ryan,
he's 11 laps back on those guys. That's 20 minutes, isn't it? A little bit more than that.
76, a bit more than 18 laps behind Chris Miller. Chris Miller's done 394 laps. Ryan Lewis has done 376. But yeah, all of a sudden now, Chris Miller has a 3-lap edge over the car number 20 and a 5-lap edge over Gutierrez, because that's how long that car has been in the garage area. Meantime, out front, it's still Dane Cameron whistling around there. And his gap over Mark Goosens is about 5 seconds. That's the gap between 1st and 2nd after 403 laps. Slow laps for both of those 2 that time around. Actually, slow laps for everybody there. I wonder whether there's some... I fancy there might be some oil down somewhere, because all of a sudden the pace of just about everybody has dropped off.
Yeah, Lance Stroll's gone out to 45.4.
They're all doing similar lap times, 43, 44, 45.4 again for Goosens, 46 for Jar Barbosa, so I reckon there's some oil down somewhere.
Tony Vielander did a 45.9. He's quicker than some of the prototypes that time around. Picking up again. 45.4 for Goosens, 46 flat for Barbosa. Leader is Dane Cameron, 43 flat for him last time around in the 31 Action Express car. Comes up behind the number 23 of Ian James in the heart of racing. Team Seattle Alex Job racing car. That Porsche in 2nd position now in the GTD category behind Pedro Lamy.
Yeah.
The dark horse, the 98, the WEC crew, stepping into the GT3 car.
Kevin Estre then still in the lead. He was able to fend off that challenge from the Ferrari throughout that last stint, and then since around the pit stops, with the number 68 car having been handed over to Memo Rojas, that car's fallen back down the order a little bit, although Memo is up to speed right now, doing pretty much the same pace as the two leading Porsches. It's Kevin Estre in the 911 car who leads, as he's swept around the outside by the number 37 car back in the fray after all sorts of dramas. Maurizio Mediani at the wheel of the SMP car.
Two Porsches that are side by side, Jeremy, coming back towards us. One is a GTD car down on the inside. That's the 23 Alex Job racing car, and it took an awfully long time for Kevin Estre to drag his way by that car. Again, just underlining how quick these GT Daytona cars are in their GT3 spec. And remember, for later on in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship season, if we get bad weather in a race, those GT Daytona cars do have very sophisticated ABS braking. Very sophisticated traction control as well. But
sophisticated everything, aren't they?
Yeah, they are just incredible cars now.
Lap time's coming down again now. I think there must have been some oil down.
Yeah,
I'm sure, because everybody was doing lap times to a couple or 3 seconds off what they had been doing.
Dixie's got down to a 40.5 last time around, Jeremy.
Did he?
Yes.
Yikes.
In fact, he was barely away from that car's fastest lap of 45.86, 40.586, 40.596 for Scott Dixon in the 0-2, desperately trying to get back on the lead lap, as the 22 WeatherTech Porsche is driving by the 912. You see, that's just not right, is it? That's a GT Daytona car dragging past the 912 GTLM car of Earl Bamber as they were heading on the stretch from NASCAR Turn 2 to the bus stop. And now Marcel Fesler in third position's got to try and deal with that peskily quick GT3 Porsche. And it's not easy. Oh, squeezes down. Come on, Marcel, play nicely. Push without risk. And just about gets ahead, but has to squeeze down. Again, we'll find out from him. Oh, big slide by Fesler that time as he came out of turn 1 and 2. We'll find out from IMSA whether they think that this performance differential between the classes is enough, or whether what we're seeing on the close quarters racing and the top speeds that are very similar, whether that's a particular trait of Daytona in the banking. 912 of Earl Bamber held up just momentarily behind Ian James, and that's allowed Marcel Fesler to close in at the west end of the infield. Now heading out back onto the banking through turn 6. In GTD, Pedro Lamy leads from Ian James in second position. 22 seconds between the 98 Aston and the 23 Porsche. Gunnar Jeanette in the 22 Porsche is just a couple of seconds behind. Then Raffaele Gianmaria in the 51 in fourth position. Sabine Schmitz, first time I've seen Sabine's name beside the Fricadelli car, down to fifth position for the 30 car that was leading earlier on with Frank Stippler behind the wheel. A bit of loss of pace of that car. Although Sabine is pedalling quite nicely, thank you very much indeed. Fastest man at the moment there, by some margin, Raffaele Gianmaria with a 48.9 last time around. That's rapid for a GTD car.
Yeah, the only other guy, well, there's a couple of guys close to that. I guess it was the leader, Pedro Lamy, just turned to 48.
Yeah.
3 and 48.4 for Marco Seefried. Car number 44, that's in the Magnus Racing Audi.
48.3 for Raffaele Gianmaria that time around.
Yep.
So whatever was on the circuit, Jeremy, I think you're right, it's cleaned itself up. There's still this battle going on though for second and third, Marcel Fesler and Earl Bamber, with Mike Rockenfeller trying to close in on them. He's a good 10 seconds or so back. But at the moment, it's Porsche versus number 4, Chevy Corvette, as they're getting ready to head on to the banking. So Cameron from Goosens by 9.8 seconds, 31 Action Express from 90. Then it's the second of the Action Express cars, Joao Barbosa, the 5 car. He's another couple of seconds further back and 4 seconds in hand over Lance Stroll in the 0-1, the Ford EcoBoost powered car. Rubens Barrichello's done a long stint and done it well.
Yep, he has. He's settled it very nicely. Dane Cameron just down into the 40s, 40.8 on his last lap, but that's nothing compared to Scott Dixon, who did a 39.928 he did last lap around. His 401st lap, that was the best lap set by that car in this race. The first time that number 02 has been below the 1 minute 40 bracket. So that car again just running absolutely according to plan. Dane Cameron's lead over Mark Goossens now 9.5 seconds, so he's gradually inching away over the last, well, since the pit stops. The gap from first to second was about about 5 seconds. It's now almost double that.
So we're heading towards, well, in fact we are at half past the hour. And that gives me the opportunity to slide away from the mic for just a wee while, but have no worries that our live uninterrupted coverage will continue right through the checkered flag. And after a word or two from Jeremy Shaw, as these cracking battles continue, it will be Johnny Palmer who'll take over in the IMSA radio booth. 107.9 FM, XM and Sirius, plus our internet syndications, and of course the IMSA app for Windows, for Android and for Apple. This is IMSA Radio and TV combined, live from the Daytona International Speedway. Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, John Hindhoff. Dane Cameron then leads. 408 laps now in the books. 1 minute 41.4, so pretty good and consistent now is Dane Cameron. He took a couple of laps there that were a bit slow. We think maybe some fluids down on the racetrack. That seems to have cleared itself up, and there is our race leader, Dane Cameron, the young Californian. Really has settled into this team really nicely. 27 years of age, originally from Northern California, from Sonoma, lives now in North Carolina, not too far from the team. He's returning some consistent laps here out in front. Mark Goossens, the veteran Belgian, in second place. Joao Barbosa, the veteran Portuguese, in third place. And Mark Goossens, of course, driving the VisitFlorida.com entry, car number 90, in second place. Number 5, the second of the Action Express cars, Joao Barbosa, in third place. In fourth place for Ford Chip Ganassi Racing, the young Canadian Lance Stroll, who's about 15 seconds off the ultimate lead. We've got a battle developing though now for second place again. Yeah, here they are coming on the banking. Thank you, Ray. It's the cars coming onto the banking. That's the number 90 car, just ahead of number 5, Johnny Palmer. This battle heating up for second place.
Yes, it certainly is. As John Hindhoff says, me for the next 4 hours or so, taking you through till about 8:30 in the morning, and another 7 minutes will bring us to 10 hours to go for the 54th edition of the Rolex 24. Up onto the banking once more then goes the 5 car of Joao Barbosa in hot pursuit of Mark Goossens, and they're about to come through the tri-oval now with only 4 car lengths between them. That will really close up as they head in towards turn number 1 though. And Barbosa a slightly wider line down into turn number 1, sticking with the white line and then clipping the apex at turn 1 through the little kink, which they work their way past, and the end of the pit lane exit, then into the International Horseshoe. Joao Barbosa's last lap time of 1:41.3, so he found a couple of extra tenths that time around on Mark Goossens in the number 90 car. Definitely that gap coming down. Meanwhile, Dane Cameron opened up the gap on the 2 cars behind him. He was 0.6 of a second quicker than Goossens, and João Barbosa, once he can get by the 90, can start to close in on the sister machine for Action Express Racing.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rubens Barrichello over the last handful of laps or so has fallen back some 10 seconds. The gap was only 6 seconds 3 or 4 laps ago between the 0-1 car of Lance Stroll and Rubens Barrichello in car number 10, but that's stretched it out the last couple of laps. Not quite sure why that would be. And then in 6th place, 1 lap down to the leaders, number 2 car of Johannes van Overbeek. Meanwhile, that GTLM class battle goes on. It's still Kevin Estrat leads in number 911 car from the number 912 by about 6 seconds. Marcel Fessler, number 4 Corvette, pretty close behind there. And then a gap of about 10 seconds back to Mike Rockefeller, the second of the Corvettes, car number 3. And then it's the best place at the moment of the Ferraris. That would be Memo Rojas in car number 68. Scuderia Corsa car having taken over recently from Alessandro Perguidi.
Still no change for second position, but Barbosa got very close to Goossens coming through turn 4 on the main speedway. Right with him again at the International Horseshoe, but good exit out of that right-hander for Mark Goossens, so Barbosa has to make do with sticking in 3rd position. How's Lance Stroll doing? In 4th place in the 0-1 car run by Chip Ganassi. That's the Riley with the Ford EcoBoost engine, a 140.8. So Lance Stroll going quicker than all 3 cars ahead of him, but he has 4 seconds to try and find on Barbosa, but he is closing in on the 2 cars ahead of him.
Full course yellow, 41.2.
So it is.
That's a good bit quicker than Lance has been going, but we are full course caution again. This is I reckon the 17th full course yellow.
Okay.
That's a lot, isn't it?
It is a lot. For the first few hours, we were doing very well.
Just over an hour since well, just under an hour, I guess, since we went back to green.
But the first few hours were not trouble-free, but the frequency of yellows pretty low. And one of the course vehicles, as always seems to happen during the caution period, being released from that little cubby hole on the exit of the International Horseshoe. So it's off to find somebody. And at the moment, I can't see any dramas on the infield. Let's just train the binoculars over at the chicane. And likewise, again, there's a track vehicle over at the chicane as well. And
here we are, look. Is that the Aston Martin?
Ah, I wonder whether it was over there because, it's the 007 Aston Martin. And good spot there from the guys in control of the closed circuit television around the circuit. What's happened is at the bus stop, the Aston Martin has ended up on the grass. It's pointed towards the bus stop. It's a strange place for the car to be stopped, though. Must have been in the tyre wall.
Yeah, looks like he must have lost it going around the right-hander, spun across the road.
Can't see any damage there, so possibly it's just spun to a halt without hitting anything, or it's had contact with a near rival. Closing in on 10 hours to go, and the 007 car appears to be the only car that needs to be retrieved. What's that racing with anybody directly in GT Daytona? It doesn't necessarily have to be a car that it clashed with in the same class, of course. It may well have been lapped and it went a little bit wrong, but anyway, the recovery crews and the track marshals are down there. I think that's possibly the driver as well, stepping away from the car.
It's Antonio Perez, who is the older brother of the Formula 1 driver Sergio Perez, who's shown at the wheel of that car. Excuse me, the Aston was running in the top 4 or 5 in the class, wasn't it, not too long ago, but it's fallen a few laps off the lead, 6 laps off the lead currently in GTD and down in the 16th place.
Yes, after 5 hours, I can tell you it was in 6th position, and I think it did start to climb up after that period as well. But flatbed being called, so it's going to have to be stretchered back to the paddock. Antonio Perez appeared to be out of the car. It was running down in 16th position at the time of this incident. Dominic Farnbacher, the next car it needed to overtake, the number 33 Dodge Viper. But it's a class.
Tell you what, Antonio Perez, that car had just been in the pits. It had just made a pit stop.
And it was a Lamborghini that it clashed with. There is a Lamborghini over at that side of the tyre wall as well. So 2 cars involved. It looked like it was one of the Comrade Motorsport Lamborghinis.
I glanced away from the screen when the replay came up, to be honest. Here we are again. Yes, number 21 car. The 2 of them kind of spun in unison. That's most unfortunate. That was right away after a pit stop for the 007 Aston Martin. It was number 21 car. Emanuele Busnelli shown at the wheel of that car. And it looked like kind of spun in unison. I think the 007 car really didn't have any option but to spin in avoidance of number 21 car, which appeared to spin directly in front of him. It's right across his bows, coming through the left-hander before we get to the right in the first part of the bus stop chicane.
Yeah.
Both cars into the tyre barrier.
Yes, and there is a tyre barrier slightly nearer than the one right up against the concrete wall. That's designed to catch any sort of incident that may happen into the bus stop chicane there. So the tyre wall's done a very good job of collecting those cars. And there is a snatch vehicle there being called to the scene to recover at least one, and then probably both vehicles. Now, we're into obviously a pit stop cycle, as we always get under caution, and our man Jim Roller is down there looking at the Corvette stops. Jim?
Yeah, 3 of them have come in, the 5, the 31, and the 10, and the 90. So all 4 of the Corvettes are in. 31 is already away. Just fuel and tires for all of these guys. The 90 is gone. There goes the 5. I got to point out, I got to love the guy on the fire bottle on the number 31 car. He's got a Michigan football helmet on. Got to love that guy.
Tell you what, that was a super fast pit stop there, Jim, by the number 90 car, because the VisitFlorida.com guys have got Mark Goosens out at just ahead of Dane Cameron as they both accelerated out of their pit stalls. Rubens Barrichello, I think, will be in 3rd place, just ahead of Joao Barbosa in car number 5. So a good bit of shuffling going on there.
That was fuel only. That's why that was so quick.
Okay.
Double stinted the tires.
Very good. Thank you very much.
So those cars returning to the race, and in a moment or two the turn of the GTs, but this isn't going to be a quick recovery because 2 vehicles to be taken away from the grass there down at the bus stop. Already a flatbed has been pulled into position. Certainly plenty of recovery vehicles in order to get these cars back again, but they're rather awkwardly placed. And the Lamborghini right up against the tyre wall. The Aston Martin has spun to an angle which is perfect for the flatbed to winch that out of the way. And the chrome ramps now being connected to the end of the flatbed, which is being hauled into position now. So the Aston's recovery should be pretty swift. And in fact, the Lamborghini already on the back of the other flatbed. So having said it's going to take a long time, the guys down there doing a tremendous job. You wouldn't know it was nearly 20 to 5 in the morning. Very, very alert, those guys down there. And by the time the GT pit stops are done, we should be ready to roll once more. The Lamborghini has lost the left-hand side door, I notice. So that's been wrenched off the car. And did not look too pretty down that left-hand side. So that's clearly the side that has made contact with the tyre barrier. Meanwhile, the Aston is now being pushed by the track marshals onto that flatbed. And where is the crocodile? It's heading down the back straight. So also, actually, there'll be the need for the tyres to be reassembled as well. The tyre wall needs to be made safe once more. Let's hand back to our Continental Tire pit lane and to Jim Roller.
Well, the cars aren't here yet, but I can give you a little bit of a preview of what we're going to see because they're all going to be coming in together, and I'm all by my lonesome, so I can only talk so fast. The 68 car has got a brake assembly out. They're going to change brakes. Patrick Pile is going to get into the 911, so there'll be a driver change on that car. Doesn't look like any driver change on the 912. Further up pit road, the Corvette guys are standing by. So this is going to be an all skate here in about a minute.
Pounding the paddock, patrolling the pits. The Continental Tire Pit Lane team on IMSA Radio. The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
And heading into the 9 hours and 55-minute marker to go in the race. It's 4:45 in the morning here in Florida, Daytona International Speedway, and we're into our 17th caution, Jeremy Shaw. We've already seen during this caution period the pit stops for the prototype cars and the PC machines. Now it's the turn of the GT Le Mans and GT Daytona cars. A flurry, therefore, of GT machinery heading into the pit lane, and our man down there in the Continental pit lane is Jim Roller.
Yes, and as we thought, there's the driver change for the 911. Patrick Pile gets in. The 912 is also in. Going to be brake change. Brakes on both cars. Front brakes on both cars in this pit stop. So using this caution period to make the change of the brakes. Front brakes for the 912 and the 911. Front brakes also for the 68. BMW number 25 has come in and is already out. So they're going to make up a little bit of the time that they lost with their earlier troubles. The brakes are now finished on the 911. I can't believe they can do that fast. This is just absolutely fantastic the way these crews can work. If you took that to your dealership, that'd probably be a 2-day process. $75 an hour. And the 912, even though they made it into the pit box first, the 911 had a much quicker stop as the 912 is just now leaving. The 68 car continues with its brake change. They're now finished on the right front and have put the right front wheel back on. The left front brakes are being a little bit more problematic. The mechanic is struggling a little bit with the pad assembly. He's got that done now, and we'll go ahead and put the left front tire back on. And the 68 car is getting the green lollipop. He'll be gone shortly.
That was the car that was brought in by Memo Rojas, and Earl Bamber spinning the rear wheels of the 912 car to get it rejoined, but there looks to be, that's the brakes being changed on the 62. I was about to say a bit of a delay for the 62, but this is work that needs to be done, Jeremy.
Yeah, and the number 3, I think it was, Corvette, was at a very jaunty angle on the pit lane, so I'm not sure whether maybe the Corvettes kind of tripped over themselves a little bit in terms of getting into their pit stall, didn't see what happened. I don't think there was any major delay for either of them, but certainly the number 4 car got out ahead of the number 3, which is the order in which they came in.
IMSA Radio for 2016, the opening round of the WeatherTech United Sports Car Championship, Daytona 24 hours, and it's Johnny Palmer and Jeremy Shaw, joined down in the Continental pit lane by Jim Roller, and heading towards 5 o'clock in the morning. What time's the sun come up, Jeremy? Any ideas? I need to look that up, I think.
Too early for me.
Too early for you.
About 7 o'clock, boys.
Okay, about 7 o'clock, says Jim. So we've still got another 2 hours of darkness. It feels like we've been in the darkness for eternity, but this race famous for having not quite the longest period of darkness in a 24-hour race. That honour goes to the Dubai 24 hours not 2 weeks ago. Covered on our sister station, radiolemans.com.
And this timing of this caution period good for the number 2 car, because Johannes van Overbeek was able to stay out there, not make a pit stop with everybody else. He's got the wave around, and he is now on his way back around to make up that lost ground, and presumably When was he last in the pits? That's 399. So probably about halfway through his stint. I'm sure he will bring that car around for service next time around, car number 2, but it will be back on the lead lap. So that means we've got 6 cars on the lead lap. As a result of those pit stops, we see the number 90 car getting out ahead of the number 31. So it's Mark Goosens from Dane Cameron, Rubens Barrichello in 3rd place in car number 10, Joao Barbosa in car number 5. Brendan Hartley has taken over from Lance Stroll at the wheel of car number 01. He will be in the 5th position. And then Van Overbeek in car number 2, the Ligier Honda, the only one of the surviving P2 car, not the only surviving one, because number 37 car is still going around, but certainly the car that has had the P2 car that's had least difficulties during this race, and that will be back on the lead lap. Behind them, 5 laps only now, the deficit Scott Dixon has to make up, and that's very much doable with what's still 9 hours and 50 minutes remaining in this race. So Scott Dixon, having had that long stop with Tony Kanaan, complaining of a brake problem a long time ago into the what was that, middle evening, I suppose. But Dixie now up into 7th place overall and only 5 laps off the ultimate lead. Here is that number 2 car, as we suggested, having regained its lap, coming onto pit lane for service.
Sunrise at 7:13. It's this race that has the most hours of darkness, beg your pardon. Dubai a close second. And Jim Roller watching the number 2 car. And for a moment, Jim, all the lights went out on the 2.
Yeah, as he was coming down the pit road on his pit limiter, I wonder if that's just part of the pit limiter, because he certainly didn't have any problems when he was out on the racetrack.
The 50 car pulling right in front of the 2 car, and even closer to that is the 540 Porsche. So the guys at ESM having to wheel the number 2 car back and then try and wave it back into the race. Is there a issue with the 2 car not being able to restart? No, it did take a little bit of time. And it's then released directly in front of a PC car. But I don't think that was an unsafe release. The PC car did not have to check up.
No.
So they will get away with that, I'm sure. And the ESM car then back into the race.
Yes, and it'll be able to hustle around here and might actually be able to catch up to the tail of the field perhaps before we go back to green. Looking across the racetrack, and see the lights still seem to be on the safety car. So that's extremely good news for the car number 2. I think, are they still cleaning up the track over at the bus stop chicane? Oh no, the lights are now off on the Lamborghini pace car. So we expect that to come in this time around, but even so, Johannes van Overbeek is going to be able to make up most of that lost ground and pretty much join up not far short of the tail end of that train of cars that's now making its way through the bus stop.
Andy Pilgrim brought the 540 Porsche GT3 in, by the way. That's now gone back out as well, but that was the one that parked right in front of the 2 car. ESM and the 540 crew are near neighbours. And much weaving taking place by Rubens Barrichello, 3rd in the sequence. It's Mark Goosens that will be out front, though, to take the restart from Dane Cameron and Barrichello. Joao Barbosa is 4th and Brendan Hartley in 5th as the long line of prototype cars work their way into turn 4 on the main banked oval. And in a second, the safety car will peel away. That Lamborghini Huracan in the sort of copper metallic colours peels away, and it's all eyes on the starter once more, and he waves the green flag right now. So it's a good start from Goosens, but slightly better from Dane Cameron, I'd say, and Cameron is able to close up. Brake lights come on at more or less the same time from the 2 leaders. 3rd position Rubens Barrichello and Joao Barbosa in 4th. There is 2 abreast running further back, but that is some lappery there from Brendan Hartley and also Scott Dixon. Did Dixon get by the number 2 of Johannes van Overbeek at the restart? I don't think so.
No, he's still 5 laps behind. Scott Dixon is 5 laps behind number 2 car, but certainly has made up an awful lot of ground.
Dane Cameron takes the race lead, though. Much better exit out of the International Horseshoe than Mark Goosens, and the number 31 wheel and back car is back out in front on this, the 417th lap. So 31 and 90 lead the way, and that's the 02 of Dixie coming through too. So Scott Dixon in the number 02 car.
just worked his way past number 5 car, which is running in the 4th position. So Dixon trying to get a lap back here rather than get a wave by. He's trying to make it back the hard way by passing the cars in front of him. He's now got directly behind. That's Rubens Barrichello, who's running in the 3rd position. And once again, they're coming out of that horseshoe. We saw the traction of the number 90 car. We heard the drivers say that earlier on in the race. They don't think the traction is anything good as Dixie goes past the inside there of number 10 car. The number 90 machine struggling with traction out of the corners. That certainly seems to be its bugaboo during this race, because other than that, it's very, very competitive. But that leaping off the corner is where the other cars get a bit of a jump, and that enabled Dane Cameron to retake the lead of this race.
Scott Dixon,
7th lead change.
Scott Dixon putting those brand new brakes on the 02 to really good use, because the rotors, the discs on the front and the rears glowing red hot as they headed into the chicane. And here is Scott Dixon starting to pile the pressure on Mark Goosens. Remember, this is not full position as such, but he is trying to get laps back on Goosens in 2nd. Once he gets past Dane Cameron, he will have got one of those laps back, and he's right on the boot lid now of Goosens into the first of the horseshoes. So sandwiched between Goosens in 2nd, Barrichello in 3rd, and Barbosa just behind this battle. He's in 4th place. GT Le Mans headed by Bill Oberlin in the number 25 BMW M6.
Yeah, where's he come from?
Goodness knows.
Well,
the 25.
He must not have. No, he did stop. All the leaders stopped on lap 408, but it was a super fast stop by Bill Oberlin. He came into the pits in the 6th position and came out in the lead.
Brilliant. Well, some great work there from the BMW team.
And we have seen great stops, haven't we, all the way through the race here by BMW Team RLL.
And Jim Roller reminds us that most of the teams were doing brakes. We don't think the BMW 25 car can't have done brakes.
That's a good point, of course, because that's a very good point, because the Porsches both changed their brakes. The couple of the Ferraris changed their brakes as well. So, okay, fine. That's the primary reason why Bill Oberlin was able to leapfrog those guys. And I think they did indeed change brakes on that car, an hour or so ago, immediately after its sister car 100 had its apparent brake failure or brake incident of some sort going down toward turn 1.
Nevertheless, a very impressive stop from the Rahal squad to get the 25 car turnaround so quickly. Ollie Gavin then re-emerged from the pits in 2nd position. Patrick Pilet in the 911 Porsche 3rd, Earl Bamber 4th in the 912. This is within class, remember, within GTLM. Memo Rojas in 5th position in the 68 Ferrari. PC is led by Kenton Cook in the 85 car, 16th overall, and he has a whole gaggle of GT Daytona cars giving him a massive cushion there. 409 laps completed by the lead PC car, and no other PC machines have completed 400 laps.
No, we saw both Jose Gutierrez in car number 52 and the number 20 car, Ricardo Vera, both had problems around about the same time. And we have maybe Jose Gutierrez got that car back out again, but I think he's back in the pit lane now once more because he last made a lap at 2:0. Yeah, no, he hasn't been back out again, so it's been a lengthy pit stop for Jose Gutierrez.
Rafael Jamboree pits in the number 51 GT Daytona Ferrari, so that instantly gives a couple of spots to, well, one spot to Mark Basseng, one spot to Jeff Mosing. Meanwhile, on the move, Jeremy.
Yeah, moving his way. He was pretty much on the back of the whole pack, was car number 2, which is Johannes van Overbeek, in the 6th position overall. Now he's working his way through the traffic. He's less than 20 seconds now behind the race leader, having made up that lap that he had lost quite a long time ago now, due to some sort of strategic course. It didn't quite pan off when Ed Brown just did one lap, I think, under green before coming in and handing back over to Johannes van Overbeek. So he is now charging hard to try and get back on terms with the leaders.
So the 02 getting the right side of the race leader and into the right-hander at the West Horseshoe goes the Target-sponsored Chip Ganassi car. That's the 02 with the red front. The 01 has the blue front, and the blue-fronted car driven at the moment by Brendan Hartley in 5th position.
Yeah, got a little bit of ground to make up over those 3 cars in front of him, or 4 cars in front of him, but Dane Cameron leads by a couple of seconds or so over Mark Goossens. Rubens Barrichello right there in 3rd place, and also right behind him is Joao Barbosa in car number 5. So we've got the Action Express car out in front. That's a Coyote Corvette, a Coyote Corvette in 2nd place. That is Mark Goossens in car number 90, and a Delara Corvette, slightly different chassis on those Corvette DP cars, of car number 10 Rubens Barrichello in 3rd, Joao Barbosa and another of the Action Express Coyote Corvettes in the 4th position, and Brendan Hartley in the Riley chassis with the Ford EcoBoost turbo engine in the 5th position.
Into the tri-oval goes the 10 car of Rubens Barrichello from Wayne Taylor Racing, that Delara built Corvette DP, tucked in behind the 90 of Mark Goossens. So Goossens still 2nd, Barrichello 3rd, and Joao Barbosa right with this gang of Corvette DPs. So Goossens, Barrichello, Barbosa right together, and Brendan Hartley is about 4 seconds off the back of that. So through the left-hand kink they go between the 2 horseshoes. Meanwhile, the number 3 Corvette, was that an overtake by the Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni, or was it Rockenfeller getting very close to Rojas? Let's have a look down towards the International Horseshoe. Certainly Chevrolet Corvette, yes, tucked in behind the 68, and the 72's not very far away. What sort of times is Jimmy Bruni doing? 147.3, not quite as quick as Rockenfeller. Rocky managed to go through there a second quicker than Rojas, so that's the battle on. It's the number 3 Chevy Corvette looking to get by the 68 Ferrari. They're all bottled up behind some GT Daytona Lamborghini Huracans there, as fainting to the left-hand side to driver's left Mike Rockenfeller. No opportunity to slither his way up the inside, though, of the 68 car. 5th and 6th in class. Back up onto the banking, turn 6 and through the turn 1 element of the speedway. The hood rattling in the breeze there, as the Chevy Corvette has often done. Those bonnet clips working looser and looser as they head down the back straight and then into the braking area for the bus stop.
Yeah, and Scott Dixon has got another lap back, hasn't he? He did pass the leader, so he's now only 4 laps behind is Scott Dixon. So not quite sure how far back he was earlier in the race, but it was a long way.
Nose to tail again. This is a good run that Mike Rockenfeller's getting on the 68 of Memo Rojas. Can Rocky get 5th position back in the GTLM category? 2nd position, Ollie Gavin. So it would be 2 Chevrolet Corvettes in the top 5 if he can pull off this move. That was one of his opportunities, but a GT Daytona car glued to the apex at turn 1. No opportunity to get through there. And he's going to have to wait, bide his time to overtake the 48 car. That's his best opportunity, I'd say, though. The Chevy looks great through turns 3 and 4, right with the Ferrari, and maybe through the tri-oval next time of asking. That'll be Rocky's chance.
It's great battling, isn't it, amongst that GT contingent. One of the PC cars working his way through there as well. In PC, it's still Kenton Cook who leads there for JDC Miller Motorsports. It was indeed Kenton Cook who set the fastest lap in that car back on lap 286. That is the fastest lap in the class in PC during this whole event. So making his debut here in PC, Kenton Cook, last year's Cooper Tires Prototype Lights champion. Once again making his mark. He was a dominant champion last year, absolutely magnificent effort, having won the Mazda MX-5 championship in 2014. So Kenton Cook's career is very much on the upswing, and what a magnificent debut it has been for Kenton Cook, the youngster from Glendora, California, in this race for JDC Miller Motorsports.
Now, Mike Rockenfeller has got through and passed Memo Rojas, so that happened through turns 1 and 2 on the main speedway. The move had been done into the bus stop that time around. Frantic flashing of lights on the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette to warn Lamborghini Huracan from GT Daytona that they're about to come through. Meanwhile, they're about to be lapped by a PC car as well. But ducking to the inside line and not allowing that PC car through was Rockefeller. Into 5th position goes Rocky, former Audi Works driver, of course, and on board with Chevrolet Corvette for this year. Great lineup for Chevy Corvette, I think, for 2016 in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Antonio Garcia and Jan Magnussen confirmed for all of the season in the number 3 car. Ollie Gavin and Tommy Milner in the 4, but ably supported by Rocky in the 3 car for Heer and Sebring, and Marcel Fessler likewise for the 4 car. So arcing their way through off the infield and back onto the banking goes the 3. Meanwhile, has there been a change of position further behind between the Ferraris? The margin between Tony Villander in the 62 and Jimmy Bruni not very large at all, and Villander has got by Bruni in the last lap, I think. Yes, and the 62 car is on a charge now. Right round the outside he goes of Memo Rojas, and Tony Villander, the flying Finn there, did not waste any time at all into the braking zone for the bus stop, and the 62 car up to 6th position in GTLM.
Memo Rojas, a multiple-time winner of this race, of course, with Scott Pruitt for the Telmex Chip Ganassi racing organisation with Felix Sabates, but very little experience in GT cars, so it's a baptism of fire for the Mexican. But he's doing a good job. He's hanging right in there and turning some good lap times at the same time.
That was finally the opportunity for the PC car that's been trying to get past car number 3, Mike Rockefeller, for the last few laps to sneak by at turn number 1.
While in GTD, just having a glance there, see it's Matt McMurray who's leading now in the Park Place Motorsports Porsche. Somehow quite a long way out in front of Lee Keane. There's another Porsche, number 22 car for Alex Job racing in 2nd place. Alessandro Balzan for Ferrari in 3rd. Then the BMW of Marcus Baltola moving up into the 4th position ahead of Richard Stanaway. In the Aston Martin in 5th place, Ian James in 6th, Marco Siegfried 7th, Sabine Schmitz in 8th. All of those cars on the lead lap, as are also Dion von Moltke in car number 9 and Andy Pilgrim in car number 540. That's the Black Swan Racing entry. So the top 10 cars in GTD on the lead lap again.
It was Ryan Lewis in the 26 car that was able to sneak through. Now, he's in 3rd position in PC. The guy in 2nd place, the 52 car, has just pitted. That's Jose Gutierrez after 398 laps.
Yeah,
so car 52.
He's been in the pits for quite a long time, Gutierrez.
Right, so how many laps has Ryan Lewis completed? 396. So if Gutierrez is in the pits for 2 further laps, then Ryan Lewis will be able to take 2nd position in PC. So that will be a change because of woes for the 52 squad. Meanwhile, the number 5 car chasing down Rubens Barrichello in the 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Dallara Corvette. Goes up onto the banking through turns 1 and 2 on the speedway. And João Barbosa, how good is he on the brakes in the Action Express car, the number 5. They slow at a similar rate of knots, and Barrichello will be used to sticking the elbows out, of course, from his many, many years of Formula 1 experience. Depending on what sort of strategies they're on, though, Barbosa might just be a little bit quicker during this stint compared to the 10. He has been reeling Barrichello in. A 41.9 last time around. That's a 1 minute 41.9 compared to a 1 minute 42.1. So only a couple of tenths in it. And that time Barrichello was quicker. So Barrichello is certainly reacting to the presence of Barbosa just off his rear wing.
Yeah, we got the top 5 cars now covered by just around about 3 seconds. They're all headed into, where are they? Just headed into the horseshoes. And all pretty closely matched. I think going into turn 5 now, that is Dane Cameron, our race leader, coming out of turn 5. Scott Dixon, though, he's made his escape. He's now just 4 laps and, well, 7, 8, 9 tenths, I guess, behind. But that's a lot better than I think it was. I've got a feeling it was 9 laps that they lost earlier on the 0-2 car, but that's a guess. I remember it being 7 laps about 3 hours ago, and that's gradually come down as a result of a tremendous pace by that numbered 0-2 car and some judicious use of all the caution periods.
Yeah, not gone to plan for the 0-2, but the 0-1 is very much on the lead lap, and Brendan Hartley, World Endurance Championship champion for 2015, doing a really good job in the 0-1 car.
Yeah, he's closed that gap. He was about 4 seconds behind the other guys, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place cars. Well, that gap now is absolutely nothing. They're pretty much nose to tail, that group of cars there from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Doing a 1:41.3, that equaled the time that João Barbosa did, and as I mentioned, Barrichello was a 10th quicker. Leaders about to head back through to complete 426 laps. In fact, they do that now. Yep. Cameron, Goosens, Barrichello, Barbosa, and Hartley, and separated by not a great deal at all.
No, it's just 2.3 seconds that time around, so much closer. They're Constantine, all those 5 cars lapping in the 141s, and all within about a tenth of a second. Dane Cameron was actually slowest of all on that lap. I think he probably had a couple of extra cars to pass by. Here they all are now coming through the West Horseshoe. Cameron, Goosens, Barrichello, Barbosa, and Hartley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Onto the brakes for this incredible piece of track. If you ever get the chance to stand on the inside of that bend and watch them come off the infield and up onto the banking, it is a sight you will not forget, particularly in the darkness. Real good atmosphere as well in that area of the campsite. There's a sign down there that says happy hour 2:40 till 2:40. This is all the race effectively from 2:40 p.m. on the Saturday through till Sunday afternoon. It's 5:10 here in Florida.
A couple of laps ago, we had a change for GTLM. It's the Corvette back in front. Oliver Gavin now has worked his way past Bill Oberlin. Patrick Pilet about 5 seconds back in 3rd place in number 911 Porsche. Number 912 sister car is in 4th place. Then Tony Villander, who we saw making some moves earlier on, and he's got Mike Rockenfeller all over the back end of that car. But here comes this battle across to complete another lap, heading into turn 1. Boy, these 4 cars are absolutely nose to tail, and Brendan Hartley, well, he's only a couple of car lengths farther back as well.
Meanwhile, the GT Daytona leader is in the penalty box, serving quite a lengthy penalty here. There is an official down there timing it, but the 73 car driven by Matt McMurray parked up with the stopwatch running. Yeah. So that's the car that started from pole position. It's ducked quite a way down in the order during the middle portion of the race. Now we've got to... oh, beg pardon, that was the 30 car, I think.
What was?
No, it was the 73 car. Yeah. The 30 car is in there as well. The 30 car is in as well. Sabina Schmidt's at the wheel of the 30 car, and Shea Adam is very close to the 30 car.
Yeah, I was standing in the 30's pit box when the car was actually brought in as if they were going to do a pit stop, except none of the crew was ready, and they were all waving their driver back out onto the track. He then pulled to a stop behind the 73 car, who is still in the penalty box. This has been at least 2 minutes at this point. Left a huge trail as he went back out on track, so the team was not expecting the car in, and they were not happy to see it, but cost them some precious time, because keep in mind, not only was it the time wasted on this little branch of pit lane that they call their pit box, it's also the long, slow trundle down off the high-speed bankings.
Yeah, it's difficult to identify the 73 car, apart from that massive 73 on the rear bumper, but the door number, it has virtually gone because of the amount of tyre pickup, which has shrouded that number. So 73 no longer visible on the side of the car. The car is still parked, by the way, in the penalty box.
Gosh, yeah,
and the man down there with it a moment or two ago signalled I think 1 minute to go, and now finally it is released from the very last pit box and back into the race. So Matt McMurray, well, find out whether it was, still Matt McMurray, of course, at the wheel, but he will have been getting very impatient there, clearly giving the lead back to the 22 car, driven now by Lee Keane. Alessandro Balzan is in second position in GT Daytona in the number 63 Ferrari 488, and Marcus Paltela at the wheel of the Turner Motorsport BMW M6 up to third position. Matt McMurray feeding back into the sequence then in something like ninth position in class.
Yeah.
And Shay Adam can tell us down in our Continental Tyres pit lane what the penalty was for.
Well, when the wave by happens, it's up to your team to tell you when to go and when not to go. And they went when they shouldn't have gone, which resulted in the massive penalty, which pretty much means he tried to get a lap on everyone, and they demanded that lap back.
Yeah, well, I thought it was strange. All of a sudden, he had a huge lead there after that two-caution period. I didn't know how that had happened, and I guess that would explain it. If it seems too good to be true, unfortunately it was for the Park Place Motorsports team, so they've got to fight their way back once again.
So the IMSA officials...
New race leader.
We have got a new race leader in the form of Mark Goosens, having completed 429 laps, and also a very good lap time from Mark Basseng there in the Lamborghini Huracan, the 28 car, going quicker than its managed all racer, 147.1, which is a very respectable GT Daytona time. But Mark Goosens sneaking ahead of Dane Cameron. The 90 car leads the way then from the 31. Rubens Barrichello still in third. Fourth place, Joao Barbosa. Fifth position, Brendan Hartley. So still the top five, very close indeed. Last time we checked, it was about 2.5 seconds separating first to fifth. And this time it is 3 seconds from Goosens back to Brendan Hartley in the 0-1.
Not very much after 14 and a half hours of racing.
Incredible. Truly incredible. The 3 car works its way through the tri-oval. That's the car of Mike Rockenfeller.
Absolutely side by side with Tony Vielander, I think that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, that would make sense, because Wielander's been on the move, having overtaken Jimmy Bruni and Memo Rojas in recent laps, and Vielander in the 62, I think, pulling off a move then on Rocky. Yeah, the 62 car is through, exiting the International Horseshoe now and towards the left-hand king. So Vielander on the rise. Rockenfeller certainly no slouch in this stint, but couldn't hold back the new 488. And Vielander will now set his sights on Earl Bamber further up the road. They again are all on the same lap. I'm talking about Gavin, Orbelan, Patrick Pile, Earl Bamber, Mike Rockenfeller, Tony Vielander, Rojas and Jimmy Bruni. So you've got 8 cars all on the same lap in GTLM. Kenton Cook in the 85 car remains the PC leader, and that's unlikely to change for a little while. At least 420 laps completed. Ryan Lewis, as I mentioned, got the place though on Jose Gutierrez, and in fact the 52 car is still in the pit lane, so it's lost that on third place in PC now as well. Ricardo Vera sneaking onto the provisional podium position there in the 20 car. So PC led by 85, second number 26, third position is the 20.
And the number 52 car, we saw that go behind the wall into the garage area. I think they got that car out again, but just for one lap, and then back behind the wall, and they're working on it some more in the pit lane. So goes Jose Gutierrez there, number 52 car, slipping down the order. And as you say, Johnny Palmer, it's now the Bar 1 Motorsports cars, number 26, currently driven by Ryan Lewis, and number 20, currently driven by Ricardo Vera. They're now running in the second and third positions. Jose Gutierrez down to the fourth and still stationary. Renger van der Zande, he's the next car in the class. He's about 13 laps more to make up in car number 8 for Starworks Motorsports before he would move up a position.
Now the 007 Aston is back in the race. Antonio Perez at the wheel of that, but it's back into the mix after its clash with that Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini at the bus stop. That's the reason why we had a caution period very recently, but the 007 looked a little damaged, but the team down there have done a very good job to get that out again. It runs in 17th position in GT Daytona. Lee Keane heads the class though from Alessandro Balzan and Marcus Paltela, as I mentioned a little while ago. Richie Stanaway, the best placed Aston therefore, Aston GT3 in that class, running in 4th. And Mark Goossens building a bit of a margin on the 31 car of Dane Cameron, managing to be 0.4 of a second quicker than Cameron last time around. This is small stuff, I realise, but nevertheless, visibly that gap is growing. Meanwhile, a stop for the number 97 car, Shea Adam, in the pit lane.
One less, Johnny, the 96, but it's Ashley Freiberg getting out from behind the wheel, and it is Marco Wittmann getting in. And even though this car is not in contention to win, they are still using this race as a test session, effectively getting ready for the rest of the season to come. The driver change is taking a little bit longer than they'd like it to, but fueling's still going on, so it doesn't matter. Car is down. They are telling him to go, but he has not yet fired. Now he has, and away goes the 96. Marco Wittmann's turn behind the wheel.
Shea Adam down in the Continental Tire pit lane for this stint of the race. 9 hours and 20 minutes to go of the 54th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And that BMW M6 rejoins via the inner portion of turn number 1, which forms the exit road from the pits, and feeds back in between turns 2 and 3, just before the International Horseshoe. Careful not to cross the blend line. And the BMW will get back up to speed now. Thankfully, nobody right alongside him as he rejoined the track. As she rejoined the track, beg pardon. So, Lee Keane leads the way. Alessandro Balzan in 2nd position. Marcus Paltela in 3rd. Richie Stanaway in 4th position. That battle at the head of GT Daytona showing no signs of easing up. 432 laps completed by Mark Goossens now. And it's 0.3 of a second now, the gap between Goossens and Cameron. Barrichello, Joao Barbosa and Brendan Hartley complete the leading quintet. Johannes van Overbeek also on the same lap and doing some good times in the number 2 car, a 1:41.7.
Yeah, he got the gap down to about 17 seconds a couple laps ago. Then a particularly slow lap that cost him about 3 seconds. So Johannes van Overbeek now is a total of 20 seconds behind our race leader, which is about what it was 10 laps or so ago. So not actually made any significant progress, but he is back on the lead lap. He's matching their pace at least, and is in a good place right now.
So, and this is Ashley Freiberg, I think, now coming through Speedway turn 4 and being overtaken by the number 98 Aston of Richie Stanaway. No, beg pardon, that was the 97 car, Marcus Paltela, so that was a change for position in GT Daytona. Seeing the BMW M6 straight on there and difficult to identify.
Well, plus the fact there's one either side.
So there is, yes. So it was a little bit confusing.
Yes, very much so.
But it was Stanaway taking that place away then from the number 97 car, the Finn Marcus Paltela. Not able to keep the 98 car behind. Now Richie Stanaway laps Ashley Freiberg in the sister Turner Motorsport M6. And onto the brakes into the West Horseshoe goes Richie Stanaway. So good mix of manufacturers at the top of the pile of GT Daytona. It's a Porsche leading a Ferrari, leading a Aston Martin, leading a BMW M6. So once again, 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. Unlike what we have at the head of the order of prototype, because they're all Corvette DPs, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and then the first non-Corvette is the Riley DP Ford of Brendan Hartley. So yes, the Turner BMWs together, but separated by quite a few laps. Changing through the gears one more time is Mike Rockenfeller, having been overtaken by Tony Verlander, but the gap is nothing at all, 0.2 of a second as they headed over the line last time around. So although Verlander charged his way by Mike Rockenfeller, he hasn't been able to pull away in the number 62 Ferrari, which is interesting. Those two cars aren't really closing on Earl Bamber in 4th position. A 145.4 from Bamber last time around, 45.5 from Verlander, 45.4 from Rockenfeller, so very evenly matched. And Earl Bamber already at the chicane. What's the gap between Bamber and his teammate Patrick Pilet? It's about 4 seconds. The two Works Porsches separated by a very small amount, but in no danger of switching places in a hurry. This is a class, remember, led now by Oliver Gavin. Bill Auberlen, former class leader, down to 2nd position in the number 25 BMW M6. That's the white Beamer from GT Le Mans on Michelin tyres, remember, and the Turner Motorsport M6s running in GT Daytona. That whole class on the Continental rubber, just like Class P and Class PC. Jeremy.
Yeah, and thanks for all the Twitter messages. We don't really have an awful lot of time to check them, but I just happened to notice one here from Fabian W a little while ago, saying that, asking how many brake disc changes the GT cars will need to join the Rolex 24. Answer to that is 1, and most of them made that stop. He also pointed out, thank you Fabian, that the Corvette also changed its brakes on the last pit stop. We saw a whole bunch of teams doing exactly that. We saw both Porsches, we saw a couple of the Ferraris, and the Corvette. This is number 3 Corvette, I would assume. Not sure about number 4. It's number 4 which leads the class now. Patrick Pilet up into 2nd place in number 911 Porsche. Then Bill Auberlen. Yeah, so Pilet has got past Auberlen in the last lap or 2 or 3. 2, I think.
Going to hand down to our Continental pit lane because Shay Adam can update us on brakes at the number 4. Go ahead.
Well, the Ford have decided that they should just leave spare brakes on their pit wall. It's probably just to mess with us, in all honesty, Johnny and Jeremy, because they probably aren't going to use them, but they want us to be under the illusion that at any given pit stop, they could change their brakes. Because when I asked, are you going to do it next time? The response was, maybe.
Okay, so that's the Fords, the Ford GTs?
Yes, 6.7 and 6.6.
Fine. So we were talking about the number 4 Chevy Corvettes, but the Fords that are still running, both the 66 and the 67 are still out in the race.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember whether we've had any retirements from Ford GTs. No, they're still going.
Yeah, 413 laps completed by the number 67 car. 401 laps completed by number 66. That compares to the 429 laps completed by the race leader.
Yeah.
But
we will have a keen eye on the Ford camp. Ford Chip Ganassi Racing running 4 cars here this weekend, remember. But Ford GTs may not be too far away from their brake change in GT Le Mans. And there is the 67, thanks to Rooftop Ray once again. The 67 car heading out of the West Horseshoe and towards turn 6 by one of a couple of scoring towers here at Daytona. Now that's Brendan Hartley right on the boot lid of João Barbosa, immediately behind the Ford GTs. So the Corvette DP and the Riley with its Ford EcoBoost engine will dispatch the 67 pretty comfortably. Brendan Hartley getting closer and closer though to João Barbosa. Last time around on lap 436 though, near identical times. Both of these guys going quicker than the 3 ahead. That might be slightly more to do with traffic, but down in the 40s, both Barbosa and Hartley. Goossens, Cameron and Barrichello in the mid 141s.
Yeah, they have closed up again, haven't they, the last few laps. All the top 5 now running in pretty much nose to tail formation. Here they come past the line. One more lap, and Brendan Hartley there, hot on the heels of Joao Barbosa. You're going to think about, no, he's not close enough to think about making a move in turn 1. So it's Mark Goossens who still leads on 42.4 that time around. That's about what this car has been kind of capable of doing. The best that car has turned was a 40.9. That was by Ryan DeYell back on lap 360. We now completed 437. But they've been running very consistently in sort of high 41s and low 42s lately, and that's been enough for Mark Goossens to hold on to the lead ahead of Dane Cameron, Rubens Barrichello, Joao Barbosa and Brendan Hartley.
So the 72 SMP Racing Ferrari now being lapped by the fourth and fifth place cars up onto the main banking of turns 1 and 2 of the speedway, and that's the 62 car as well. They get by of Tony Verlander, a 145.8 by the way for Tony Verlander last time. Mike Rockenfeller marginally quicker than that, and the gap is growing between 4th and 5th place in the GTLM portion of the race. So El Bamba getting a hustle on. He's closing in on Bill Oberlin now, because Patrick Pilet actually got ahead of Oberlin into 2nd position in the 911 car, and Bamba looking slightly more comfortable in this stint than the number 25 BMW. Right round the outside there goes the number 67, or was that the 66? It was the 66 around the outside of Mike Rockenfeller. So that Ford GT, having had a very difficult start to this race, showing again some good middle stint pace, and able to overtake Mike Rockenfeller around the outside into turn 1. Let's see whether he can make easy meet of Tony Verlander as well, because that will bode well for the rest of this season once the Ford GTs shake out these teething troubles with the new GT.
And it won't be long now before we see the prototype leaders onto pit lane. We can expect them all to come in pretty similar times. The 90 car took over the lead from the number 31 10 laps ago now on lap 429. We completed 4:38 for Mark Goossens. I would expect the next couple of laps we'll see the first of these cars come onto pit lane. Only a slightly more conservative pace now, I think, than they were perhaps a little while ago. Yeah, no, mid 41s again that time for Mark Goossens, 141.6. And here comes Scott Dixon. Yeah, indeed, Scott Dixon is the first to blink. He's of course been turning a string of very, very fast laps here. He's got within 4 laps of the leaders. Now he will fall to 5 laps off the pace by making this pit stop to allow everybody else to cycle past ahead of him. But he should be able to get that back again when everybody else comes onto pit lane in, well, just the next few laps.
And Shea Adam is watching a stop involving the number 02.
No driver change for the 02. They're just giving him 4 fresh Contis and a whole lot of fuel going into that car, as the tire man actually just almost tripped as he was trying to make it back to the rear air jack to pull it out so that Dixon could go back on track. As we're starting to get busy down here in pit lane, the 31 is going to be here any moment, but we're also getting GT stops at the same time, so I'll let you know when I've got some cars in my sight.
Okay, thank you for that. We are at the point where we will see quite a few cars heading for pit road. 9 hours and 7 minutes to go. 5:33 in the morning here on IMSA Radio at Daytona International Speedway. Thank you for joining us, however you're doing so around the world, on the World Wide Web, on the local FM frequency here, which is 107.9, scanner channel 454. It's Johnny Palmer and Jeremy Shaw in the main box overlooking this fabulous venue and witnessing the first ever event at the world's first motorsports stadium. And Shea Adam, as I say, joining us down in the pit lane as part of our Continental Tires pit lane crew.
Marco Seafried making a pit stop for Magnus Racing. He's in the top half dozen in the GTD category. Here come a couple of prototypes right now. I think it's number 31 car and the number 10. So the second and third place cars onto pit lane.
And Shay can tell us what's going on down there in the Continental Tire pit lane.
There's a fire on pit lane at the 31 as a fuel explosion comes out from the fuel input. It is still on fire, the left rear portion of the car. They've now gotten it out, but it is still actually in the cockpit, was actually smoke as well. They were not planning to do a driver change, but there might be more substantial service given the condition of the car. Dane Cameron has actually extracted himself from the car, and now they're telling him to get back in it, saying that everything is okay. It's handled. Trust us. We know what we're doing. And Dane,
I wouldn't fancy that, I have to say. I wouldn't fancy it. Just been an inferno, frankly, in 31. It's okay, Dane. All over. Get back in. Do another stint.
Well, he is a Team USA graduate, so he knows that Jeremy Shaw would never put him in a situation where it wasn't safe for him. So if Jeremy thinks it's okay, then it's okay. But yeah, Johnny, I agree with you. I can't actually see Dane through the windshield anymore because there is so much gunk from where the smoke was, and it just completely blocked up all his visibility. So this is going to be an extensive stop for him, trying to clean things up. The number 6 is now registering on the side panels of the Whelen 31 Action Express. A little bit further up, rumbled past the 10, Wayne Taylor Racing. It was Rubens Barrichello behind the wheel. I saw Ricky Taylor ready to go a bit earlier, so I would assume that he would have gotten in that car. As work continues on the 6, GT pit stops getting ready to happen, as well as the 5 going to come in. The 90 has just entered pit lane. That will be Ryan Hunter-Ray getting behind the wheel. As we now have the 5 coming to a stop, there will be no driver change for this. It will still be Joao Barbosa behind the wheel. Christian Fittipaldi is up on the pit box, but he's not quite ready to get behind the wheel yet. 4 new Continental tires for the 5 as the 31 makes a very smoky exit back out on track. The 2 comes into the pits again with no running lights, so that's something that always gets your attention when that goes by. But we've had these prototypes come in, and honestly, it's going to be a lap or 2 before we get all of the GT entrants as well. Porsche very much eager to get their drivers in. They will not do driver changes on the 911. They will on the 912 to Michael Christensen.
Oh, it's a drag race out of the pit stalls.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
It's a drag race out of the pit stalls. The number 90 car just beat the number 5 car onto the fast lane, and right behind them as well is Brendan Hartley in the 0-1. So those 3 cars absolutely nose to tail going down the pit lane toward the exit. Number 2 car also on pit lane.
Yep, so a very busy time down in the pit lane, and I have to say the crew down at 31 coped with those flames very well indeed. The guy's almost had his hands on fire, but such is the fireproof nature of the gloves and the full-on Nomex suits that they wear. He wouldn't have felt a thing. It was Dane Cameron I felt most sorry for, because there was no room for him to escape. The doors flipped open, and he quite sensibly clambered out, but then very quickly the team ushered him back in again. And the car is back into the race, but quite a lot of time lost on that stop for the 31, as you would expect. So Johannes van Overbeek completing 441 laps now. Pits from the lead. So the Ligier JSP2 with the Honda power plant is in, and the crew just making sure that I think a new driver is strapped in sufficiently, or are they just having a conversation with Johannes van Overbeek? The door is open, certainly new water bottle being fitted, making sure that the driver is strapped in, and now getting the okay, waving the car back into the fast lane, the running lane, and then that car will be back into the race. But it came in from the lead. Who else have we got stopping on this lap? Goossens has stayed out. Joao Barbosa is still out in the number 5 car. And Brendan Hartley up to 4th position, make that now 3rd because of the stopper Johannes van Overbeek.
Yeah, that's all of the leaders now have made their latest round of pit stops in prototypes.
Okay, Scott Sharp it was who was being strapped into the number 2 car, by the way. So Johannes van Overbeek out, Scott Sharp in. There was a driver change at the 90 car. Goossens out, Ryan Hunter-Ray in. Ricky Taylor's now at the wheel of the number 10 at Wayne Taylor Racing car. taking over from Rubens Barrichello. Also a change at the number 44 crew in GT Daytona. So René Rast back at the wheel of the number 44 Audi. And it'll be interesting to see René go in this Magnus Racing stint now. He has just clambered on board and was very impressive in his previous stint. Always been a fan of René Rast since his Porsche Super Cup days. But is now very much at home in the Audi camp.
Yeah, and just looking to see there, Scott Dixon, yeah, he made it out. He's still just 4 laps and 7/8 or so, 3/4 perhaps, behind the race leader. Still only in the 7th place, so very much on his own. And it was a good stop by Joao Barbosa and the Action Express crew. Not so much for their teammates, number 31 car, which has, I think, lost a lap, I believe. Has he come across the line yet? No. Waiting for Scott Sharp to come through. There goes Scott Sharp now, so he is in the 5th place. And there is Dane Cameron, so he is still on the lead lap.
Wow.
That's fairly remarkable. It seemed like an awfully long stop, didn't it? But a great effort there by the number 90 team to get Ryan Hunter-Ray installed in that car instead of Mark Goosens, and they lost hardly any ground at all to the number 5 car of Action Express, which did not change the drivers because Joao Barbosa continues at the wheel of car number 5. So it's number 5 car that now leads. That's another change.
Yes, so scribble that one down. The gap, by the way, between Barbosa and Dane Cameron, 1 minute and 25 seconds. And bear in mind, a lap time is about 1 minute and 42, 43. So he's about 20 seconds short of falling off that lead lap.
Who is?
Cameron.
Cameron, yes, not that far away from doing that.
Well, it's 20 seconds, so
I reckon we just had our 50th lead change, by the way, because
really? Okay.
The number 2 car, by virtue of the fact it pits farther down towards pit exit and across the start-finish line compared to the other prototypes, that led lap 441. Now it's number 5 car, Joao Barbosa, back in the lead. I reckon that's the 50th lead change in this race after 442 laps. Now 443 for excuse me, Barbosa.
Kenton Cook.
No.
Kenton Cook in the PC lead. Now he has a massive lead of several laps, but that car has made pretty heavy contact with a tyre barrier somewhere. And thanks to Rooftop Ray for finding that one out, because it's got bodywork missing rear left. That might be from an earlier scar, but certainly the front bodywork there has been dislodged, and Kenton Cook trying to find a forward gear. Where's it happened, Jeremy?
Don't know. Is it turn 1? Number 31 car, by the way, is back onto pit lane.
Okay, interesting.
So that will drop him off the lead lap.
Yes, it may well be turn 1. The 85 car has come to grief. I'm looking for a car leaving turn 1 and can't see one. No, it's at 6, isn't it? Yeah, that car limping up towards the banking now. So
it was decidedly second hand.
Just a bit, and sparks pouring out the rear of it, so clearly that car bottoming out as well. I'm just wondering where that legality panel has dropped away. That must have been in this incident as well, because you're not allowed to run the car.
Yeah, and the front.
Well, certainly the front's been done this time. I just wonder whether the rear was from a previous incident, but you can't run the car without that legality panel, so the team would have had to have sorted that.
At a pit stop. They will let it run until a pit stop, yeah.
Okay. But nevertheless, well, we had fireworks earlier on at about 10 p.m. on Saturday night. We've got fireworks now at the back of the 85 car, with Kenton Cook still retaining the lead within PC, because bear in mind he's completed 433 laps. His nearest rival, Don Yount, in the number 26, 415 laps completed. So he has this margin of 18 laps as a lead. Sensibly, the team instructing him to take to the grass there on the approach to the bus stop, and that will be stopping any further damage being done to the undertray of this car.
Oh, crikey. Whoops, where's he going now?
Whoops. That's at the bus stop. That's the bus stop. So he took to the grass to make sure that everyone could get through there. Now again ducks below the double yellow line. Kenton Cook did not need to take any risks, really, with the 18-lap lead that he had.
No.
Unless he clashed with somebody else, and, you know, to be fair to him, may not have been his fault. Absolutely. Into turn 6.
Absolutely. As you
shaking his head as he comes through turns 3 and 4, as well you might.
As you were saying, a huge leader, almost 20 laps over Don Yount. The 2 bar 1 cars still in second and third as Kenton Cook brings that around that car on a pretty good clip and down towards the pit lane. There's no lights on the front of that car either. So yeah, this is going to require there's a good bit of smoke coming out of there as he probably locks up the brakes, slowing it down for the pit lane commitment line.
And Shea Adam is down there ready to receive the 85 car.
They do have a new nose piece for Kenton, and I did see him come by in the flurry of all the other cars, so that might have been an out lap or maybe even the first real flying lap in anger. Kenton not used to running cars with such cold tires. During the roar, he actually had a spin, and he said he got that out of the way, but this the front nose cone area of it's pointed in the wrong direction completely. The left hand is sticking out and the right hand portion of it is actually wedged underneath the car. It's like if somebody took an IndyCar wing and just inverted it 45-degree angle. That's what it looks like. They're checking for structural damage at this point. But an additional comment on the 31 car, we saw Dane Cameron come back into pit lane and take fuel because, of course, with the fire occurring, they weren't sure how much fuel was able to be put in the tank, and therefore they would not be able to know when he would run out. Work continues on the 85. Kenton is staying behind the wheel of the car. They're working as quickly as they can to put the new nose cone floorboard on first, and then they will put the new nose on with the functioning lights. So Kenton hopefully will be out of here within a handful of minutes and maintain the lead, because 18 laps, guys, they can go pretty quickly.
Well, true enough, and you know, the reason why he's got that 18-lap lead is because of grief for the other cars in PC, and often when the other opponents have had problems, kind of means that you've been lucky, and there may be incidents heading your way later on in the race. It won't take a great deal of time, as you say, for things to level up a little bit there. Don Yount is the car that that team need to be most wary of, and Yount is running 417 laps just completed as Jeff Mosing pits. We've had quite a few driver changes, by the way, in GTLM. The 912 Porsche now driven by Michael Christensen. 25 Bruno Spengler, DTM driver for BMW, and he takes over the number 25 BMW M6. Maxime Martin on board the number 97 BMW M6 from GT Daytona. Nicky Katzberg climbs aboard the 540 Porsche, and Jörg Bergmeister back inside the 73 Porsche. That was a regular stop, thank goodness for the 73, after that mammoth penalty that the former class leaders had to take not too long back.
Yeah, but they are now, I guess just one lap off the lead.
13th in class for the 73.
Yeah, that's how close it all is in GTD.
Still led by Lee Keane. Richie Stanaway up as high as second position now in the Aston Martin Vantage, and Martin inside the BMW M6 of Turner Motorsport running in third. Robert Renauer fresh to the Ferrari 488 number 63. German driver who has been more known to me on our sister service RadioLeMans.com for the 24-hour series, races with Herberth Motorsport, and they've turned from a Porsche this year to a Lamborghini Huracan. Well, it's a Ferrari that Robert Renauer is getting a taste of this weekend in the brand new 488 in GT3 spec. Alex Riberas in the number 23 car running in 5th position, and 6th place for René Rast in the Magnus Racing Audi R8. Now into the International Horseshoe, and out the other side for the number 3 Chevrolet Corvette driven by Mike Rockenfeller. Rocky's in 3rd position in GT Le Mans, a class led by the sister car though of Ollie Gavin. And Gavin recently stopping in the 4 car but staying on board, so too Patrick Pilet. So didn't have a driver change for the 4 and the 911, nor indeed for Mike Rockenfeller, who that's turning into quite a lengthy stint now for Rocky. And Shea Adam down in the Continental Tire pit lane has an update on the 85. How is Kenton Cook's woes, are they showing any signs of improvement, Shay?
Well, at first it was a yes. They managed to get the new nose cone on very, very quickly and easily, but then they removed the front right tire from the car, and the struts moved with it, so the suspension might be broken. They're working on that now.
I wouldn't be surprised. We haven't yet Jeremy and I have been able to see a replay of that incident involving the 85, but it was a good old whack that either it's had with the tyre wall or another car.
Or both.
Indeed, yes. News from Paul Truswell back in the UK. Truss is currently predicting 745 laps in this race, which would be 2,662 miles. The record from 1982, as I was mentioning earlier on, is 2,760 miles, 2,760 miles. So they get relatively close to that. 2,662. I wonder whether that will put it in the overall mileage. I made a little chart earlier on of record distances, and 1992 is the furthest race distance on this configuration of the Daytona Speedway circuit, and it's a record distance of 2,700 miles on this configuration. So we're not going to get anywhere close to that, although in the early stage of this race we really thought we might. 15 hours and 10 minutes gone, and we're at 10 to 6 in the morning for the opening round of the WeatherTech Championship. Car 66 works its way down pit road, which is one of the 4 GTs, Shay Adam.
Yeah, very suspicious. Pulled into the pit box and immediately set up as if to leave. And as you can hear, just went back out onto the pit lane. No driver change or any tires or fuel, anything like that. One of the mechanics opened up the driver's side door and reached a hand in. Wasn't there for even 2 seconds. Shut the door, and then the car drove back off. So if that was a reset, that was the world's quickest reset for the Ford.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? And it was also interesting was how who's driving that car? 66 car, wasn't it?
Yep.
Dirk Mueller. How he positioned the car so as not to be held up, so he could get a good exit. He knew it was going to be a quick stop, and he could see the 85 car was parked in the pit lane right directly in front of his pit stall. So he pointed at a skew kind of lead, as if to enable him to make a good exit from the pit stall. And so it cost him hardly any time at all.
Last year, by the way, we managed to get to... Oh, no, I had that a second ago. 740 laps. 740 laps with a race distance of 2,634 miles. So at the moment, Paul Truswell predicting 5 more laps than in 2015. I presume he will have factored in a few more cautions along the way, but at the moment we're at green flag running with 8 hours and 48 minutes to go. Johnny Palmer and Jeremy Shaw up in the main tower. If you get a view of the stadium, by the way, from the outside, we are between the W and the O, just below where it says World on the outer building, and yeah, we're in the glass-fronted commentary booth between the W and the O, just below there. That's where our viewpoint is. It is near faultless, apart from a slight bit of a blind spot at turn 1 and the exit of turn 6, where the Rolex sign is and the scoring tower. Otherwise, you can see every bit of this track, and of course Rooftop Ray doing a stellar job as always, filling in those blanks for us. The number 3 car thunders its way through turn 4 on the main speedway and into the tri-oval, past the Daytona sign on that white safer barrier. Safer barriers all the way around this track nowadays. The extra layer giving that little bit of cushion should we have a big wreck. I really thought those Lamborghinis might have a larger collision than they ended up having much earlier on in this race, clashing in the GT Daytona class. Car 66 back in again, Shay. I'm spotting a pattern here.
Yeah, except this time there are 3 mechanics. One of them actually lying on the ground, reaching in toward the footwell. that is where some of the electronics are accessible from, as he rolls away in a very fireman-esque motion to stop, drop, and roll. They shut the door seamlessly, make sure that it is closed all the way. Oh, I wonder if maybe it's not sealing properly. But no, Dirk sent back out again. 3 mechanics still can't figure it out.
Okay, bit of head scratching going on down there then, as up onto the main oval from the infield go quite a gaggle of cars, one of which is Dane Cameron trying to recover some of that time lost earlier on with the fire and then a secondary pit stop. 449 laps completed for the 31 car. The leaders, though, already onto their 452nd lap, Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, and almost 4 seconds now between the first and second place cars. But for Ryan Hunter-Reay, he's got his mirrors full now. Brendan Hartley in car number 01, he was all over the tail of him going to turn 1, and remains the same going through the kink and headed on down to the West Horseshoe. There's a slower car in front of those two DP cars. They make their way around that 180-degree right-hander back up now towards turn 6. They'll duck to the inside of that GT car. One of them will get past, and the other will pass it on the exit and up onto the banking. They go that pair batting now over second and third places. Ricky Taylor is about 4 seconds or so farther back behind those two, so not very much. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Scott Sharp in the car number 2, and Dane Cameron, who is about a minute behind Scott Sharp and still 1 lap off the ultimate pace now in car number 31 after that pit fire, and then having to come in and make another pit stop to get the fuel he didn't get when they had the fire.
Great times from René Rast and from Maxime Martin. We shouldn't be surprised by those two guys pacing GT3 machinery. René Rast just done a 47.2 and a 148.1 from Maxime Martin in the new BMW M6.
Oh, wow.
So they are best times for those cars individually.
Indeed, and I think, is that the fastest lap of the class?
I wouldn't be surprised.
In GTD, it's certainly the fastest lap for that car. I think it might be the fastest lap in the class. As you say, Maxime Martin also done a personal best as well on that lap in car number 97. The Turner Motorsports BMW 148.1.
Just peering down the list of GT Daytona cars, but yeah, I would concur with that, Jeremy. We've just seen the fastest lap in class from René Rast. Such a chilled guy. I was down at Audi earlier on this week when he did a bit of a meet and greet with our very own Shea Adam, and he's clearly got a very good sense of humour, but when he's put behind a race car, number 44 doesn't half fly, and he is chasing down Richie Stanaway and Lee Keane. And last time around, with that 147.2, that gained him so much time on Richie Stanaway, and Maxime Martin waiting for him to come through to maybe improve on the 148.1. What's the gap then between Richie Stanaway and René Rast? It's about 5 seconds, and whittled away. João Barbosa leads the race though, 452 laps in the book, with Ryan Hunter-Reay in second position. Brendan Hartley is third in the 01, and fourth position Ricky Taylor. Fifth place Scott Sharp in the first non-Daytona prototype car. That's a P2 style machine. Bear in mind that in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, all of the prototype cars put into the same class, whether it be a Daytona prototype or a more European style P2 machine. But the Ligier JS-P2 with the Honda power plant is the best placed of the non-Daytona prototypes, in fifth position. That's Scott Sharp driving that. Dane Cameron slipping behind that car because of the problems for the 31. Scott Dixon back out on track in the 02 car, but quite a few laps behind now. João Barbosa, the race leader, will make it 5 laps behind the number 5 machine. Ollie Gavin enjoying a 5-second lead over Patrick Pilet, and then a further 16 seconds back is Michael Christensen, fresh to that number 912 Porsche 911, 912 numbered RSR. Bruno Spengler relatively early on in his stint in the 25 BMW. And then Mike Rockenfeller is in 5th position in GTLM. Brendan Hartley has Ryan Hunter-Reay as a definite kind of visual target here. They work their way through turns 4, and Brendan Hartley getting a good run this time on Ryan Hunter-Reay. He'll do well to pull a move off at turn 1. They work their way through the tri-oval, and Hartley's going to be as late on the brakes as he can be. He gets within a car length of Ryan Hunter-Reay. Working their way into turn 1 now and out the other side. And is Brendan Hartley going to be close enough this time into the International Horseshoe? We're looking at cars 90 and 01, second and third in the overall standings. A little bit wide there for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Much better line through the International Horseshoe than Brendan Hartley, and on towards the King. Let's hand down to our Continental Tire pit lane, though, for an update from Shea Adam.
It is good news. They are finally ready to go back out and track. Are the JDC Miller Motorsports car, the 85 Kenton Cook, still behind the wheel. They have fixed all of the damage from the front of the car, not addressing the rear wing sort of issues because it's not really that bad. You can run without one legality panel. You can't run without two. And he would be only running without one, as they are now testing out the lights, making sure the electronics are all connected correctly, because they don't want to have to make another pit stop. But it looks like Kenton Cook's going to be out of here before too much more time has passed.
Okay, so that's good news for the guys at the 85 crew. Don Yount trying to close in, bear in mind. 424 laps completed by Yount now, and 433 by Kenton Cook as the scrap for second place continues on. Ryan Hunter-Reay was able to fend off Brendan Hartley last time into the infield section, but this is Hartley's chance a lap later, as the Kiwi maybe be able to take advantage of a slower GTD car that they're both lapping this time as well. Through into the tri-oval comes the fight for second position. Brendan Hartley so good on the brakes in this big heavy Daytona prototype. Getting that car stopped, he's well used to. I think he was closer a lap ago, you know, but it's about 3 car lengths and no more. Closing up again into the International Horseshoe. Meanwhile, João Barbosa going through in a time of 1:42.3. The 2 guys behind him quicker. And Ryan Hunter-Reay being forced to up the pace here because of Brendan Hartley's eagerness to snatch second position. Ricky Taylor is still there in 4th place. 5th position for Scott Sharp. 6th place Dane Cameron, and 7th the 02 of Scott Dixon. It's Ollie Gavin, Patrick Pile, Michael Christensen in the GTLM part of the race. They're 8th, 9th and 10th overall, I'll remind you. That's how far up the GT Le Mans cars have managed to get. And Kenton Cook has very nearly fallen off the first page of our timing screen, down to 28th overall, but that won't concern him overly because he still hangs on to the PC lead. That car back into the race after significant repair work done. More fastest laps coming through from some of the GT Daytona runners, because Jörg Bergmeister's just put in the best lap of the race for the 73 car. That's not a fastest lap, but it is a personal best time for the car. Lucas Luhr also impressing in the number 100 BMW M6. That's way down in the GT Le Mans class in 44th position. Sorry, Jeremy?
No, that car's out. That was the one that...
That's why it's still showing purple, because no one's actually betted that time.
No, yeah, well, that's a good point. He just had his best lap in that car on the lap he went off. That's a very, very, very good point, actually.
Yeah,
we hadn't spotted before, so well done.
But no one's done anything better than a 1:44.6 in GTLM. So it's confused me a little bit because it's still showing in purple.
Yeah, no, because it was a personal best. That's what the personal best show up here as well.
Oh, okay. That's confusing.
Yeah, very.
Right. Yes. But as you say, it was a good lap before the 100 car expired. So that was at a wreck, a crash, or was it a?
Yeah, coming down, it hit the brakes for turn 1, and the car turned sharp right. What it looked like, and a heavy impact with the barrier there on the right-hand side of the road. That was what time was that?
It was when I was off, because I don't remember that at all. So it's a good job you were here and have been here for pretty much all the race up until this point. And by the way, 139.192, I reckon, is still the best lap of the race, and that was done by the number 2 car.
3:05 this morning. That was, so 3 hours ago now.
Yep.
That incident for Lucas Luhr.
Yeah, I was counting sheep at that point, so totally missed that. But good job your notes can fill in the blanks. So, best lap of the race set by the number 2 car, as I say, and it was very early on in the race as well, before already traffic came into the equation. The Delta Wing, when that was running, was putting in great times as well, with Catherine Legg at the wheel. But 139.192, the best lap of the race so far. Maxime Martin goes quicker again in the number 97 car. Again, that's a impressive time for the car, but not the best time in the class. A 148.182 for Maxime Martin, who is in 5th position in GT Daytona, hustling that big M6 around the 3.56 mile Daytona International Speedway. No change for 2nd position, but threatening to change at any moment, because this time Brendan Hartley right with Ryan Hunter-Reay as they head out onto the banked speedway here at Daytona, through turns 1 and 2 of the main oval and out onto the back stretch. Brendan Hartley's car very good under braking, but you can't knock the straight line speed of the number 90 car. It is able to certainly live with the pace of that Riley Ford.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's just traction out of some of the corners that the number 90 car seems to lack a little bit of, and that hasn't turned out to be too much of a factor, and it's against it, because it's. I remember some time ago during the evening, it did lose a position coming off the turn turn 3, when it wasn't able to put the power down, as well as I think it was the Action Express car that moved past it there. But other than that, he's running like clockwork, that car, turning very consistent lap times. Ryan Hunter-Reay taken over from Mark Goossens at the previous pit stop, and running in 2nd place and holding off Brendan Hartley, the World Endurance Champion. Very different car for Brendan Hartley to drive, of course, this compared to the Porsche that Porsche 919 he's used to in the World Endurance Championship. All the sorts of energy recovery devices on that car. Very, very sophisticated car, and costs probably about 100 times as much as this riders. Ooh, there's a squeezing around there. They both work their way past. That's the number 51 GTD Ferrari. The guy did a good job there, who's at the wheel of that car at the moment. Peter Mann, well done, Peter. Did a good job, just kept his line. It was kind of in the middle of the road. Cars went either side of him, but he didn't panic. He just kept his cool and kept his calm. And good job there by Peter Mann. He's running in the 14th position in GTD, in that number 51 Ferrari. Of course, the machine. And Peter Mann, he's one of the most experienced drivers in the field, life experience at least. And but very rarely races in North America. He's got triple citizenship, I think. Swiss, English, and American, I believe. But doesn't spend a lot of time over here, but certainly has done in the past. You see him listed periodically as a US, but he sounds fairly English. And thoroughly enjoying himself here this weekend. He's raced in the States, I think, just once before. I think it was at Circuit of the Americas. I think that's his only other race in North America.
Just going back to the subject of fastest laps, I've found the fastest lap in GT Le Mans, and it's been set by the Ford GT, you know. It's quite early on lap 46. Ryan Briscoe did the time, but that's the best lap in the class for the Ford GT. So clearly, outright pace is good. A 144.391 yet to be bettered. Stefan Mucker is at the wheel of the 67 right now, and he's no slouch.
No.
But once Ford overcame those problems, and they've had a couple of tyres go down, and also gremlins with, well, it was electrics, wasn't it, with the 67 early on, and they were trying they were trying 3 different steering wheels to get the car reset. Just been a nightmare start to their first 24 hours in anger. but getting a bit more consistent running now.
Good point. It has been a good save, really, hasn't it? It's certainly got lots of development time on the cars this weekend. It is a brand new car, of course, as is effectively the Ferrari 488. That's got a brand new turbo engine, of course, for this year. We haven't seen in the past in a Ferrari GT car. And the Corvettes, though, they're pretty much a development of the car that they've been running the last couple of years, the C7R. And the BMW, well, that's been undergoing development for at least a year, hasn't it? That M6 GTE.
The lowest placed prototype car still continuing. Dorsey Schrader back at the wheel, Shea Adam, and it's in for a stop.
It's in for a little bit more than a stop, unfortunately. The 50-plus racing guys, they race to raise money for charity, the Highway to Help, and they're all over the age of 50, and their prototype isn't exactly the new kid on the block either. It's a couple years old, and it has its aches and pains, shall we say. The rear tail lights stopped working, the brake lights, so they had to come in to fix it, and they've been working on the left rear, trying to get it to come back to life for about 5 minutes now, not really having too much success. So we really just need a lot of goodwill toward this car, because they're going out there, they're running around, they're having fun, but these guys are also doing it for a good cause.
Absolutely, and we should remember that. Dorsey Schrader, saw him in the press room just ahead of race start, and he had a big grin on his face, looking forward to the next 24 hours. That's the Riley chassis with the Dynon, the BMW engine in the back. It must have done a heck of a lot of laps around here in its time. I'm sure they know exactly how many it's done.
That's a very good point. That's a lot of mileage, and Dorsey Schrader's got a lot of mileage around here as well. But he made his kind of return last year with this team. Prior to that, it had been 13 years since Dorsey Schrader had raced a top-line prototype. So it was a bit of a kind of a difficult, I mean, he settled into the car right away, but it's still that's a long time to be out of a car at this sort of level.
Waiting for that change for second position, and Brendan Hartley having to show quite a bit of patience here. And whilst the top man, João Barbosa, is still pulling away, this battle for second, third, and very shortly fourth position is really coming alive. Yeah, Ricky Taylor's the guy we talk about in 10th place. And in the 10 car in 4th place. Thank you. It's 6:10 in the morning. Yes. Brain fade. 1.1 seconds is the gap between Hartley and Taylor now. A lot less than that between Hartley and Ryan Hunter-Reay, though, as they work their way into the International Horseshoe on this, the 462nd lap. Through the left-hand kink to the other end of the infield they go, braking almost as one. Second, third and fourth placed cars. If you're down in the grandstands at the moment, plenty of people still up, and no doubt have been awake all the way through the night. Another half an hour's time, we can say we've got only a third of the race to go.
Oh, good.
And actually, in an hour's time, we will start to see daylight as well, because 7:13 is billed as the sun coming up, and we're very nearly at 6:13 in the 54th running of the Rolex 24. Hard onto the brakes for Ryan Hunter-Reay and Brendan Hartley as they come off the backstretch into the bus stop. It's IMSA Radio for 2016. Full coverage once again of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Heading to Sebring in around 6 weeks' time for another Enduro. That'll be a 12-hour, as always, around the airfield circuit. Another fabulous calendar drawn up from... Oh, here we go. Is this the opportunity for Brendan Hartley down at turn 1? Very, very late. Ryan Hunter-Reay left it to jink across the nose of the Riley, but Brendan Hartley's possibly best chance of snatching second place came there into the braking area at turn number 1. Just about avoiding contact, those two cars, and that will have allowed Ricky Taylor to close in a little bit more as these two cars duel for second and third positions.
Yeah, the last time it was João Barbosa had a little bit of traffic and cost him a little bit of ground to this battle, but he's still got a 5-second lead over Ryan Hunter-Reay in second place. Brendan Hartley is right there with him, and there is Ricky Taylor as well. 1, 2, 3. Nose to tail as they come up behind a couple of slower cars into turn 6. That'll take them up onto the banking. And behind those two is that Scott Dixon again?
Scott Dixon in the 0-2 may well be loitering, yes, in the other Chip Ganassi Riley.
No, it shouldn't be.
They're heading past
maybe it was a...
They're heading past the 67, driven by Stefan Mucker. Dirk Muller, by the way, at the wheel of the other Ford Chip Ganassi Racing Ford GT. So they're the cars in GT Le Mans. But no, Dixon, obviously he's laps down, but he may not be too very far away. 7th place. Looking to get another lap back on the race leader Joao Barbosa in, well, quite some time. Is he lapping quicker than the race leader? He did last time around, but Joao Barbosa's just gone through with a really good time, 1:40.6.
It's almost identical to the fastest lap set by that car in the whole race. So that's a really good, excellent lap there by Joao Barbosa.
He's just caught the traffic perfectly there and found some clean air, and that has built up a lead now of nearly 8 seconds. Let's go down to the Continental Tire pit lane and get an update from Shea Adam.
You might notice that there is a new GTD leader, Magnus Racing and Rene Rast. There was a big cheer as I was walking by the pit box and people holding up their fingers. Number one, might want to tell them there's still 8.5 hours to go, but it's because the 22 who had been leading, Lee Keen, pitted from the first position of GTD, handed over. I didn't see who it was to, but there were 4 new Continental tires put on the 22 WeatherTech car, and they should be good for a while. So I think that means we're getting to the start of the GTD pit cycle, so things might get busy down here, Johnny.
Okay, we'll hand back to you just as soon as that starts, but Rene Rast on an absolute charge. He has been ever since he was put in that number 44 Audi, and his... well, the car's best lap time at the moment, a 1:47.2. The class best time was
that
set
Scott
by...
Dixon who just went behind the wall?
Oh, hang on a minute. Shea Adam, can you tell us?
I was just going to say the same as Jeremy. I saw it from afar, coming in towards the pit box, and then all of a sudden veering off to the left. So yeah, the 01 behind the wall.
Wow. Yeah, I just saw a car. It just turned
02.
At some speed. Yeah, the 02 car just went directly behind the wall, didn't come into the pits at all, and went straight to its garage there. So, yeah, another problem it looks like for number 02 car. That got himself back just over 4 laps behind the race leaders. He was really flying in that car and was just about to get himself back, well, not far off getting himself back into contention, possibly even for the win. But now he's going to go to the garage area, and it's certainly going to cost him a fair bit of time. Even if he comes straight back out again, he's going to lose some more laps.
Yes, not the first of the niggles for the 02 car. It's had a complete brake change, that car, earlier on in the race. Meanwhile, the number 22 WeatherTech Porsche heading through the infield section, this tight and technical part of the circuit. Cooper McNeil fresh to that car. It's just been a driver change for the 22 as it heads into the West Horseshoe. So Cooper McNeil rejoining in 7th position in class. And that's GT Daytona class, headed by Rene Rast, remember, in the 44. Alex Riberas up to 2nd place in the 23 Porsche now. And Richie Stanaway running 3rd in the 98 Aston from Maxime Martin in the M6, the BMW.
And the marker of doom is out again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Sarah Rigby informs us via Twitter that the 007 car has been officially retired. That's the car 007 Aston Martin we saw having the incident along with one of the Conrad Motorsports Lamborghinis out at the bus stop, a couple or 3 hours ago, and that car's now being officially retired.
So apologies to fans of the 007. I'd misled you saying it was back out on track. That's because it was never labelled as being in the pit lane as such, because it was taken back to the paddock and didn't trigger the pit lane entry beam. So yeah, I thought that Antonio Perez had taken that 007 car back out again, but too badly damaged, and it is a retirement for that car. Back to Shea Adam. Now, are you getting this stream of GT Daytona as you promised?
No, actually, I'm getting a prototype, which is a nice surprise. The 10 has come in for a pit. They are giving new tires and fuel, but it will still be Ricky Taylor behind the wheel after this will only be his 2nd stint. as far as this driving pattern is considered. But Ricky's going to be very tired by the end of this race, with Jordan having already completed all of his driving, and Max and Ruben sharing it with him. But Ricky's an eager boy. He can do it. Already back out on the pit lane.
So he is into the fast lane. He goes and down towards where he can release the pit lane speed limiter underneath the 4 green lights on the gantry there, crossing the white line, and now he powers the Corvette DP back up to speed. So you mentioned retirements, Jeremy. Might be a good time to run through all the cars that are out of the race. The 70 car out very early on, that's the Mazda, which sadly had it was a niggly problem, wasn't it? I can't remember what it was now, but it was electrical or drivetrain related.
No, I think it was something fairly substantial in the engine, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, I'll look that up actually. Oh, it's a flywheel. It was a flywheel for the 70 car.
So nothing insignificant.
The 0 car, the Delta Wing, DWC 13, big impact with a stationary PC car at turn 1. So that was the second retirement. Also car 54 and 88 out of the race. They're both PC runners. The 60 car, which led many laps.
Various instances. 54 was an engine failure.
Okay, 60 car that led many laps. Oz Negri just pulled off, didn't he? Over
yeah, that was an engine failure as well. I think we're pretty sure of.
Engine failure with oil pouring out the back. Now, what I don't have is the letter R against other cars that I know are out of the race. The 16 Lamborghini Huracan, last driven by Spencer Pumpelly, is out.
No, it's not.
Or is it not out?
No, it's back. It's actually back out on a racetrack. 100 odd laps down, but no, it's still running.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, that's confused because the 100 car is out, isn't it?
Correct.
But the 16 hasn't completed as many laps as the 100 BMW.
Still
okay, so it's still being shown
behind.
below. James French in the number 38 car.
He's still running. They've had all sorts of dramas for Performance Tech Motorsports, but number 38 car is back out in the fray.
Okay. Tristan Nunez in the 55 Mazda.
Blued up.
Oh dear. So both Mazdas out of the race.
Yeah, that was that was 11 hours into the race, so didn't quite make it to half distance.
37 SMP Racing BR01
is back out again after all sorts of dramas.
The 21 Lamborghini Huracan
is out as a result of that incident, along with the 007 car at the bus stop chicane.
Yes, as they spun in.
And the other confirmed retirement then is the number 100 car, the BMW we talked about. Now, got pit stops again here for our 3 leaders.
And Shea is down there.
First up with the 01, Brendan Hartley will be getting out from behind the wheel. Andy Priu will be jumping in the 01, 4 new Continental tires. A little bit further down the pit lane, the 90 and the 5 both made their way onto pit lane as well. With the fire early on, it changes up the strategy for the 31. Otherwise, they would be pitting at the same time as well. I can see Christian Fittipaldi gotten into the 5. It looks like, actually, that might still be Joao Barbosa. You'll have to tell me when it crosses the timing loop. The driver change taking much longer than anything else on the 01, but eager to get back out there, as you can hear.
Very much so, and Brendan Hartley gets the hammer down then. Ryan Hunter-Ray looking to rejoin as quick as he can. So who wins the race off pit road? Breaking the beam now at the other end of it was Ryan Hunter-Ray, I think, just ahead of Brendan Hartley. The 62 car that was driven by Tony Verlander is being handed to Giancarlo Fisichella. This is in GTLM, of course, so it is not Hartley anymore in the 01 car. So, Shay, just remind me who's in the 01, having taken over from the Kiwi?
Andy Priu.
Andy Priu, okay.
And the 02 should be coming back out here pretty soon because the fuel man is now ready. And indeed it is, but no headlights showing up on that car. And the pit board was not ready to be out, so Scott Dixon almost drove right past it.
Okay, well, Andy Priu has been woken from his slumber a little earlier than he expected, I think. He, the ISG Rewards Club member, heading back to the Holiday Inn for a bit of a slumber, and he said he expected to be back in the car at about 8:30. Well, 2 hours earlier in the 01, Andy Priu clambers on board. And this is going to be fascinating to see whether the 01 can squeeze ahead of the 90 during this stint. Christian Fittipaldi then at the wheel of the number 5. Prio in the 01. Ricky Taylor's back out in 4th position. And Scott Dixon will remind you, or at least the 02 car, still behind the wall in the garage, receiving further attention. It's been a troubled run for the 02. Although Shea reporting that it is...
The 02 actually just left, and they tricked me. It was Jamie McMurray. They did a driver change while in the garage.
Okay, so Jamie McMurray on board. And it was Jamie McMurray, Carl Larson, Tony Kanaan and Scott Dixon who took the victory, of course, last year. Looking very unlikely that they will repeat that, but the 01 for Chip Ganassi Racing very much in the equation. Circulating now in 4th position. Fittipaldi leads the motor race. Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 90 car is 2nd. Ricky Taylor up to 3rd, so he got the jump during those stops. And Andy Prio rejoining in 4th position. Meanwhile,
so the second lengthy stop then for car number 02. The first came at a little bit after 11 o'clock last night. That was what, 7.5 hours ago. That was when they had the brake problem, and then they lost at least 9 or 10 laps, and they got back to within 4 and a bit laps of the race lead before this latest problem for the 02 car, driven then was by Scott Dixon.
By the way, the guys looking after the timing screen on livescoring.us clearly listening to us, because after that retirement rundown, they've all been corrected now. So we have retirements listed against the 55, the 21, the 100 and the 007. But cars still running, although behind retirees, if you like. Let me just say, remind you that the 96 is still circulating. Marco Wittmer at the wheel of the BMW M6, although having completed fewer laps than the 007 Aston. In comes the 44 Audi. This is the class leader, René Rast. Sublime stint from the German. Wouldn't be surprised to see the 44 car keep René Rast on board as the Audi tyre centre backed car comes to a halt. They're checking pressures but not changing tyres. Fuel going in, windshield getting a good old wipe, and a few other technical bits and bobs being done, but this looks like it's going to be a very quick stop for the 44 car. So clearly René has radioed to the team and said, happy with the setup, just throw me back into the race. Alex Riberas is also pitted from GT Daytona, and your Bergmeister is in. Also James French confirming the fact that he's still in the race. Car 38 takes a stop.
Fueling is completed on that number 44 Magnus Racing Audi, and away goes René Rast.
So no driver change down at Magnus. I'd be surprised to see Alex Riberas taken out of the 23 car. Richie Stanaway.
He's also underway, by the way, number 23, just underway now.
Richie Stanaway, so he'll take the lead, won't he, in GT Daytona? At least for the moment, but he owes us a stop. Maxime Martin should be up to 2nd position. And 3rd place now for Nicky Katzberg in the 540 car, which has sneakily worked its way into the top 3 now in GT Daytona. Jamie McMurray confirmed as the new driver for the 02, which has now fallen behind the top 8 in GT Le Mans. So at the top of the timing screen there are 6 prototype cars, followed by 8 GT LM cars. Then the lone prototype of Jamie McMurray, the 02, after lengthy work. And then a mere 11 GT Daytona cars all together, from 16th place overall down to 26th position. Kenton Cook gains a spot there because your Bergmeister pits in the 73 former class leading GT Daytona Porsche. Kenton Cook, after that work on the Orica FLM 09, still leads the PC class. 449 laps completed by Kenton, and John Falb is the new man to be at the wheel of the 26 car. 26 has completed 439. 8 laps. Now, I think we're on the verge of quite a few GT Le Mans cars starting to pit. Shay Adam, the 911 car, has just come down the Continental Tire pit lane.
First one to come in as usual, and Nick Tandy is now taken over for Patrick Pile as he already is heading back out onto the track. 4 new Michelins and a tank full of fuel. That makes Nick Tandy a very happy man, and it means he probably gets to drive during the initial stages of happy hour, so we might see some amazing times early in the morning from Nick Tandy. We are very soon expecting the 48 Paul Miller racing car in. Both Corvettes have their crews ready to go, although I believe it will be the 3 before the 4. And it's getting busy down here. I think one of the other 4 GTs went behind the wall as well.
No, that was a Ferrari, I reckon.
It was a Ferrari.
I think it was Giancarlo Fisichella in the 62 Ferrari that's gone into the garage. The 488 with a problem, Jeremy.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? That car is shown as in the pits now, so fallen off the lead lap in GTLM. It is still the Corvette of Oliver Gavin, leads car number 4, followed by number 912 Porsche, Michael Christensen. Behind him, Bruno Sprengler. Is that one of the Vipers?
It was, yeah, 33 Viper, but involved with another car, which may well have been a Porsche. Didn't quite get a full view of it. It's down at the bus stop where 2 GT cars have tangled. The 33 car in the process of being restarted.
There he goes.
This is Ben Keating at the wheel, powering his way out of the bus stop. Caught the rear right wheel in the grass as well, which is still very soggy from a couple of days of rain this week. Thankfully, all of Friday's running was held in the dry, and all of this race in the dry. It's billed to be dry till the finish. Now, did he lose it on his own? He lost it on his own. And was there a Porsche involved? Very nearly there was a Porsche involved. That was the 912 of Michael Christensen. Some really good avoidance action there. I thought I'd seen one of the works Porsches almost tangled up in that. Nick Tandy, by the way, has now got on board the 911 car. Shay informed us about that. Johnny Adam, the new man behind the wheel of the 31. And another chance for Jeremy and I to see what happened down at the bus stop, as we're getting a few more replays in our booth, and it was the 33 just kind of hanging out on the curb there and losing the rear end. So the Viper switching ends very quickly indeed, and it all happened so fast that Ben Keating wasn't able to react. Let's get another quick word from Shay.
A very rare slow pit stop from Corvette Racing, as there was trouble with the left rear tire change. Jan Magnussen getting behind the wheel, though. He will be one to play with Nick Tandy. I can't wait to see who the 4 decides to put in, as they are trundling down the pit lane at this point, making the sharp turn, looking as if they're going to hit me. Hey, I do enjoy when the cars do that. It gets the heart rate up a bit. I don't think the 4 is doing a driver change, so it will continue to be, am I correct in saying, Ollie Gavin, who will continue behind the wheel. I can't see because I'm behind the car. Yep.
Yeah, Gavin's been in there for a little while, and there's no driver change, then he's happy for another stint.
Yep, and just getting the new Michelins and fuel continuing to go in. They're lowering them off the jacks. Still fueling. Fuel is done. Wow, that was a good stop.
Shay Adam, the only girl in the pit lane who's happy when cars look like they're about to run her over.
Well, you got to live a little.
You've spent many, many years in the pit lane, and yeah, you can get your kicks however you wish. There is nothing like being stood in a pit lane sometimes to get the adrenaline pumping. Giancarlo Fisichella had the adrenaline pumping, circulating in the 62 car. That car, though, going behind the wall. Ollie Gavin pits and now goes back out. Bruno Spengler, though, comes down pit road in the 25, and Michael Christensen, so close to being tangled up in that incident involving Ben Keating's Viper on the backstretch, also making a stop. Plenty of driver changes to tell you about, because into the 72 car has been strapped James Collado. They're going to be one of the main men in the Ferrari entry for the World Endurance Championship next year, taking the step up from the B car, I suppose you could say, to join Jimmy Bruni and really push for the World Endurance Championship in 2016. James very excited about that. He's being passed, though, by Nick Tandy, who is fresh to the 911 car. So Tandy up to 4th in class, Collado 5th, 6th position, Jan Magnussen in the number 3 car, and Jan back in the Chevy. So they did a driver change on the 3, but not on the 4. Meanwhile, Lance Wilsey comes into pit road from 10th position in GT Daytona. That's the number 28 Lamborghini Huracan. And also the 73 car looks like it's got an issue here. This is Patrick Lindsay, just been put in the car, so I think this is an outlet, and Patrick Lindsay below the double yellow line on the main speedway. Shea Adam also has news of another car with problems.
Risi Competizione, the race has been going so well, and they effectively just served a drive-through, because when they came in for their pit stop, the driver was distracted by two cars immediately ahead and missed the pit box, continued on through. There was the perfect gesticulation from one of the crew guys as he dramatically took his palm and slapped the forehead of his helmet.
Okay, so as it goes well for certain parties, namely Action Express Racing at the head of the order, there are dramas up and down the field, regardless of which class you're in. Maxime Martin, rather, in the 97 car is now the new GT Daytona leader. Richie Stanaway second, although now he pits, and the 540 car of Nicky Katzberg down pit road as well. This should all see, when it unwinds, René Rast back out front after that really good stint in the Magnus Racing Audi number 44. And Christian Fittipaldi, I said it was going swimmingly for him at the head of the order. Well, Ryan Hunter-Reay is right with Fittipaldi now for the lead of the race, as the cars work their way out of the International Horseshoe and towards the left-hand kink. We're starting to get a few more cameras back into action around the track as well, after Rooftop Ray did a wonderful job overnight. You may still be back up on the roof for a little while yet, Ray, but slowly but surely the camera positions waking up after a long old night. 6:35 in the morning here in Daytona. Thank you for joining IMSA Radio's coverage of the 2016 WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. It's the opening round, a mere 24 hours for the 54th running of the annual Rolex. And in 4.5 minutes' time, we'll be able to say there are only 8 hours to go. And we're about, a little over half an hour away from the sun starting to rise as well. That dimmer switch being turned up a little bit. The 73 car, Shea Adam, has made it back to the pit lane. This is the car that was trundling round at the bottom of the banking for, well, probably 2/3 of a lap.
They removed the right rear tire and put a new one on, and then they removed the right front tire and didn't have another one to put on. So they are now putting the one from the rear on the front. It's a bit of confusion down here. They're not really sure what to do. And in all honesty, I'm not sure that whatever they did is going to make a difference. But Patrick Lindsay now having trouble getting going again as he revved the engine, and almost red exhaust came out. Not quite flames, but there is a lot of smoke out of the back of this Porsche too. He needs to be careful not to overheat it here as they put it up on the hijacks as he was trying to pull forward. This is not going very well, and the car has now been shut off. I'll keep an eye on what's happening.
Okay, bring us any further news on the 73 when you can, as the number 5 car of Christian Fittipaldi works its way through the second of the horseshoes. Ryan Hunter-Reay in second position. Ricky Taylor is in third, and Prio running in fourth. Prio, though, the quickest of the top 4 right now, having just done a 1:42.2. Ricky Taylor's time slower than that, but he may well have caught traffic on that, the 475th lap. And Christian Fittipaldi, having come under pressure from Ryan Hunter-Reay the last couple of laps, is responding and has opened up, nearly a second gap now on Ryan Hunter-Reay in second position. They're at the bus stop. Ollie Gavin leading GTLM after 467 laps, but Nick Tandy, we shouldn't be surprised about this, in the 145s now, 145.9, which is 2 seconds quicker than Gavin, although Gavin goes a little quicker than that now. What's Nick Tandy's time going to be? 145.7 from Gavin. We're waiting for Tandy to come through in the second place Porsche, the 911 Porsche. Bruno Spengler in third position in GTLM. Kenton Cook, after those big dramas with front and rear damage on the 85 car for PC, still leads that class, 25th overall. And Kenton's now completed 454 laps. Needs to be a little concerned about John Falb, but Falb is 10 laps adrift. So assuming there's not a big problem for the 85 crew, that is certainly a manageable advantage. It's really all about second, third and fourth in PC right now, with John Falb having completed 4.44 laps, as I say. Ricardo Vera back at the wheel of the number 20 car, and he's a lap behind Falb. And then Jose Gutierrez, after that lengthy stop for the 52, back out into the race, running in fourth position in class. Up onto the main banking goes the battle for second position. And Ricky Taylor sensing an opportunity to get the number 10 car into second place. Andy Prio certainly able to match the times of Ricky Taylor, and on occasion better them. GT Daytona headed by René Rast in the number 44 car. Alex Riberas in car 23 is second. Maxime Martin third in the 97 BMW. And a spin down at the bus stop. That's on the exit of the bus stop for the number 45 Audi R8. So the Krone Racing Audi, guys down there getting more and more used to that machine. But it's Pierre Caffer with an uncharacteristic error down at the chicane, unless of course he clashed with somebody else. Only caught the back end of that incident, and the 45 car is able to rejoin safely. That's a slightly older shape Audi R8, but Pierre Caffer pointing in the right direction once more, and now heading out of turn 4 on the main speedway into the tri-oval. So your class leaders, prototype headed by Christian Fittipaldi, GTLM Ollie Gavin, the 44 car for GT Daytona driven by René Rast for Magnus Racing leads that class, and Kenton Cook in car 85 is the PC leader, and a convincing one at that. Ryan Hunter-Ray working his way out of turn 6, car tilting to very nearly 45 degrees up towards the banking, and perhaps more so once they get well and truly high up onto turns 1 and 2 of the speedway, flattening out down the back straight. And I can hear wheel guns in the background. Is that Shea Adam watching a stop?
I'm still watching the 73, Johnny, and they've gotten hammers out and have continued banging on the brake rotor of the right rear, the one where they actually put a new Continental tire on. There's quite a bit of fluid underneath the car now. Not as much as what I saw earlier from the Core Autosport, but this looks like a brake fluid. While this was going on, both the 33 and the 93 pitted for tires and fuel only. It's Ben Keating and Damian Faulkner, respectively, in those cars, continuing for another stint.
Pounding the paddock, patrolling the pits. The Continental Tire Pit Lane team on IMSA Radio. The WeatherTech SportsCar Championship on IMSA Radio.
And there are 8 hours to go of the 54th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We are 18 minutes away from 7 a.m. here in Florida, and slowly but surely the sky is lightening in the distance. I can certainly see an orange tinge to the skyline above Daytona International Airport, which is in the daylight fully visible now. You couldn't have said that 12 months ago with the large grandstand which ran parallel with the backstretch. Well, that's all been taken down now. That veranda with the picnic tables that I was able to take a view from 12 months ago. I'm glad I did, because I can't do that anymore. But it does mean without that grandstand in position, you get a great view of the planes coming in and out at Daytona International Airport. Well, behind that, certainly a lot more light in the sky. Doesn't show around the circuit as much. We certainly the drivers will have no clue that we are moments away or half an hour away from sunrise, but getting to sunrise is another little milestone in this race, and that's what you've got to do, is tick off those little marker posts without thinking about the race completion at 2:40 this afternoon, because that is a long way off. 7 hours and 57 minutes to go. It's Johnny Palmer taking you through this portion of the 54th running of the Rolex 24 on IMSA Radio. Scanner frequency 454. It's at 107.9 FM and around the world on the World Wide Web. Hope you're enjoying this portion of the race. John Hindhaugh will return in just under a couple of hours' time to give me a bit of a pit stop. We're joined by Shea Adam down in the Continental Tires pit lane to report on the latest stops. Christian Fittipaldi leads the motor race after 479 laps, by the way. 2.6 seconds is the lead that he enjoys over Ryan Hunter-Reay in the 90. Ricky Taylor in the number 10 car is in third position. Fourth place for the 01, that's Andy Prio. Fifth place for Scott Sharp in the number 2 car, and that's the first non-Daytona prototype in the P class. It's kind of a P2 car, although they're all bunched in together, of course, in the top class in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. And behind Scott Sharp is Johnny Adam in the number 31 Whelan car. Now, problems for the 67 down at, is that the bus stop or is that, no, it's at turn 1. It's at turn 1, and that car's either gone wide at turn 6 or very, very wide at turn 1, but either way, the driver of the 67, who is Stefan Mucker, struggling to get that car restarted. It is off the racetrack, so I can't see any immediate reason why we need to throw the yellow flags for this. Unless, of course, someone lost it big style at turn 1, and that would clean out the 67 car. So there is a slight risk that it's in a vulnerable position. Lights go off, headlights come back on again, and clearly the officials in the IMSA race control area will be allowing Stefan Mucker the opportunity to get this car back into the race. There is a risk, though, Jeremy Shaw, that we might have to go caution because of this.
Yeah, it's been almost 2 hours since we were last under caution. We just see the first vestiges of light on the eastern horizon here. So the sun will be up before too long. What's the time now? 7:45.
7.
Yeah, so it's beginning to get a little bit lighter, actually. Gorgeous colours, isn't it? But that car's still stationary there. It's perplexing to be allowed to be able to sit there for such a long time.
Well, Stefan Mucker working hard in the cockpit to try and do the old Control-Alt-Delete mechanism. We go caution. Well, Stefan was given plenty of time there in order to get the car restarted. Cannot do it, and it'll have to be a tow rope, I reckon. Car doesn't look damaged on the left-hand side, the driver's left. Can't see the rear right corner. So we get confirmation, if you're watching the live stream, of that pinky orangey colour appearing in the sky. So this is caution number 18?
Yeah, 18, I reckon, yeah. And just about 7 minutes short of 2 hours since the most recent caution period.
There have been some driver changes, by the way, recently. Gar Robertson getting on board the number 93 Dodge Viper. That's not the 33 that had the spin at the bus stop quite recently, with Ben Keating at the wheel. Maxime Martin has been going pretty well in the number 97 BMW M6, by the way. That's third in the GT Daytona class, behind Alex Riberas and René Rast. And Shea Adam, part of our Continental Tire pit lane crew. In fact, you're our lone member of the pit lane crew right at this point. Can you comment on the number 93?
Lone member, and that car happens to proudly represent the Lone Star State. 4 of the drivers hailing from Texas. It's got a giant "Don't Mess with Texas" written across the roof of the car. It's got the Texas flag on the hood. It's got a couple other little things, little clues that you have to look for. If you're a real racing fan, you'll know what I'm talking about, and you'll be able to pick them out from seeing the car. Find a picture of it online. It's worth your time. But the really amusing thing, their 5th driver is Irish. And so what did they do earlier in the week to try and convert Damien Faulkner? They bought him a good pair of cowboy boots. We've got a couple of cars who will be making visits to pit lane as soon as the pits open. One of those will be the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports. Kenton Cook will finally be getting out of the car, and I'll be grabbing him for a chat.
Damien Faulkner with a brand new set of boots. Be taking him line dancing next. I imagine that's his sort of thing, you know. So, yeah, Faulkner very much welcomed into the fold at the 93 crew. And it is the Dodge Viper 93 doing a little better than the 33.
Yeah, they both had some delays, haven't they? Both Vipers. They've been fighting back as best they possibly could, but they're both a little way off the pace. Ben Keating in kind of a 33 is now, he's only 5 laps off the lead. It was a 93 is only 2 laps off the lead, so yeah, they've done really well. Number 67 car, they're still stationary.
Yeah, with marshals very much in attendance, and they're just trying to get a towing eye, I think, out of that smart little knapsack that the guy has strapped to his knee. And the towing strop will be released from the flatbed that has just arrived. In fact, are they going to use the flatbed and put it actually on the top of the trailer there, or can it be straight towed? We'll find out in a moment. IMSA officials overseeing all of that. So this being the first caution period that we've had in the last 2 hours will be the full affair, won't it? The wave by and then the 2 separate pit stops.
Indeed, so the pits are now closed while they do the wave bys to make sure all the cars that should be on the lead lap in their respective classes are. And then, have they done that already? We've got cars coming into the pit lane.
They've not hung around there, have they, with the wave bys? And the pit lane officially open now because 5 cars deciding to take the chance to make a stop. Shea will be down there watching the prototypes then come down pit road. And it is only 5 that decide to... Oh, no, they're going to be joined by a couple more now from further back in the Crocodile. Shea?
Yeah, we've got the 10, Wayne Taylor Racing. Ricky still behind the wheel, doesn't want to lead, but he gets sticker Contis. They just did them on... Oh, no, they did them on both sides. I was going to say they just did them on the right. The 90 is already out. The 2 is making its way down the pit lane. The 01 has left. Andy Pruitt is still behind the wheel. And the 5... it is driver change for the 85 prototype, and we did see emergency service from the 52. Came in for a quick bit of fuel as there is a Ferrari a little bit further towards pit in that appears to be stationary. That would not be emergency service. That might be something a bit more that they'll have to do a drive-through for later.
Okay, so more stops to come in a moment, but the pit lane closed for a short period of time, and then it opens because the Crocodile has worked its way by, and we saw them do that fairly early on in the race, closing the pit lane exit to allow the Crocodile fully past the kink between turns 1 and 3, and that just means that the cars rejoining from the pit lane don't interfere with the other cars in the Crocodile. So those 4/5 cars that have just stopped now feed into that safety car train, which is circulating around the infield bit of the Daytona International Speedway. Very, very bright indeed now over in the distance. A bright red sky to present to the teams. We're at 8 minutes to 7. And proper sunrise build, as we said, at 7:13, so about another 20 minutes or so, and we will be out of the darkness and into the light for the final portion of this race. Feels like we're not very far away now from the end, but there is still 7 3/4 hours to go. Big wheel still shining brightly with its hypnotic patterns. I've managed to stay away from falling into its trap though so far. The 3 car, which is the Chevrolet Corvette, heading through turns 3 and 4, that's driven by Jan Magnussen. It's in 5th place in GTLM. Let me tell you the order in GTLM before the stops. Ollie Gavin leads, Nick Tandy is 2nd, Bruno Spengler 3rd, Fred Makovici in the Porsche is 4th, Jan Magnussen in the number 3 Corvette is 5th. 6th place James Collado in the 72 SMP Racing Ferrari. Daniel Serra in the 68 Ferrari is in 7th position, ahead of Giancarlo Fisichella in the 62. Fisichella back out onto the racetrack, by the way, after that lengthy stop in the garage. Some mopping up, some sweeping being done, by the way, on the backstretch as well, just to retrieve a little bit of debris, perhaps tyre debris that's built up during that lengthy green flag running. So into the chicane goes this long line of cars. Amber lights on the safety car, still very much ablaze as we come towards the second wave of pit stops, and it'll be a question of who gets the quickest stops and who can beat who on this route into the pit lane for the 18th caution. The BMWs have really shown that they're well polished as far as the stops are concerned, though don't be surprised to see Bruno Spengler maybe gain a place or two in the 25. The 100 car, will remind you, is out of the race in GTLM after an incident involving Lucas Lure into turn 1. So far 9 retirements, the 70, the 0, the 54 and the 88. 60 car is out, the 55 machine no longer running, 21, 100 and 007 all out. That means there are 1 or 2 cars that have yet to complete the same amount of laps as some of those retirements. Spencer Pumpelly, namely, still going in that number 16 Lamborghini Huracan, down in 49th position. He technically has 4 retirements up ahead of him. Here come the GT cars, Shea Adam, into the Continental Tire pit lane.
It really is intimidating to see all of these headlights coming at you at once, the yellow glow. Porsches both came in. They did fuel only. The 911 got out way ahead of everybody else. The 66 is doing some work in the brakes. They are changing their brakes and making sure it doesn't overheat. Number 3 Corvette already back out. 23 Heart of Racing car back out. 22 is still on pit lane changing tires. That might take them a bit longer. The light was red at pit out, but people did pay attention to that, thankfully. So we shouldn't see any penalties for disobedience. We do have a Lamborghini still on the pit apron further down, and the 22 WeatherTech car. The rear tires are still off of that car, so I'm going to walk down that way and see what's going on. The 25 BMW also still stationary on pit lane.
Okay, well, you go and do your investigative journalist bits that you're so good at. I'm trying to work out which car was the winner in those stops. The 912, I think, got a massive jump. Fred Makovici, 911 rather, of Nick Tandy, getting a great jump there to skip ahead of certainly 1 or 2 GTLM cars. We'll get you an order in just a moment, but the 911 car had to come to a complete halt at the end of the pit lane at the red light, just whilst the Crocodile worked its way through. Still work taking place on the 22 WeatherTech backed car, by the way. This is a GT Daytona Porsche. And the guy on the rear left corner waving at the rest of the crew saying, I've got a bit of a problem here. Maybe something caught in the wheel. He can't get the replacement wheel on, can he, Shay?
Johnny, I think they were doing a rear brake change. That doesn't make any sense.
Just the rears?
Yeah. Yeah, because there's no work going on the front, but there's certainly tools for rotors and shiny new rotors actually on trays down here. I think they did a rear brake change. That seems very odd.
Okay, well, it's either something that the driver has flagged up that needs doing, or it was always in the plan in the first place. But Cooper McNeil at the wheel is in the middle of quite a lengthy stop here, whilst the crew now give all the attention to the rear right of that Porsche, the number 22. James Collado still in pit road, by the way, in the 72 SMP Racing Ferrari. In fact, I think he's stopping now, is he? Rather than on the previous lap. There is a Ferrari on the apron there, and it is that's a GT Daytona Ferrari. The number 63, I think that is. And also coming down pit road is the number 37 SMP Racing Nissan powered BR01. Started the race from pole position, remember. The 37 car, though, still running down in 44th position, driven by Russian driver Kirill Ladigin.
Yeah, that's just come into pit lane, hasn't it? The number 31 car didn't pit with the other leaders in prototypes last time around, just has got the wave around, so that is now back on the lead lap.
Interesting.
The Whelan Engineering Action Express Racing Corvette number 31. So we've got number 90 car is our new leader, which is Ryan Hunter-Ray, followed by Ricky Taylor in car number 10, Andy Prio in car number 01, Christian Fittipaldi in number 5, Scott Sharp number 2, and now Johnny Adam on car number 31. So we're going back to
green flag running.
Quick,
we are going back to green, and immediately the Daytona prototype swing round the outside of this long line of GT cars. So the safety car unleashed a field, and actually the car out front was a Chevrolet Corvette, someone out way wide there. That might be the safest place to be, actually. Kenton Cook, that looked like, in the 85 car, who maybe outjudged his braking point. And Shea Adam confirms to me that Kenton no longer in that car, the 85. It's Mikhail Goikberg taking over that machine. Also, Shea, you've been down to the WeatherTech crew, the 22 Porsche, to find out about that rear brake change. All very strange.
Yeah, it apparently that car uses a more rear brake bias, the driver preference. So they said it was in the plans, and now was just the time to do it. But the interesting thing, Gunnar Jeanette has his helmet on. He's sitting on top of the pit box. He's ready to get in the car. And they elected not to take this time when they had a great deal of spare time to do their driver change. It was still Cooper staying behind the wheel. And he did a fantastic burnout when he was leaving the pit box. If that had been in Le Mans, he would have been serving about an hour stop and hold penalty.
Shay, do we know why the Reese car lost 3 laps?
They served effectively a drive-through at one point, Jeremy, where they tried to come into their pit box, and whoever was driving was a bit distracted by the GTD cars in front and completely missed the pit box. That was one of the laps. I don't know where the other 2 went, but walking by Beaky Sims, he's not exactly a happy camper at the moment.
No, I'm sure, because that car was running certainly well in contention, but it's now 3 laps off the pace in GTLM. In GTLM, there is the Corvette. Oliver Gavinet now leads from the 911 Porsche Nick Tandy, number 33 Corvette Jan Magnus, number 912 Porsche Fred Makovecki. Then it's Daniel Serra, the Brazilian, at the wheel of car number 68, who's just been passed by number 25 BMW Bruno Spengler, and then James Collado, waiting for him to come across the line. I think he got... Yeah, he just made a pit stop a little while ago, and he is also on a lead lap in GTLM. There he goes across the line now. So that was an awfully quick restart there, which didn't allow a lot of the cars to catch up to the back of the pack like they have been doing for the rest of the event.
No, that's right. The 10 car caught up behind the number 73 Porsche there as they worked their way out of turn 5 and into 6. For whatever reason, the 73 GT Daytona car couldn't lay down the power quite as well as he may have done on previous laps, and Ricky Taylor had to bide his time there before he could apply the right foot.
Not before he'd retaken the lead there from Ryan Hunter-Ray, so it's Ricky Taylor now back in the lead of this race in car number 10.
Lead change number 712.
Yeah, 53, I reckon.
53 lead
like
changes, goodness me. So just over 7.5 hours to go of this 54th running of the Rolex 24. And the sky well and truly coming back to us now. We are not quite at full daylight, but fabulous sight that orangey pink sky makes on the horizon as nighttime becomes day, and we reach 7:02 in the morning, 3.5 minutes into this latest green flag period, and the 02 of Jamie McMurray works its way down the backstretch into the bus stop. What is the progress of Andy Prio? He has just done a 144, pretty much flat on the 486th lap for the Guernseyman. 0-1 in 3rd position then. Ryan Hunter-Ray conceding the lead though to Ricky Taylor at the restart. Ricky's so good when we go back to green, and he heads into the West Horseshoe. They're lapping the number 22 Porsche. That's the car that's just had fresh rear brakes. And clipping the apex almost perfectly there, Ricky Taylor. Up onto the banking he goes for the 487th time. Christian Fittipaldi, former race leader, in 4th position now. Scott Sharp is 5th. 6th position, Johnny Adam. And 7th place, Jamie McMurray. Bear in mind, the top 6 are all on the same lap. McMurray, though, is 7 laps behind. Ollie Gavin, having completed 478 laps, leads GTLM. Nick Tandy and the Porsche crew having a great pit stop last time around. So Tandy gaining a number of spots during that caution period when the 911 Porsche came in for its stop. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nick staying on the same set of tyres as he was on prior to that stop as well. Jan Magnussen is in 3rd position. 4th place for Fred McAvicki. And 4th place for the 912, sorry, the 25. 5th place for the 25, Bruno Spengler.
So nothing to choose between those two Daytona prototypes at the front. One is the Lara Corvette of Ricky Taylor, then the Coyote Corvette of Ryan Hunter-Ray, and just, well, maybe a couple of seconds behind them, less than that I would suggest, is Andy Prio in the Ford EcoBoost Riley for Ford Chip Ganassi Racing. Christian Fittipaldi well in the mix also in car number 5 for Action Express Racing, and Scott Sharp, he's only about 5 seconds off the lead in the 5th place car number 2. That's the prototype, the P2 car of Tequila Patrón ESM, based in Florida, although they've got an association now with Onroc Engineering, which is of course based at Le Mans, France. It's a very tight partnership between those two organizations, and they are certainly doing a fine job here. We saw the other Ligier Honda running extremely well until, I think it was in the lead, wasn't it, when the engine expired overnight. But the number 2 car, they've had the difficulties, but they are back on the lead lap and certainly within striking distance, and poised to make a run perhaps in the final. Still got 7.5 hours to go in this race.
GTD headed by René Rast in the number 44 Magnus Racing Audi. Maxime Martin in the 97 car is in 2nd position. And 3rd place in GT Daytona, Matthias Lauda in the 98. And Shea Adam down in the Continental Tire pit lane has a Risi Competizione update for us.
Jeremy, you asked where their laps went. One was from serving the self-given drive-through. The others are because they've had a broken diffuser, and the way that the new car is built, the transmission sort of rests on the diffuser, so their mechanics brought it in a couple of times to try and see, and ultimately it cost them 2 laps. It isn't back in the garage, but the mechanics are. They're trying to figure out a temporary fix for this to get it through the next 7.5 hours. 2 options for them at this point: fix the diffuser and finish several laps down, or just take the diffuser off, put a whole lot of wing in it, and just go for it. But as one of their mechanics said, we got the car only a handful of days ago. Finishing will be a huge reward for all of us.
Thank you, Shay. Yeah, I think that's a good point, well put, about just getting to the end, regardless of the result. And if you can get your car to the end, sometimes that does give you a good result, because so many other cars fall away. And it's often been said that if you concentrate on your own strategy, then the race can start to come to you rather than being bothered about other cars around you. Hammering through the bus stop chicane there was the number 25 BMW, Bruno Spengler, on a flyer in 5th place. Meanwhile, Christian Fittipaldi all over the back here of Andy Prio, and he takes the position for 3rd place there. Prio leaving the door open and very late on the brakes. Fittipaldi into the International Horseshoe. That's the number 5 car. back into the podium places then for Action Express Racing. And also tucked in behind Andy Prio now is Scott Sharp in the number 2 car. Prio not very close to the apex, it has to be said, there at the West Horseshoe. Is he going to keep that door shut into 6? Yes, he is. And Scott Sharp doesn't have the opportunity to slither up the inside in the ESM Ligier. But Prio cannot live with the pace of Christian Fittipaldi. He's up the road and gone, and this is Scott Sharp's chance to try and break into the top 4.
It is. Scott Sharp, a good more than a second faster on the last time. He's got a big run off the banking here. The 0-1 car of Andy Prio is protecting the inside line. Scott Sharp thought about trying to go around the outside, realised he wasn't going to make that work, so ducked out and allowed Andy Prio to take the line into the corner. We saw earlier on last night in his previous stint in the car how defensive Andy Prio can be. Very difficult guy to get past, massive amount of experience in all sorts of different cars, if not prototypes. But he did a stellar job yesterday to maintain his position. And that is what he is fully intent upon doing now, despite under intense pressure from Scott Sharp.
Off the main speedway into turn 1 goes Prio, and right on the white line he was there. Clips the curb on the right, then on the left, and into the braking area for the International Horseshoe. This is where Christian Fittipaldi was able to get up the inside, but Scott Sharp not close enough on lap 491. Meanwhile, Christian Fittipaldi doing a 1:40.9. Yeah. Great time. And Andy Prio a 42.465. So he's lost out on 0.6 of a second to the man behind him, Scott Sharp. Johnny Adam doing pretty well also.
Ooh, that was a bit semi-reactive move there from Andy Prio. He saw at the last minute that Scott Sharp was looking down the inside. Don't think Sharp was close enough to make a move, but clearly there Andy Prio jinked to the left in the braking area into turn 6, as if to say, not here, chum. But that might have cost him a little bit of momentum. And once again, though, he's protecting the inside line down the back straight. And Scott Sharp is going to get frustrated pretty soon, because he's clearly much faster than Andy Prio at this stage in the game. But he can't find a way past, at least not yet.
Yep, they get to the right-hand element of that bus stop flick and just apply that, just boot it out of there. John Hinoff was saying to me earlier on that he expected the straight between the first bit of the right-hand bus stop and the second bit of it to be much longer than it is in reality, but when he was out on track, you suddenly think, oh, that's where I've got to turn right and return to the main oval. And having spectated from there last year, you just hear the cars accelerate as soon as they go through that right-hand flick and just keep it flat back out onto the main oval. And that change has happened. Scott Sharp up the inside at turn number 1. I think that happened through the tri-oval. Yeah. It was all about the exit out of the bus stop, and the lighter P2 style machine able to get the torque out of the bus stop and carry the momentum through and into the start of the next lap. So Scott Sharp up to 4th position, Prio down to 5th. Race leader, meanwhile, Ricky Taylor, heading through the West Horseshoe, using a little bit of curb on the exit, but not too much. 1.9 seconds the gap between Ricky Taylor and Ryan Hunter-Reay. And actually Ryan Hunter-Reay has been caught, not quite passed by Christian Fittipaldi, but the top the second and third place cars right together now, Jeremy.
Yeah, they are indeed. Yeah, just this battle really is developing. I'm sure we will see Scott Sharp looming onto the rear end of the number 5 car as well within a few laps. This is quite a battle. It's just heating up all the time, isn't it? It's just it's been a tremendous motor race from the very beginning, and it's certainly getting lively now with still over 7 hours to go. So still a long way to go, and anything can happen, of course, during that period of time. But certainly the ante is being up just a little bit. We're not seeing any faster laps quite perhaps right now, but we are seeing several drivers down in the 40s there amongst the prototype cars. We saw Christian Fittipaldi turn 1, Scott Sharp turn 1 a little while ago as well.
Misha Goikhberg still at the head of the order for PC, car 85. That's the bright yellow Orica FLM 09, by the way. And it's got the green detailing because it is a PC car, so green on the rear wing end plates, the roll hoop and the door mirrors, if a PC car had doors, but you know what I mean. So therefore you can tell that it's in the PC class. Otherwise all over yellow for the 85 crew, run by JDC Miller Motorsports, and Misha Goikhberg, the Canadian driver, having taken over from Kenton Cook at the last stop. GTD, headed by Rene Rast. Patrick Long is in second position, so Pat Long in the 540 car now, up to second in GT Daytona. 540 crew will be very happy with that run. It's kept out of trouble as the Black Swan Racing Porsche GT3 of late. It's a team that a team of co-drivers that includes Tim Pappas, Nick Katzberg and Andy Pilgrim, but Patrick Long, with vast amount of experience in Porsche 911s, in GTE and in GT3 spec, is trying his best to close in on Rene Rast in the Audi R8. They're on the same lap, and last time around Pat Long was a little bit quicker. But he has 7 seconds to try and find on the German.
Yeah, what a battle that has been, though. It's Audi there now from Porsche, from BMW up into third place from Aston Martin. So, and then another Porsche. So again, once again, back to 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 in GTD: the Audi, the Porsche, the BMW, and the Aston Martin. Then we've got another Porsche and then another Audi. Boris said, what a great effort that is by Stevenson Motorsport. That car number 9, Boris said at the wheel of it right now, lost 2 laps before the race even got going. He couldn't get the car off the dummy grid. It was more than 2 laps down before they got the car underway. They made those back. They lost a lap again after that with a penalty. That was a stop and hold penalty. Went off the lead lap, gained it back again, and here they are around now, running in 6th place in GTD. That's a fantastic effort by that Stevenson Motorsport team. Brand new cars, of course, to that team this year. They ran in the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge last year, won the championship in GS with Chevy Camaros, and now stepping back into the GT ranks where they were 3 or 4 years ago, with a lot of success then too, with a lot of race wins.
Making sure I keep my attention on the battle for second position, by the way. It hasn't changed yet, but Ryan Hunter-Reay under pressure from Christian Fittipaldi, and Scott Sharp in 4th place in the number 2 car as well. And therefore Ricky Taylor, very happy for the 3 cars behind him to continue this scrap, building a lead to 1.6 seconds. 62 cars, we've mentioned, is back out in GTLM after a sustained period in the garage, not just in the pit lane, but taken behind the wall was the 62 car, while Giancarlo Fisichella back at the wheel now and putting a lap on the 48 GT Daytona car.
Well, trying to. That Lamborghini is really fast, and that was a car that was leading the GTD class for a long, long time until they had a coming together, ironically, with another Lamborghini while battling for the lead under braking for turn 1, which was a bit embarrassing for the Lamborghini squad. So, was it the 48 car there, or was that a different one?
I thought it was the 48.
Yeah, I think it was. With the 16, wasn't it? Number 16.
We were looking at Fisichella in the 62.
Yeah, that was the 48 car going. We're watching here. Just a question of what the incident was down here that.
I beg your pardon. When the 2 Lamborghinis collided with one another.
Yes, not a shining moment.
No. I'm trying to remember that. It's definitely the 48. Was it the 16 change
16,
racing car?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
911. Number 911, Nick Tandy, working his way through the left-hand kink and into the West Horseshoe. In fact, that's the other horseshoe, the International Horseshoe, will be through the kink in a moment. Second place then in GTLM. Last time around, Nick did a 1:45.5. He's trying to close in on Ollie Gavin, but the gap is 6.5 seconds. And out onto the oval he goes. I was right first time. That was the West Horseshoe that he was negotiating into turn 6 and out of it. And now quite low down through turns 1 and 2 on the main speedway he goes. The 3 car driven by Jan Magnussen is in 3rd position, by the way. 3 seconds adrift of Nick Tandy. Fred Makovici in 4th place in the 912 Porsche. Then Bruno Spengler, Daniel Serra, James Collado and Giancarlo Fisichella.
What's the deal there? Number 02.
Yes.
Was just shown as being on the pit lane. Did that just make a pit stop?
Or did it go behind the wall again? The 02, there is quite a bit of activity over there at Chip Ganassi. I can't see the car in the garage though. So has it made a regulatory pit stop? Yes, it has. Jamie McMurray back out again. So just came in for a regular stop.
I didn't see it come back out again. That was the thing. Okay, fair enough. So that was it. Got itself back up into the 7th place overall. Got back past the GTLM cars again after that delay of a few laps ago. It's now 8 laps off the lead. So the early delay cost another 4 laps, having got within 4 and a bit laps of the race leaders. Now that car apparently back underway and in the 7th place overall.
Yeah, just looking for it at turn 6, but it may well be out of there now and back onto the banking. But the little blue P on my timing screen has disappeared. That would indicate that Jamie McMurray is back into the race. Meanwhile, Ryan Hunter-Reay under pressure here from the number 2 ESM Ligier, and as they head towards turn number 1, the overtake hasn't happened, but Christian Fittipaldi has got into 2nd position on that lap. So Ryan Hunter-Reay is down to 3rd. Scott Sharp in 4th place in the lime green and black Ligier JSP2 with the Honda power plant. 2 cars leave the International Horseshoe as one and on towards the kink. Meanwhile, the white number 5 Action Express Racing Corvette DP, having pulled that move on Ryan Hunter-Reay, starting to edge away in 2nd position. So Ricky Taylor, Christian Fittipaldi, Ryan Hunter-Reay and Scott Sharp is the order. Andy Prio in 5th position.
Yeah, he's fallen about 5 seconds behind that battle now, which is effectively for the lead. The first four cars covered by less than 2 seconds as they came across the line to complete lap 496.
Pretty good lap time from Prio though that time, a 1:42.0, quicker than all the cars ahead of him. So the car's slowly getting a little bit lighter as the fuel is burnt away, but that might also be the fact that he caught a bit of clean air. And these guys are caught up in GT Daytona traffic. Johnny Adam back at the wheel of the Whelen backed Action Express car, the 31 machine. Of course, here because of the Sunoco